Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we start our coverage of Florida versus Gerald Radford. This is also known as the Dog Park Murder Trial. I have a news clip to show you guys, but before we do that, here's a little background information. So this happened February 2nd of 2024. You see the victim, John Walter Lay, wearing his Stronger Than Dirt shirt on the upper right. The defendant is Gerald Declan Radford, or Declan. I'm not sure how he pronounces his middle name. He's aged 65. John was aged 52. So the charges against Radford are second degree and a hate crime enhancement. Now, authorities were called to the West Dog Park in Hillsborough County, Florida, which is by Tampa Bay, just before 8 a.m. on February 2nd, 2024. According to the sheriff, authorities discovered Lay at the scene with a gunshot wound. Deputies attempted to perform life-saving measures, but Lay was passed away at a hospital. During the initial investigation, Radford allegedly told responding investigators that he and Lay were in a scuffle and that he shot Lay in self-defense. Vicky Darlington and other friends of Lay said Radford would often harass and use anti-gay slurs against Lay. They would they would often gather at a different part of the park to avoid Radford, but the harassment continued. So just as a warning, we offer lots of warnings, but this one is pretty anti-gay. It's very homophobic. So we will discover that as we move along. So just be prepared. You'll probably hear some words that you might not be happy with, but such as the nature of this case. So definitely not your mom. Well, thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, not many people.
Sinbad33, good morning to you. Callie Graham, hello to you. Tosh, how are you? I'm saying your name correctly, right? Want to make sure I say your name correctly. Hey, Anna, hello to you. Pilola's mom, I did the touchy-feely thing. DNA all over, fantastic. Appreciate it. Little Miss, thank you. Widespread Panic, Fala. Therapist you know. Awesome, guys. Thank you for joining us. Nan R, hello. Widespread Panic and Baka. Lily Wayne, thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Shirley Roth. All right. Hey, Krista, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Yes, perfect, Tosh. Cool. All right, I'm going to play you a news clip first. We're going to play a news clip first, and then we're going to get to the trial. So this is just a little background. Not a lot, just a little. Quick little news clip.
It was
Sorry, guys. Brutal. Sorry. Okay, here's a quick little news clip, and we'll see you on the other side.
It was kind of like an emotional crash over the weekend, and this makes this week wonderful.
First tonight, one step closer to justice, more than 1 month after John Walter Lay was shot and killed at a local dog park. His friends pushing for charges ever since. Now tonight, the man who admitted to pulling the trigger is behind bars. Gerald Radford was arrested this afternoon and is now charged with second-degree murder. This is Nightside. I'm Carolina Lead. Radford claimed self-defense in the shooting at the West Dog Park in Tampa. But since that day, Lay's friends have stood firm, saying their friend was killed because he was gay. 10 Tampa Bay's Miguel Octavio has been following this case for weeks and spoke to one of his friends just hours after the arrest.
Friends of John Walter Lay say it was hate, not self-defense, that killed Walt. Tonight they say they're glad to learn Hillsborough County deputies and the state attorney's office see it that way too.
My name is Luna.
Friends of John Walter Lay.
He's a person. He's a good guy.
All right, good morning.
Say he often made them laugh and smile. But lately they're shedding tears after his loss. Albert Darlington, Walt's friend and landlord.
I hope I never see anybody that's got this much hatred ever again.
Darlington is talking about Walt's accused shooter, Gerald Radford. Here he is behind bars, now charged with second-degree murder. Darlington says Radford harassed Walt for being gay.
I don't understand how you could say it's anything but a hate crime when all you want to do is holler and call him a and say you want to hurt him.
In a past message to 10 Tampa Bay, Radford claimed he acted in self-defense.
He asked for an attorney.
But with no videos nor witnesses the day of the shooting. Hillsborough County deputies say they tread carefully.
The homicide detectives have only one chance to put together a very thorough and efficient investigation.
They say statements from Walt's friends of Radford's behavior.
The police told me to do this.
Plus a video Walt recorded of himself alleging an encounter with Radford led to his arrest.
We're the only two here, and he comes up to me and screams at me, "You're gonna die. You're gonna die."
The video was shot the day before Walt died.
We have some evil, no good people.
Darlington says Radford's arrest should serve as a lesson.
This man could end up in prison the rest of his life. Is that worth hating anybody over?
I love you all.
In Tampa, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
The state attorney's office says it will also be seeking an enhancement as a hate crime. It only applies if Radford is found guilty of murder.
Yeah, Curviel, you offended me, so I'm going to shoot you, kill you, and claim self-defense. I hear you, man. I hear you. All right, let me get myself together here. So that kind of gives you a little overview of what we are about to watch. Let me pull this up.
From yesterday, that's called an information.
Okay. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side and we can talk about it.
Is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven this accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Radford in accordance with the law that I provide you. Thus, the province of the court and the province of the jury, or your job and my job, are very different in this regard and do not overlap. And this is one of our fundamental principles of our system of justice. So let me explain briefly how the trial will be conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the lawyers have an opportunity to make opening statements to you. Now, lawyers are not witnesses, so what they say is not testimony, but opening statements are intended to tell you what they think the facts of the case will be during the course of the trial. After opening statements, witnesses will be called, they'll be examined and cross-examined by the lawyers. Evidence will also be admitted during the course of the proceedings. After all evidence has been presented, I will read you the instructions on the law. You also will have your own set of written jury instructions, so it's not a civics test that you have to memorize. You'll have your own set of instructions to use during closing arguments and during your deliberations. The lawyers then have another opportunity to address you in closing arguments, and after that you'll retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you've heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I give you. Until that time, you must not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. You must decide this case without distraction and only on the evidence presented here in the courtroom. You cannot do any investigation of your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching TV, using a computer, cell phone, internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You cannot visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures or to see any place discussed during the trial. If you do make these investigations, research, or inquiries of your own, I have no way to make sure the information that you obtain is proper and even accurate. And the parties likewise have no opportunity to evaluate what you're considering. So please do not communicate about this case with anyone, including close family or friends, even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, electronic communication, texting, emailing, posting information on social media or a website or any other forms of communication. During the trial, as I explained yesterday, we will take recesses. You'll be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It's important to remember all of these communication rules apply during all of those recesses. It's important that you keep those juror badges on during the course of your stay here at the courthouse. As you've seen, we share common entrances, lobbies, elevators with witnesses, lawyers, etc. So don't put yourself in the position that you overhear people who might be mentioning things about the trial. Of course, if anyone attempts to have a discussion about the trial in your presence, tell one of our bailiffs immediately. Your cell phones, computers, tablets, ringing, iWatches, all of that type of stuff should be turned off while you're here in the courtroom. Off means really off, not on vibrate, so when it goes off it still annoys the person sitting next to you. And again, the reason for this is that everyone can pay 100% attention without distraction in the jury book. I'll just remind you, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it a duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury may never draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant chose not to testify in his case cannot affect your verdict in any way whatsoever. The attorneys here are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, so it's their duty and really obligation to make legal objections that they believe are proper. How that's going to work: when an objection is made, usually after a question is asked, I'll either sustain the objection, which means the witness will not be allowed to answer the question, or I'll overrule the objection, which means the witness will be allowed to answer the question. If I do not allow the witness to answer, you shouldn't try to speculate on why or what the witness might have said. It's a legal determination that I've made that it's not proper for you to hear. Likewise, don't hold it against the attorneys for making objections that they believe are legally proper. They're both doing what they believe is appropriate in the circumstances. Also, during the trial, it might be necessary to confer with them outside of your presence. You saw a little bit of that yesterday when they come up here and approach the bench. We try to have conversations that you don't hear, but we are electronically enhanced, so if you are picking up our conversation, just let one of the bailiffs, there'll always be a bailiff sitting right there next to you, let them know so that we can adjust our volume here. I did tell you that you are able to take notes if you want to. For your convenience, I think by your chairs we have some sort of plastic container with a notebook and writing utensil of some sort. Do they have them?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay. I see them looking around. All right. Good. So a couple of things about note-taking. One, you're not required to take notes, so don't feel like you have to if you do not want to. Secondly, please don't become so consumed with taking notes that you forget to listen to the next question and answer that's coming along. Sometimes when we're furiously writing, we kind of tune out to what's happening, so please be on the lookout for that. Additionally, rest assured that they're for your use and your use alone. As you see, we have them labeled with your juror numbers. When you're not using them, the bailiffs keep them locked up. I'm actually required by law to shred them at the conclusion of the trial so no one reads them. They don't become a part of this court record or anything like this. Additionally, if one of you is a way better note taker than everyone else, that does not mean he or she becomes the official court reporter once you get into the jury room to deliberate. Sometimes people write things down wrong or not accurately. So if your memory differs from the written notes of someone else, I'm going to ask you to rely on your own memory. That's why you've been individually chosen as jurors in the first place. Just another procedural tidbit. If you do happen to miss a question or an answer, or a witness is mumbling or speaking too low and you can't hear something that's said, please feel free to raise your hand or just shout out, please repeat that, because I've told you that you can't talk to each other about what's happening here in the courtroom. So in ordinary times, we would turn to our friend and say, hey, did she say black or white? And since I've told you you can't do that, it's important that you get it the first time around. So please don't feel inhibited at all. It happens all the time. We'd rather have you interrupt us and make sure that you get the question or the answer the first time around. So please don't feel bad about doing that at all. You're not interrupting or us at all. Additionally, some jurors ask if they can ask questions during the course of a trial. The answer is no in a criminal case. The state's required to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And having jurors ask questions is akin to helping them out in that regard. And so it's not really proper for jurors to ask questions during a criminal trial. Any logistical questions that you all have before we get started? All right. Is the state prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Fucking faggot. That's the words of the defendant in this case, Gerald Radford. You're going to hear that once his relationship, his friendship with the victim in this case, John Walter Lay, deteriorated, every time he saw the victim coming to the dog park they both frequented, he would say, there's that fucking faggot. You will hear Gerald Radford on a recorded phone call talking about a time that he interacted with the victim to his face and said, I told him to his face, there's gay people and there's fags. Gay people live their lives and have a normal relationship with their spouse, and they go home and they keep their shit in their bedroom, and that's it. You're a fag. You're going to hear from multiple people who are going to tell you about the statements that Gerald Radford said. You're going to hear multiple statements that Gerald Radford gave. And you're going to hear things like, Gerald Radford would say things like, I want to punch him right in the face, talking about the victim. You'll hear him talk about, he told the victim, I'll break your fucking jaw. You'll hear that just shortly before we get to the fatal day, the defendant said, I want to fucking kill him. And the day before, 24 hours before John Walter Lay is killed, the defendant is yelling at him, you're going to die, you're going to die. Those are the words of the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be asking yourself, how does it ever get to that? And so we'll rewind time a little bit as we talk about what happened in this case and what the evidence will show you, largely from the mouth of the defendant himself, but also from a variety of people who also frequented this dog park, is that there was a group of people. They went to this place called West Dog Park. It's a big dog park. It's a nice place. It's in a community. It's over by Lato High School. And they all come in the morning, and they hang out, and they walk their dogs. And there was like a little group of people that hang out. Gerald Radford and the victim were two of those people. And for a time, they were friendly. All these people hung out. They had a good time. But you will discover that there became a change in the interaction between the defendant and the victim. You will hear about how they started to have disagreements that were largely centered around matters of politics. It's 2020, it's 2021, it's 2022. We're all living through COVID and mask mandates and vaccines and a whole lot of hot button issues that at the time everybody was real fired up about. And so you will hear that as these two men are having different views on these topics and other topics, you will learn that the defendant becomes the aggressive, hostile one. He's the guy saying fucking faggot. And you will hear from people at the park who will say the victim never got angry, never got hostile, never got aggressive. Eventually, he kind of hit the boiling point and he was like, we can't keep doing this. Like, I can't endure this forever. But Mr. Radford persisted. And you will hear from people who were there, who told Mr. Radford to his face, you can't talk to people like that. It's 2024. You can't run around calling people fucking faggots. And still, he persisted. He increased the aggression. He increased the hostility. You will hear how people saw him going up to the victim and blocking his path as if to provoke a fight. And you will hear how Mr. Radford was always very clever to say, but I'm not going to be the guy who starts the fight with the gay guy. So we're going to fast forward eventually to February 2nd, 2024. That's the day that this murder is alleged to have occurred. It's early in the morning, before 8 o'clock. Mr. Radford is going to tell you he gets up routinely, he takes his dog, he goes to the park, he walks around, and as it turns out, that same morning, as so often happens, Mr. Lay shows up with his dog, and he actually has another dog that he's dog sitting, and he comes to the park. Right off the bat, Mr. Radford is going to say, the victim was saying something to me, I don't even know what he said, and I started telling him, why don't you get out of here? I was here first, this is my part, you should go, nobody likes you. And of course, an argument starts. And that's where the heart of this case is going to come up. Because in this case, the defendant is going to claim self-defense. Gerald Radford shot and killed John Walter Lay. Mr. Lay was not armed with a knife or a baseball bat or a gun or anything remotely resembling a deadly weapon. And he shot him. And you're going to have to decide whether or not he did that legally. And at the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the self-defense laws are, and I expect you will hear something like, the defendant must have reasonably believed that he was either going to die or suffer great bodily harm. And there will be pictures, plenty of pictures of the defendant. He'll have a few cuts and scrapes on his face. No broken bones, no shattered teeth, no fractured nose, no broken arms. You'll have to decide whether or not he reasonably believed that he needed to shoot John Walter Lay to prevent death or great bodily harm. But I will submit to you that Mr. Radford's claim of self-defense will fail because it will be clear to you from all of the history, from both the words of the people who shared the dog park, but even from the defendant himself, that the person who was the aggressor, the person who most reasonably would have started the entire fight, was the defendant. And you will hear that if the defendant is the aggressor, if he's the guy committing a crime, then he would have had a duty to retreat. He can't pull a gun, he's got to try and get away. Because you can't start a fight and then be upset that you get your butt kicked in a fight and say, I'm going to shoot somebody. Now, the state of Florida's burden is going to be murder in the second degree. And there are a few elements. There are the things that sort of make up the concept of murder in the second degree. The first one is the victim must be dead. That's an easy one. I'm going to show you autopsy photos of John Walter Lay. I'm going to show you the spot in his chest where he has the gunshot wound that killed him. And I'm going to show you an array of injuries that he suffered to his head and body in the course of the fight. We'll have a doctor come tell you about the autopsy. He's dead. It's even so much an easy thing to do. The defense has actually stipulated, you will see the stipulation that John Walter Lay is dead. That one's easy. The defendant caused the death. That's the second element. Well, the defendant is telling you that he caused the death. That's what self-defense is. I did it, but, ... I was allowed to. And so I submit to you that when you decide the defendant did not act in self-defense, you will ultimately conclude that the defendant caused death, because that's the only obvious answer. And so what will be left is what is in the heart and the mind of Gerald Radford at the time of the killing. You will hear this phrase about an act imminently dangerous, evidencing a depraved mind. That's a long sentence of words that you'll get. And there will be a definition, and what you will hear are the words ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And I submit to you now, and I will argue to you at the end of this trial, that the person with hate in their heart is that man, Gerald Radford. He's the aggressor, he's the hostile one, he's the disrespectful one, he's the words of hate. Now, I told you you're going to hear a lot of interviews in this case, and I want to explain to you how the case is going to unfold so you understand what's coming. The case basically starts with a 911 call. You will eventually hear the 911 call, and that triggers the response of members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. The first witness you're going to hear very shortly is Deputy Craig Hoffman. He's one of the first responding deputies to the scene. He arrives at the dog park. He's one of the first people to have any interaction with the defendant. You'll be able to see the defendant as he's originally found. And then, pretty quickly, you will see Deputy Hoffman attempt to go render aid to Mr. Lay, who's laying on the ground dying. Mr. Lay's dog, confused in the moment, is barking at the deputy, trying to defend his owner, not understanding what's happening. You'll watch that interaction. And then eventually you will watch two deputies try and provide life-saving efforts to Mr. Lay before they just say he's not breathing. We're not going to make you watch the entirety of it, but you will watch those moments where deputies try to save Mr. Lay's life. And as you do, I want you to pay careful attention to where Mr. Lay is laying on the ground. Because you're going to discover that there's actually a spot where Mr. Lay is laying, and then there's another spot where there's some items, some mugs and sunglasses and things. And that's going to become important, the distinction of those two locations, the distance between them. So you're going to hear about that. Once the scene is initially some sort of stability is established, detectives are called in. You're going to hear from Detective Kelsey Nix. Detective Nix is what's called the scene detective. She's going to come and talk with you about all the things that are discovered at the scene. You're going to see the cell phone that Gerald Radford had in his hand. You're going to see a speaker that he was wearing on his belt. And I want you to listen carefully to the 911 call and see if you hear music on the 911 call. And I also want you to listen carefully to the video from Deputy Hoffman when he first responds and see if music is playing. Because what I think you're going to see is you're going to see that Mr. Radford was not concussed, he was not frantic, he was not panicked, he was not responding to some emotional trauma. He actually had bothered to turn music back on while he was waiting for the police to show up. But it wasn't on while the 911 call was going. So she'll talk to you about those things. You'll see the gun. Mr. Radford did call 911. That's the 911 call you're going to hear. He had taken his gun, he had put it on the table, he had unloaded it, he had waited for the police. And so you'll see those items and talk about that. Then we'll talk about that other area that I talked about. You're going to see that in the dog park, there's like a water trough area for like dogs to drink water when they're at the park. And right near there, there's a series of items. You're going to discover there's a bright blue, like mug, like one of those things you screw the top on to keep your coffee warm, like a thermos sort of thing. That's the victim's mug. You're going to see a darker blue thermos mug. That's the defendant's mug. You're going to see that the handle is broken off of the defendant's mug. And you're also going to see a pair of sunglasses, which the defendant ultimately identifies as his, laying on the ground. And as you watch the video and you look at the pictures, I really want you to pay attention to the ground. And I want you to ask yourself what you can see in those pictures and what you know of just what the sand and dirt is like anywhere in the state of Florida, but especially in Hillsborough County. Because what you're going to see is on the sunglasses, they have dirt all over them. But the mug doesn't. The gun doesn't. The cell phone, the speakers don't. You're going to see pictures of Mr. Radford. You'll see the injuries. I'm not going to suggest he didn't suffer any injuries. He's got some little cuts and scrapes to his bridge of his nose and above his eye and under his cheek and a little thing over here near his collarbone. You're going to see those things. But you're going to see that Gerald Radford doesn't have a speck of dirt anywhere on him. You will hear Gerald Radford, when he's interviewed by law enforcement, tell the police, tell the sheriff's office, I got a mouthful of dirt while we were rolling around on the ground fighting. He doesn't have a speck of dirt on his face anywhere. You'll see his jeans. There's no dirt there. Not from rolling on the ground, struggling. Because what Gerald Radford is going to say is he's going to say that basically Mr. Lay, the guy who had never been the aggressor, who had never been hostile, today was the day that he decided to attack Mr. Radford, to ambush him, to hit him in the face with his mug, knock him to the ground, and that two grown men rolled around on the ground, and while Mr. Radford was pinned on the ground, he was able to draw the concealed firearm he was carrying on his right hip with his right hand. And what he will tell police is that when he initially draws that gun, he does the most instinctual thing. He immediately points it at the victim and he shoots him. And since he's right-handed, shooting at somebody who's facing him, he would shoot him on the left side. You will watch Gerald Radford literally demonstrate to the police, I shot him over here. Problem for Gerald Radford is the gunshot's over here. It's not in a position that makes any sense. And I will go to great lengths when the medical examiner is on to explain to you how medical examiners can literally open a human body and follow the path of a bullet through a body. So the medical examiner can tell you not only that the bullet goes here and comes to rest down here, but that that angle is downward, meaning that gun is up here, pointing downward. It's not here, pointing at the left side of the victim, as Mr. Radford initially tells the police. And that's what you're going to discover. What you're going to discover is that Gerald Radford gives multiple statements. He makes a 911 call. He gives an initial hour-long interview with police. He goes back to the scene with them. He does a walkthrough, which is on video. You'll get to watch it. A week later, they interview him again. A month later, they interview him again. And in every instance, there starts being new facts and changes to the facts that he's told. Gerald Radford will tell you that he was concussed and was so out of it that in the moment, he didn't remember all the facts. But as time went by, more facts came along. But listen to the facts that come along as the interviews and the moments progress. Because what you'll discover is that we'll get multiple interviews into this before Gerald Radford ever says anything like, oh, the victim had his finger on the trigger. The victim was trying to pull the trigger to shoot me. You won't hear that in the first initial interviews. Mr. Radford will very clearly demonstrate, I drew the gun with my right hand, I immediately pointed it up, and I fired. And somehow later, that will transform into the victim got his hands on the gun, both hands on the gun, and we were fighting over the gun, and now he's got his finger on the trigger, and he's trying to turn the gun towards me, and I somehow magically can disengage the safety and shoot him before he can do anything. So you will have to pay careful attention to what is said and when it is said, and how the details change as the case progresses. But there are also going to be some things that are just glaringly obvious to you. In the first interview with Mr. Radford, sitting down with detectives, the longest interview he gives, he says the following: I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I talked to him and treated him with respect just like everybody else. That's the same Gerald Radford who will admit he called the victim a fucking faggot to his face. I swear to God, I never did a damn thing to that guy, and I don't know why he started on me. Well, you will discover that not so long ago, in a separate proceeding, Mr. Radford gave some testimony. And finally, about 2 months ago, Gerald Radford told us what this fight was really all about. You see, Gerald Radford and John Walter Lay were friends. Mr. Lay is a gay man. One day, Mr. Lay made the mistake of asking the defendant out for a beer on a date. And you will hear Mr. Radford say that. In fact, when we read the transcript, you will hear Mr. Radford first say, well, I was told I wasn't supposed to volunteer information. And I say, no, please, tell us whatever. And he admits that that's what the real dispute was. It wasn't about politics. It wasn't about COVID, mask mandates, vaccines. I'm sure those things happen too. But you will hear Gerald Radford tell you that what really dissolved their friendship, what really set us down the path of fucking faggot, I'll break your jaw, I want to kill him, you're going to die, is that a gay man asked him out. Gerald Radford also said, no, I don't think I ever threatened him. And at the back end of this trial, I will bring up a half dozen people who were all at that park, and they will tell you that in the days and the weeks leading up to this shooting, Gerald Radford was getting out of control. They will tell you that they were trying to intervene. They will tell you that they saw him aggressively approaching the victim, and they were worried that something was going to happen, and they were trying to talk reason to him, and he just wasn't having it. Ultimately, as I said, you will have to make a decision about whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense. And I submit to you that, ladies and gentlemen, self-defense is rooted in fear. You must be afraid you are going to die. You must be afraid someone is going to cause great bodily harm to you, not cuts and scratches on your face. And so you will literally hear it from the horse's mouth when Gerald Radford is asked, during this incident, were you in fear? His response is, what's fear? I didn't want to get my ass kicked. Yeah, I thought he was going to kick my ass. And still, the detectives take a second try at asking him, during this altercation, at any point were you in fear for your life? Well, after I got blood on my face, I was kinda scared, yeah. You're going to hear Gerald Radford, unprompted, basically say the following: I should have just let him kick my ass and be done with it. I just needed him to stop beating me up. That's what I needed. When asked, Gerald Radford is not going to be on video saying, I thought I was going to die. Oh, he'll get to that later. He'll keep changing the facts, but in the first initial statement, he won't say, I thought I was going to die. He won't say, I thought he was going to kill me. He won't even say, I thought he was going to break my nose or pound my face in or, whatever. And so when this trial proceeds, I ask that you start and always think about what is the ultimate question that I submit to you will be at the end of this case. What was in the mind of Gerald Radford when he pulled the trigger and shot John Walter Lay? Was it fear? Was it the fear of death or great bodily harm? Or was it hate? And I submit to you at the end of this trial, you will find the defendant guilty as charged because you will decide that everything tells you that he had hate in his heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the defense like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
May it please the court, good morning, court staff, counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. There are two sides to every story. And I know that that sounds cliche, but it's true. And what the state just told you is a story. It's their theory of what happened. And so now, using that same evidence, I'm going to tell you the story. And I'm going to tell you Mr. Radford's story. Because in this story, there are two men and two sides. Everyone, this is Gerald Declan Radford. He is the man that sits before you, presumed innocent. He goes by Deck. People call him Deck. That's his nickname. And Deck He was born in Ireland and spent most of his life being raised in New Jersey before settling down here in Florida with his wife. And he's been down here now for about 13 years. He has 3 sons, and of course he has his 4-legged babies. Mr. Radford is a veteran. He's an ex-Marine, and like many ex-military, he carries a firearm for protection. This is Florida. This is not unusual. So as you see, he's just a common man, doing common things, going to the dog park every day, living a very common, quiet life. And that all came crashing down on February 2nd, 2024. It is a tragic day that has impacted the lives of 2 men forever. And the 2 men involved, Mr. Diaz is right, they were friendly, they were cordial, most importantly, they were peaceful. But unfortunately, as we stand here today, Mr. Lay, the other man in the story, he's no longer with us. But as you know, this story starts way before February 2nd, 2024. Both Deck, as he goes by, and Walt, Mr. Lay goes by Walt, were longtime regulars at this West Tampa dog park, nearly daily, same time in the morning. And there was a group of people there that were all friendly and got along and talked, and they became known as the morning crew. But you'll hear that around the time when COVID was becoming our life, that a rift began between Deck and Walt. And I'm sure you can remember in your memories very keenly what life became like during COVID and how polarizing it became. COVID was politicized, and many people, maybe even your loved ones and friends, you didn't see eye to eye on. And that's where this started. Okay? It's not about a date. It's about varying a misalignment of ideology. And unfortunately, the people at the dog park, the morning crew, they, just like the rest of society, kind of fell victim to this cleavage of ideology, and they began to splinter. And as they did so, the group kind of split down ideological lines, quote unquote liberals and conservatives, right? And they would no longer sit together, stand together and talk, commingle. That had kind of ended. Now, my client, Deck, not shy about his views. Not going to pretend that he is. And some people may call these views harsh or extreme. Maybe you don't share them, maybe I don't share them, but they're not uncommon views. And when he expresses these views, yeah, he uses horrible language. Horrible, vulgar language. Language that you and I probably today would not use. But Deck, he's from another time. Jersey, he's a Yankee. He's from a different place. Okay, he grew up in the 60s and 70s. And that's a time when using a word like faggot was commonplace. It was like calling somebody ugly. It was just an insult. When I was a kid, and I'm dating myself now, but we tossed around the word gay a lot. And that had no implication of homosexuality. It was just a word. These are words, just insults. It is not, and I implore you, indicative of a person who hates an entire subsection of our culture, let alone drive you to murder. And we concede that the state's going to parade many people before you. And it's going to be ad nauseum. You're going to hear the same thing over and over again. He uses this language. We know he does that. His views are harsh. We know that. He's aggressive. He's in your face. We know that. And Deck himself will tell you, I'm an asshole. I can be an asshole. So from the time of COVID on, this animosity begins to grow because Walt and Deck definitely do not see eye to eye. And Walt does not like the use of the slurs. But what you won't hear is at any point it becoming physical. Over those years, despite what was said, the horrible things that might have been said, it was never physical. So despite the bickering, and you can't tell me there wasn't bickering back and forth, despite that, Walt and Deck never got physical. Well, obviously that changed. That changed on February 2nd. And what started as a normal morning for these two men, taking their dogs to the dog park like they do every day for years, would turn deadly. And that morning, at that time, there was only 2 people in that park. Deck and Walt. So there are no eyewitnesses. And there's no surveillance, and that's large in part due to a failure in the police investigation. So there's nobody that can tell us what happened that day except for Mr. Radford. So you are going to be forced to either rely on the state's version of events or the events as they occurred by somebody who was actually there. And we believe that the evidence you're going to see supports the fact that an altercation was started by Walter and Declan was forced to defend himself. According to Deck, he was the first one at the park. And Deck, at this time, had sadly just lost one of his dogs. And these dogs are like children to Deck. Okay? And he was really struggling. And he was especially melancholy. And he was even more alienated from this group of mourning folks that got together because of the tragedy of losing his dog. He wasn't interacting with anybody. He was keeping to himself. And obviously, at some point there soon after, Walt arrived at the park with his 2 dogs. And now, it's going to be important to look at when you see the evidence and you see the pictures of the dog park, that when you pull up to the dog park in your car, not only can you see the parking lot and who's there and see whose car is there, but you can see the whole park. And so it would have been plainly obvious to Walt that not only was Declan in the park, but it was just going to be the 2 of them. Now, unfortunately, Walt's not here to tell us what caused the next decisions that he made or what he was doing. But we believe that he was fed up with the bullcrap at the dog park. Fed up with it. Tired of the arguing. Tired of it. And when he sees Deck there, he makes a beeline for him. And Deck is over by those washing tubs that Mr. Diaz talked about. And in coming at him, Walt could have made the decision to walk around this platform and go to the other side. But instead, he walks around to the same side that Declan's on. And as he does this, he says to him, "Why do you come here? We fucking hate you here." Deck says some time passes, and before he knows it, whack, he's hit in the face with some object. And Deck was knocked to the ground, and the next thing you know, Walter is over the top of him. and he is using part of his body to pin down Declan's left leg. Well, we surmise that it was in that fall, in that initial scuffle, that Declan, when falling to the ground, dropped and broke his mouth. So once they're down on the ground, Walt began to, what Dex referred to as hammer fist him. So hit it, striking him like this. Now remember, he's over the top of him. He's not punching him directly. He's beating down on him like this, over and over and over again. And this is consistent, by the way, with the evidence you're going to see, including bruising to the outer part of Walt's hands and lots of it, covering what you wind up seeing are pretty deep abrasions on the knees of Walt, which tells us he was on his knees over Declan. So now you have this larger man, taller man, 13 years his junior, over the top of him, beating him, raining down these fists. And he does sustain multiple injuries to his face. And the face is covered in blood. At this time, he is completely helpless. He is overpowered, and he is being hit over and over. And you'll see the pictures of his injury, and you'll see the blood, and you'll see it's nothing short of a vicious attack. And this goes on for, Dex seems to think, and sometimes it's hard to gauge time when things like this are happening, but he believes about 15 to 20 more seconds of this, and there's no sign of it stopping. And of course he feared for his life in that moment. He is completely powerless against this man. And that left him with no choice but to try to retrieve his firearm that he carried for personal protection from behind him. And Deck is able to manipulate and move over and get that firearm. And he brings that firearm and gets that 9mm up to the side of about the mid-torso of Walt. And that's when they begin to struggle over this gun. They both have their hands on the gun. And it's twisting. And it's moving. And it's up. And it's down. And then there's a loud bang. A bright light, and Declan has shot Walt. Now there's a few things I want to point out about the struggle that took place. The evidence I want you to pay attention to. Number one, you're going to see that there's mixed DNA on the gun. 2 people touched that gun. There's DNA from 2 people on that gun, telling you 2 people had to have touched it. Walter's injuries are consistent. The bruising in the knees of him being over top of Walter. And you will see pictures of Deck afterwards. And you will, if you look close enough, I did, that's my job, you will see debris at the bottom of his pants. But also what they failed to tell you is they took those pictures after he changed his clothes. He was wearing something completely different when law enforcement showed up. And the sweatshirt that he was in was taken not for evidence, not to be preserved. It was tossed in the back of a police cruiser. Declan doesn't have any injuries to his hands. They're clean. And as far as the trajectory of this bullet, we believe it is consistent with being shot from being over the top of somebody. Now I predict that Mr. Diaz is going to get up with the medical examiner and they're going to grab a skeleton and they're going to move the gun all around and they're going to try, well, it could have come from this way and it could have come from that way. And, you know, it's pointed down, which doesn't make a lot of sense because Declan is shorter than Walter Lay. And he's a former Marine. Why would he shoot from up, above, and down? We posit that in the course of this struggle, when that gun comes up to the pectoral muscle of Walter, his back is at this angle. I'm shot and the bullet goes through, it's going to go through. This way, not this way. That's consistent with being over the top of somebody. And it was a chaotic scene. There's phones everywhere, there's coffee mugs, there's a speaker, and the dogs are going nuts. So there's evidence that something violent took place. And Declan, he staunchly maintains this version of events. He was overpowered. He was helpless. He's 66 now, 65 at the time. He is riddled with arthritis. He has bursitis. He has 2 knee replacements. He was no match for the younger, bigger, stronger Walter. And he did fear for his life in that moment. A reasonable person would fear for their life in that moment. And unfortunately, a decision was made that nobody should have to make. And realizing that Walt had been shot, what does Deck do? He doesn't run, he doesn't leave the park. Remember, there's nobody else around. He calls 911 immediately. And when you listen to the call, listen to the raw emotion, listen to the anguish, listen to the torture in his voice. The torture that is consistent with someone who was forced to take a life to protect their own. Not a hate-filled killer. Not somebody who just walked in to the park and picked a fight and shot somebody. You wouldn't have that much of a visceral reaction to it. And when law enforcement arrives, they find Deck peaceful, hands up. He had made sure the gun was secure, set it far away, and just stood and waited for police. And at this time, this poor man is in complete and utter shock. He couldn't even remember his name when asked by police. He stumbled over it. They had to take his license out of his wallet. He is breaking out in these spontaneous bursts of, he's sobbing, he's hyperventilating. Everything about Declan's behavior is consistent with someone who was just traumatized by taking a life to protect his own. And if that behavior was not consistent, give that man an Oscar. Because that was an Oscar-worthy performance. Now, by this time, an investigation has commenced. And I use the term investigation loosely. Deck, he is taken by detectives down to a station to do an interview. And Deck gives several interviews with the police. He is always cooperative. He is always remorseful. And he is always forthcoming. Are there variances in his account? Yes, there are. But as you can imagine, as anybody can understand, that as that shock of the day's events, especially immediately preceding, and that adrenaline leaves your body and your mind can visualize and time passes, of course you're going to start remembering what happened once that shock is worn off. Additionally, Mr. Radford began therapy that helped him to process the things that had happened. And really, the story never really changes per se. He just provides law enforcement with additional information. He's not walking anything back. He's adding to it. And those are two very, very different things. Now, after his second interview with law enforcement, Mr. Radford, Declan, is provided the contact information for a victim's advocate. Now ask yourself, how many suspects are provided with a victim advocate? Why would law enforcement down the road give victim advocate information if the preceding investigation did not lead them to believe that he was a victim and that this case was self-defense? After this second interview, which was days after the incident, they didn't arrest Declan. In fact, on February 12th, law enforcement met with members of the state attorney's office. They didn't arrest Declan after that. Additionally, on February 14th, law enforcement says in their report they met with the FBI. Didn't arrest Declan after meeting with the FBI. And that is where this investigation should have stopped. Law enforcement knew this was self-defense. But law enforcement, they're spurred on, compelled by a barrage of angry emails from the witnesses that the state is going to put up there, and by political motivations, not new evidence. The evidence in the story remained the same. The only thing that changed from the beginning of February to March 8th, 40 days later, when they arrested Declan, was the public interest in this case, not evidence. Insofar as the video that the state is so heavily going to rely on, law enforcement had that video in the very beginning of the investigation, I would say within the first week. This video that allegedly Walt's life, he had said Deck had threatened his life. Law enforcement had that video. And even that video was not significant enough to change their minds and make them arrest Declan. And I want to talk about this video because the state's going to rely on it so much. If Walt's life had been threatened, would he have gone back to the dog park at the same time as Declan, and he knows Declan will be there, and furthermore go in knowing you're alone in there with him? Wouldn't he call law enforcement? He doesn't. In fact, 2 years leading up to this incident, Walt never contacts law enforcement about anything that happened at the dog park. But instead, Walt decides the very next day he's going to go back to the dog park at the same time that Declan has been going to that park much longer than him, almost 10 years. So you can't tell me that there was an antagonism going back and forth. And I don't truly believe that the threat was real. And I certainly don't believe that Walt felt truly threatened. In fact, we know that Walt wasn't threatened by Deck because he says in his own words, in text messages, I'm going to quote, Walter, he, meaning Declan, doesn't really intimidate me. Quote, he, meaning Declan, is weak and feeble. Quote, if he, meaning Declan, blocks my path again, I'm going to try and tackle him. And isn't it interesting that that is exactly what happened? But regardless of why Walt decided to go to the park that day, despite his life being threatened and him being in such odds and fear of Declan, he goes back. We may never know the reasons. But what we need to focus on is the tragic loss of life. That's what we're here to talk about. And I want you to ask yourself, if an innocent man who was forced to defend himself is being railroaded by the state attorney's office and by law enforcement who folded to public pressure to charge Declan and make this a hate crime. And whew, tell you, that is some leap that the state is asking you to make. To believe that just because somebody uses homophobic slurs, that they have hatred in their heart so much that they're going to go out and kill somebody, going to go out and target that person. Well, if everybody who had disdain and used foul language, if logic follows, were murderers, we'd have a lot of murderers out there. Everybody's got a weird uncle they invite to Thanksgiving, and you never know what's going to fall out of their mouth.
The argument?
Sustained.
This is almost ludicrous, but it's the story. That's the story that the state wants you to believe. That despite there never being any violence between them, that Declan killed Walter that day purely because he was gay. And remember, what we say, what the lawyers say, it's not evidence. This is not murder because Mr. Diaz just got up and told you it is. This is not a hate crime because the state says it is. Make the state work for it. Their burden is so incredibly high, so difficult to overcome. And as Declan sits before you, he is presumed an innocent man. Do not forget that. They have to prove their story, their version of events, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. Evidence just doesn't support it. The evidence does not lead you safely to guilty. It just doesn't. And when you deliberate, you're going to get a lot of instructions. And one of those instructions says that if your opinion vacillates, if you waver, that, members of the jury, is reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two sides to every story. And if at the end of this trial, and at the end of this evidence, you do not know the truth about what happened that dreadful morning at the West Tampa dog park, if you do not know the truth, you must find Mr. Radford not guilty. Thank you.
All right, the state can call your first witness.
Your Honor, defense will open the question.
All right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Step this way. Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Deputy Craig Hoffman. Last name is Hoffman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy Hoffman.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Now, how long have you been employed with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
16 years.
Okay. And what is your current position at Hillsborough County Sheriff's
I'm
Office?
on a behavioral health squad. I deal with homeless issues.
Now, was that the same position you had on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you called to a scene on February 2nd, 2024?
I wasn't called, but I self-dispatched myself. Call came out on the radio.
Okay.
So I went through. I wasn't too far.
Oh, where were you called to?
Occident Road, the dog park.
Is that in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Okay. So, what did you do when you arrived on scene?
I saw the defendant with his hands up. Me and Deputy Lowe went and secured him, put him in handcuffs.
Now, this defendant, did you find out who this man was? Were you able to identify him?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Gerald Radford.
Is this man in the room with us today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
The gentleman in the blue jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Yes.
So, why did you place Mr. Radford in handcuffs?
Well, it was a shooting call. It was him and the decedent in the park. He had his hands up. So, and I believe there's some description on the radio, not 100% on that, but I was under the belief that he needed to be secured because a shooting just occurred. So we put him in handcuffs.
So after you secured him, what did you do?
I then I left him with Deputy Lowe, and I went to do CPR on the decedent.
Now, when you attempted to render aid, what happened?
There's dogs in the park, and I believe it was the decedent's dogs. He was barking at me, kind of aggressive, and I finally got over, and I started packing the wound.
Now, were you wearing body-worn camera footage like that?
I was.
In our state request to publish State Exhibit 1.
All right.
That is the wrong one.
Judge, I apologize. I think this is the time for the redaction instruction.
All right, members of the jury, you're about to view this video recording, and I'll instruct you now that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. And the fact that it has been edited to take out long periods where nothing is shown, for example, or something like that, shouldn't affect your viewing of the evidence.
Now, did you hear music in the background when you were placing him in cuffs?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
What you got out on the table?
I believe you stated this, but when you were attempting to render aid, what did you notice about the victim?
The color of his skin, his chest wasn't moving, and he didn't have a pulse.
Okay. Now, what did you do after you were attempting to render aid to the victim?
After I rendered aid, then I just sat with Deputy Lowe as well. Mr. Radford was detained.
A moment to confer, Your Honor. State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Right. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. Deputy Hoffman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Fair to say you were probably the first person to encounter Mr. Radford?
That's the second person.
Okay.
Deputy Lowe was ahead of him.
Okay, but you all kind of arrived at the same time.
Pretty much.
And isn't it true that at some point during your interaction with my client, he told you, hey, there's a sign, I think there might be security video?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true, Deputy Hoffman, that when you first encountered my client, he was in shock
Yes.
and he seemed confused?
Yes.
And he was exhibiting real emotions. You saw him crying
Yes.
and hyperventilating.
Yes.
But throughout this whole time, he remained cooperative, didn't he?
Yes.
And he stayed in the park after this happened, correct?
He did.
And he called 911.
To my knowledge, he did, yeah.
And you saw noticeable injuries to his face.
Yes.
And was there a lot of blood?
I don't recall. I think there was a little bit of blood on his face. I'm not exactly. I forget how much it was.
At this time, defense would like to introduce and publish what's already been stipulated to as defenses 1.
All right.
Okay.
Later. Do you recognize this, Deputy?
I do.
And is that the face of my client as you met him in the park that morning?
Yes.
And are these the clothes that he was wearing?
I believe so.
And is that blood down the front of his shirt?
I see it on. Yeah. There's some blood on the lettering there.
And you attended to Mr. Lay, correct?
Yeah, I called EMS.
Okay.
One.
And at that time that Mr. Lay was still on the ground, were you able to notice anything about his condition?
Say it one more time, please.
Were you able to notice anything about the condition of his body? Did you notice the dirt that was on his legs?
I know he was dirty. I don't remember where the dirt was.
At this time, we would like to introduce and publish what's been stipulated as defenses number 2.
All right.
Deputy Hoffman, is that what his legs looked like after?
I believe so.
And you mentioned that you had to put handcuffs on Mr. Radford.
Correct.
Sir, did you do that because you were scared?
Well, I had some fear. Shooting just occurred, so.
But you weren't afraid in that moment of Mr. Radford. It's protocol, right?
I wasn't, but yeah, a shooting just occurred, so I don't know what his mindset is.
So would you say that agree that it's a matter of protocol, and it wasn't because in that moment he was acting violent?
No, he was not. His protocol.
And he was definitely not being arrested and taken into custody.
He was being detained as far as I understood at that time.
A moment to confer, please, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Hoffman, I have no further questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Anything else from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, I'm going to redirect you to what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. Now, let's see. Now, the blood that is on his shirt, does that correlate with what the blood has been dripping off his nose when you observed him on scene?
I would assume so.
Okay. A moment to confer, Your Honor. No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Call your next witness.
State will call Detective Nix, Your Honor.
Is that Kelsey Davis?
Yes, Kelsey Davis, who's now Kelsey Nix.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Detective Kelsey Nix, N-I-C-K-S. At the time of the investigation, it was Davis.
Thank you.
Detective Nix, you answered my first question right off the bat, so I do appreciate that. Good morning. Where are you employed, Detective Nix?
I'm employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, how long have you been employed there?
Approximately 9 years now.
Okay, and where are you currently assigned?
I'm assigned to the homicide section.
Now, was that the same position you had on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, were you called to a scene that day?
I was.
Okay. What were you called to?
I was contacted by my supervisor at the time, Sergeant Florio, and he advised that I was to respond to the shooting investigation.
Okay. Where was that shooting investigation?
I was at West Dog Park.
Okay. Is that in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Okay. So, when you arrived on scene, what were you asked to do? What were your duties?
Upon arrival, I was tasked with overseeing the scene investigation.
Okay. Now, tasked with overseeing the scene investigation, what do you do in that task?
Typically, it's to document any evidence that may or may not be present at scene, and to kind of take oversee photographs that are taken, look for any evidence that may or may not contribute to the investigation.
Okay, so what'd you start with first?
So typically, I arrived on scene, and first thing that I usually do is attend a briefing with other members of the homicide section.
Okay, and what'd you do from there?
From there, I spoke with Sergeant Florio as well as Deputy Barrios to brief me regarding the incident.
Okay, and then after that, what happened?
After that, a scene walkthrough was eventually conducted, and then I, along with CSI Mullaney, conducted the photographs of the incident scene and began to examine items of evidence.
Now, when you say that you observed the scene with crime scene investigator Mullaney, so that means you took photos, looked at evidence that you observed on scene, and processed the scene with crime scene investigator Mullaney, is that correct?
I did not take any photographs, but yes.
You were with crime scene investigator Mullaney who took the photos?
Correct.
Okay, so you observed all these photos taken?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after that, did you do anything else when you were on scene?
Prior to going through and making my initial scene observations, I listened to a 911 phone call.
Okay. What was that 911 call regarding?
the call that I was currently responding to.
Okay. And then did you also go through the scene to look for anything in particular?
We were conducting general observations at first, and we eventually progressed to a narrower scope with items that we were looking for.
Now, were you trying to observe anything else, like shell cases or anything else when you were on scene?
Yes.
Okay, so what did you do to try to find those shell casings?
Initially, we began with just a cursory search of the overall area. Prior to photographs being taken, we try not to disturb items as they are. We try to keep the crime scene as is until photographs are taken. Eventually, we do conduct a thorough line search of the area in an attempt to locate that casing.
Now, what is a line search?
A line search is a tool that we can use sometimes in law enforcement. It's typically various members of law enforcement, crime scene, deputies, detectives. We pace ourselves out at various increments, covering a designated area, and then we will begin to search in a linear pattern on either side, progressing through the designated area to be searched.
Now, besides the stuff you already observed and took in photos that were already taken, did you find anything during that line search?
Yes.
What did you find?
I believe 45 caliber casings.
Now, but were those shell casings in any relation to the firearm that was found by the defendant? That was the defendant's firearm?
No, at the time we located those casings, the firearm we had already located that had been designated in this investigation was a 9mm.
Okay. Now, was a diagram created of the scene?
Yes, it was.
Okay. State would ask to publish State Exhibit 3, Your Honor. Okay, I'm going to try to zoom this out to the best of my ability. Okay. Now, can you tell me what this right here at the top is? What am I looking at here?
Within West Dog Park, there was a covered picnic table, and it was like an open pavilion.
And now these yellow markers all over the diagram, are these the evidence markers that you've tagged on the scene with your crime scene investigator?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, what is these green shrubbery things that I'm seeing on the diagram?
Throughout the dog park, there were several large trees that provided quite a bit of shade throughout the park.
Okay. And what is this circle within a circle in a square that I'm looking at on the diagram?
Under one of the trees was an area kind of designated as a watering station for dogs. There were various large troughs that could be filled with water.
Okay. And is this the path of travel to come in or out near the pavilion?
Yes, those are they're a set of sidewalks that led into the park through a series of chain link gates and into the fenced enclosure.
Okay. And then up at the top left corner, these are the markers of the items that you discovered on scene.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as we discussed, you said that multiple photos were taken of the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
State would ask to publish State Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm looking at State Exhibit 2A. Can you please tell me what that is?
That is the entrance to the dog park. Quartered off into the larger dog park area is going to be on the right side gate, right, the one that's covered in crime scene tape.
Okay. Now, and then I'm showing you what has been marked as State Exhibit 2B. Can you please tell me what that is?
That is through the initial gate into a holding area. That is the second gate that leads into the large dog area of West Dog Park.
Okay. And then 2C. Is this another entrance photo of the dog park?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then 2D, is this another photo basically showing an expanded view of the dog park in question?
Yes, that's
okay.
Correct.
Now, in 2E, is this the watering hole? I'm going to describe it as a watering hole or watering area for the animals that we just discussed in the diagram?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now what's been marked as 2F. Is this the pavilion that we discussed that you said was on the diagram?
Yes.
Okay. So this is one of the walkways to enter to go to that pavilion?
Correct.
In 2G, is this just another photo regarding that pavilion that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
Now, in 2I, were there items, some of these items that you discovered on scene in this photo?
Yes.
What were some of those items that you discovered?
That orange item, kind of in the lower center portion of the photograph, was an orange Bose speaker, and that cell phone more to the right in the center of the photograph on the sidewalk was a cell phone.
Okay. Did you discover whose items those were?
I did not.
Okay, but later on, law enforcement discovered whose items those were?
Yes.
And whose items were they?
The defendants.
Okay. And now 2I, is this the inside of the pavilion?
Yes, it is.
Now what is inside the pavilion? A pavilion that's been marked off in this photo?
On the picnic table, on the lower right side of the photograph, we located what appeared to be a multicolored beanie hat, as well as a firearm and a casing, or sorry, a magazine for that firearm.
Now in 2L, is this, with the crime scene taken, is this where you discovered where the shooting occurred?
From what was indicated, yes.
Okay. In 2K, there is a lot of remnants of what it seems. What are these remnants here that I'm pointing at next to the fire hydrant?
So those various kind of papers and wrappings were left over from medical attention that was provided to the decedent in this case. Hillsborough County Fire Rescue had left those supplies there prior to law enforcement arrival.
Now, does that occur occasionally when fire rescue is attempting to render aid to a victim, that sometimes supplies are left when rendering aid?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And 2L, is this, now are these items over here that you soon discover other items of evidence that you found?
Yes, they are.
What items were those?
I believe that they were two thermos-style cups.
In 2M, were these the thermos-style cups that you just discussed?
Yes.
Now, was there another pair of sunglasses you also found on scene?
Yes.
And were those pair of sunglasses the defendant's?
He identified them as his, yes.
State would ask to publish State Exhibits 4A through I, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I know we discussed this, but we're going to go into more detail. These photos regarding 4A, as we discussed before, these are with markers now. Are these the markers you left for the items you discussed previously?
Yes, those are the markers CSI Maloney placed.
Okay. And the markers that are placed, are these next to the phone and the speaker that you discovered?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, 4B, is this a close-up of that speaker and phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And 4C, is that the speaker again?
Yes, it is.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Did you notice any sand or debris on that speaker when you found it?
Nothing that would appear out of the ordinary for it only being on the ground.
Okay. And 4D, is that same speaker?
Yes, it is.
Now, in 4E, as you discussed briefly, again, what is this?
That was the multicolored kind of beanie-style hat that we located, as well as the firearm and the magazine.
And at this point, those had been marked as evidence, right?
Correct.
And 4F, is this just a close-up of the firearm and ammo that you discovered on scene with Mawini?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And 4G, is that the defendant's firearm that you discovered on scene with Mawini?
Yes.
And 4H, is it that same firearm just flipped over?
Yes.
And 4I, what am I looking at here?
That was the magazine that was located next to the firearm, as well as the rounds of ammunition that were previously loaded into that magazine.
And you didn't find any additional ammo on scene, is that right?
Correct.
The state would ask to publish 7A through M, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, in State Exhibit 7A, now you started to mark the scene, as we discussed before, and some of the items you began to mark were these, the thermoses and sunglasses that you discovered on scene with Mawini?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was this just a close-up photo in 7B of those thermoses and sunglasses that you observed near the watering hole?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in 7C, you observed these, you've marked the two thermoses. Now, what was marked in marked in evidence tag 6 here?
That appeared to be a piece of plastic that resembled, at the time, what could possibly have been a handle to one of the thermoses.
Was that potentially to the mug on number 5?
Correct.
Okay. Did you discover whose mug was whose?
Yes.
Was the defendant's mug number 5?
Correct.
And 7D, is that just another close-up with the handle and the mug of the defendant's mug?
Yes.
Okay. And 7E, is that another close-up with an evidence tag next to that mug?
Yes.
And 7F, what am I observing here?
That was the area of the mug that appeared to have something broken off of it, which drew our attention to that handle.
And 7G, is that the handle you're referring to?
Yes.
And 7H, is this just another photo of that handle from the defendant's mug?
Correct.
Now in 7I, what do you know? Whose mug was this? Or did you discover whose mug was this?
I did not.
Okay. Did law enforcement discover whose mug this was?
I believe so.
And whose mug was this?
The victim.
Okay. And 7L, is that just another close-up of the victim's mug?
Yes.
7K, what am I looking at here?
Those were a pair of sunglasses located at the incident scene.
And you stated those were the defendant's sunglasses?
Correct.
Okay. And in 7L, is this another close-up of those sunglasses?
Yes.
Now, when you had an opportunity to look at these sunglasses with Mawini, did you notice anything out of the ordinary regarding these sunglasses? And I mean out of the ordinary. Do you see anything broken, fractured, cracked regarding these sunglasses?
No, the sunglasses appear to be pretty intact when we located them.
Just a little dirt on them.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm showing you 7M. Is this just another close-up of those sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you and Moini processed the scene and processed for shell casings, anything else you did on the scene that day?
Not after the line search.
Okay. Mug to confer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning, Detective. How are you today?
Well, Counselor, good morning.
Good morning. How long have you been a detective?
Just about 3.5 years now.
And how long has that been in total or in part in major crimes?
3.5 years.
So, and you're still in major crimes?
Correct.
And as a major crime detective, am I accurate in my understanding that you are tasked with investigating shootings, violent crimes, more serious offenses?
That's correct.
Homicides?
Correct.
Do you do sex crimes at all or no?
I previously worked in the special victims section, yes.
Would it be fair of me to say that throughout your 3.5 years, you've probably interacted with members of the community, either suspects or alleged victims that have experienced some sort of trauma?
Yes.
Would it also be fair of me to say that in those interactions, there's no consistent way that anybody responds to trauma?
That's true.
Everybody reacts differently.
Yes.
Some people can remain stoic, right?
Yes.
Others can be, emotional wrecks, right?
At times, yes.
And everything in between.
Yes.
Okay. As part of being tasked by, I believe it was Sergeant Florio?
Yes.
To assist in this investigation, kind of in the hierarchy of lead detective, assistant, where did you fall?
I was assigned as the crime scene detective.
Okay, so you were just the crime scene detective, but as I understand it, subsequent to your investigation at the crime scene, you may have been tasked with a few things here and there as follow-up investigation.
As it pertains to the scene, yes.
So as the crime scene detective, you worked hand in hand with the crime scene investigator or crime scene tech to document the scene, as we just saw the state demonstrate with a variety of photographs.
Yes.
Now, is there any way for you to tell the jury how all of the items that you just went through with Mr. Chambers ended up in their final resting places?
What do you mean, Counselor?
Well, do you know how those items ended up where they did?
Since I arrived after most of the incident had already taken place, and Hillsborough County Fire Rescue had already left, and first responding deputies had already left, I can't attest to what was or was not removed during the actual incident.
The truth is, you wouldn't be able to tell the jury how many people walked through and disturbed that crime scene prior to your arrival, right?
No, I don't know.
But we both could agree that prior to your arrival, Deputy Hoffman and Lowe both arrived on scene, right?
Correct.
That deputies attempted to render life-saving aid to Mr. Lay, right?
Yes.
That EMS arrived on scene to render life-saving efforts, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
That I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if they had, inartfully, one of the, like a gurney with them?
Typically, yes. In
Okay.
this particular instance, I'm not certain.
At this point, there's no crime scene log, right? There's no log keeping track of who's coming in and out?
During first initial response, I don't believe so.
Is there any way for you to tell the jury how many deputies, EMS, fire rescue people walked through that scene prior to these tags and these photographs being taken?
I don't know.
Could be dozens.
That I don't know.
The dogs were, prior to your arrival, or if you know, were running around the crime scene panicking, right?
There were 3 dogs still in the park when I arrived, yes.
And the point I'm trying to make for the jury, and I think we're there, is that there is no way for us as you and I sit here to know how these items, or if these items were actually where they're tagged when this event took place. Right?
Yes.
In the interactions you had with Mr. Radford, he was cooperative?
I didn't have much interaction with Mr. Radford. Detective Harrop would have more to speak on with that.
Were you present for his interview at the station?
I was not.
Did anyone make you aware that Mr. Radford couldn't even remember his name when asked by Deputy Lowe?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware, or were you made aware by either Detective Harrop or any of the deputies on scene that Mr. Radford had pointed out at the initial interaction with law enforcement a sign on the fencing that indicated the park was under video surveillance?
Objection. Prosecutor, you're saying, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I observed the sign, yes.
So you did see that sign?
Yes.
3.5 years as major crime detective, right?
Yes.
Would it make sense to you if somebody had just committed a murder to, as one of the first things to tell detectives or law enforcement, of course after calling 911 and staying like all civilians and citizens of this country would expect somebody to do if they had to take somebody's life in self-defense, but would it make sense to you that one of the first things they say if they had in cold blood killed somebody, oh, by the way, there's a sign, this is all recorded? Would that make sense to you as a major crimes detective?
Objection. Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The shell casings you indicated that were found, I think you said 45. If I told you that the reports indicate they were 40 Smith & Wesson rounds, would that make sense?
It would.
And there's no indication that, or at least I believe I'm accurate in saying this, law enforcement deduced or assumed that those were from some other event, right?
At the time, I don't believe we could definitively say that. Well, there was nothing at the time that indicated to us that they were directly involved in the current investigation.
Knowing what we know now, we know that Mr. Radford was armed with a 9mm, right?
Yes.
And it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it, those rounds wouldn't even fit into Mr. Radford's firearm.
I would say so, yes.
Similar questions, or in a similar vein to the questions I asked about how the items got where they got, and that nobody really knows because of the disturbance on the scene. The mugs that the state published photographs of, we also don't know how they ended up where they were, right?
Prior to my arrival, I can't say.
And what I'm getting at here is you documented them with crime scene where you found them.
That's accurate to say.
Do you recall if the handle to the mug that law enforcement ultimately determined belonged to Mr. Radford was glued on or screwed in?
That I'm not sure.
Is that something you all looked into?
That I'm not sure.
The clothes that were recovered in this case, did you have anything to do with that? Let me rephrase. The clothes that belonged to Mr. Radford.
I was present for the collection of, I believe, one article of clothing.
Which one was that?
The clothing that was recovered from, I believe, Deputy Lowe's vehicle.
Are you aware that Deputy Lowe removed that jacket or hoodie and just tossed it in the back of his vehicle?
That you'd have to ask Deputy Lowe. When
you received it, was it in an evidence bag?
I believe it had already been collected by CSI Mulvaney.
Now, as I understand, on March I believe it was 6th, you were tasked by Detective Harrop to go perform some type of laser measurement of a house nearby relative to the crime scene, right?
No.
You were not?
No.
Do you know who that was?
I do not.
Did you have any involvement in, or were you ever tasked by Detective Harrop as part of your involvement in this case in seeking, obtaining, searching for surveillance footage in the homes nearby on West Jean or West Hannah near the dog park?
By means of a neighborhood survey or something similar to that, Counselor?
In any capacity?
My only involvement was the execution of a search warrant on nearby residents that may have had video cameras that faced the incident scene.
And when was that?
I can't recall, Counselor.
Is it March?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this crime happened on, the alleged crime happened on February 2nd of 2024, correct?
Correct.
You've been a major crimes detective for 3.5 years, right?
Correct.
Safe to say, and I think you'd agree with me as we have this conversation in front of the jury, that if video surveillance of a self-defense situation or an alleged homicide exists, that would be one of the top priorities for you as a major crime detective to obtain, correct?
Correct.
And as a 3.5-year, I would call you a veteran major crimes detective, that you're going to place a high priority on it, not only because of its potential evidentiary value or exonerating value, but they're time sensitive, right?
At times, yes.
Can you describe for the jury why at times surveillance footage like this is time sensitive?
On some cases, some cameras can overwrite data, but not all. And sometimes that data can be erased due to memory capacity. I'm not certified in any kind of digital evidence capacity as well.
Nor am I. However, I think from your experience, you've gleaned that whether it's a 7-Eleven or a home surveillance system, the amount of time that evidence exists can be fleeting due to the storage capacity of the device, correct?
Sometimes.
Now, knowing that, you would place a high priority on obtaining that evidence as soon as possible, right?
In most cases.
So if you were the lead detective on a case where you were advised potential cameras existed right across the street, pointing at the very location that this incident may have taken place, would you have waited till February 12th to follow up to see if you could obtain that footage?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It would depend on the circumstances surrounding the investigation. I can't say without knowing all the details surrounding each case, Counselor.
Would you have waited until March to try to obtain a search warrant to obtain that video surveillance footage? Now, when I say March, we're talking a month after this incident took place.
That would depend on when and how I became aware of that.
For argument's sake, let's say that you, as the lead detective, were aware on day one that a camera across the street from the West Dog Park had potential surveillance footage. Would you have waited until March to try to obtain a search warrant to get it?
I would have probably attempted to try earlier. Again, I'm not the detective that attempted to get that video surveillance, Counselor.
And I understand the difficult spot I'm putting you in, because you weren't the lead detective in this case. But the truth of the matter is, you would have done something day 1, day 2, or even day 3. Not 10 days later, not 2 weeks later, not a month later, right? That's the truth.
Again, it depends, Counselor.
And I can understand the difficulty that question poses for you. And I think that the nature of your response has answered my question, so I appreciate that. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure.
Judge, I'll send to the witness.
All right.
We're going to read this.
Now, going off defense's hypotheticals here, Detective Nix, can you just, as a law enforcement officer, just walk into someone's house?
No, I cannot.
Now, what do you need to walk into someone's house?
Typically, not in all cases, but in most, either consent to be there, when a crime is occurring or has occurring, exigent circumstances for a search warrant.
So you need consent or a search warrant?
Correct.
Or, as you said, exigent circumstances, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's say if someone who owns a house says they don't want you in that house, it's kind of a problem, right?
Correct.
So you need a search warrant, correct?
In most instances.
In most instances. Okay. Moment to confer, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Need a break? Yes. All right, we'll take a quick recess. All rise.
Raise your right hand, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Step this way.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Robert Harrop, R-O-B-E-R-T, H-A-R-R-O-P as in Papa. Yes, ma'am.
Detective, Mr. Harrop, are you a detective with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I am a detective.
And what is your current assignment with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Special Investigations Division on the Internet Predator Unit.
All right, and so that is a different assignment than you would have had February of last year, 2024.
That is correct, sir.
What were you assigned to February 2024?
I was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division on the Homicide section.
Right. So now you're dealing with people who are doing like child porn kind of stuff on the computer, but before you were doing homicides.
That is correct.
And how long have you been doing homicides as of February of 2024? How long have you been with them?
Well, I was on the actual homicide section at that point for a bit under a year. Prior to that, I worked death investigations in the Special Investigations Division involving narcotics-related homicides as they relate to overdoses, and I did that for many years.
And that's what you've been doing in the recent history. How long have you been with HCSO in total?
I started with the Sheriff's Office September 12th of 2010, so a little over 14 years.
Were you called to the scene of West Dog Park on Occident Street on the date of February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury, how does a detective get called to a scene? How does all that work? What comes in the immediate moments thereafter?
So typically a call goes out, patrol will do the initial response. The homicide section, if it is a homicide, the supervisors are commonly made aware of the incident by somebody on patrol or, another supervisor. The supervisors then will task the detectives on the squad with where to go. In this case, it was 6402 North Occident, which is West Dog Park. And then commonly the supervisors will additionally provide a set of tasks or give you, an assignment as it relates to the actual investigation itself. So pretty much always comes from the supervisor.
And what kind of assignments get handed out by the supervisor?
Supervisor will commonly assign like a lead detective, somebody to assist them, a crime scene detective. There's an array of different assignments, but there's multiple for every homicide.
And so a scene detective, what is their responsibility?
Their responsibility is to focus primarily on the crime scene itself, to document the facts.
Audio just went out, guys. Not sure why. Just bear with me. Their audio just cut out. There we go. It's back.
No, usually it's pretty singular focused. Sometimes we have more than one crime scene. There might be two assigned, to go to different places, but it's pretty singular focused on the actual crime scene itself and the evidence.
And who was the crime scene detective in this particular case where Gerald Radford is the accused?
Detective Kelsey Davis.
She's now Kelsey Nix?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so.
Right,
I believe
okay.
so.
What assignment were you given then?
I was assigned the lead detective role.
And what does a lead detective do compared to like a scene detective?
Most commonly, we're tasked with doing interviews of involved parties, and then, in essence, filtering the information back from the other parties that are involved with it, the other detectives, and mainly focusing on the actual interviews themselves is the primary.
So you talk about there's a lead detective, there's a scene detective, and then there's other detectives that might get assigned to other tasks. There's other tasks that might get assigned, like looking for other potential witnesses, like going into a neighborhood and see if anybody by chance heard anything?
Certainly, yeah. So oftentimes on homicides, that's also a task of patrol deputies. But if we are in a neighborhood or something like that, those tasks could include a detective being specifically assigned to what we call like a neighborhood survey, which would be go to like nearby homes and things of that nature, try to talk to people, see if they can develop witnesses, and that can be a primary focus, or there might be multiple tasks that detective is given, but that could be one of the tasks.
Is, we live in a modern age, digital age, is another task that might get assigned to other detectives going and looking for surveillance camera, video footage, things like that?
Correct.
Yes. So when the scene, when the investigation initially starts, you've got one detective at the scene, you got a lead detective out talking to people, and you got other detectives maybe doing whatever else might be needed.
That is correct.
And that's the standard sort of operating procedure in any homicide investigation.
That is correct.
So in this case, did you end up responding to the scene at West Dog Park to just initially go there and see what you could determine from the evidence itself that was like visible?
So yes, sir. I did respond there. The call initially came out at 7:55 a.m. My supervisor was made aware of it, Sergeant Florio. He advised me of the incident at around 8:50 a.m. And then I departed our office and arrived at the park at, I believe, 9:31 a.m. And that was my initial response, was the West Dog Park.
All right, so I want to clarify, make sure they heard that. What time do we believe the incident occurred? What are we using as a point of reference?
So the call itself was memorialized as approximately 07:55, so 7:55 a.m.
And when you say the call, do you mean a 911 call?
Correct. So that's the call I look at that's imported into the computer system. It was imported at 7:55 a.m.
All right, and just while we're talking about the 911 call, I'm going to go ahead and play what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 15. The disc is over there, but I have it here.
February 2, 2024. 07:55 and 07 seconds.
911, do you need police, fire, or medical? Hello, 911. I can't, hang on. Hello? Hello, 911. Do you need police, fire, or medical? Yes, please. I just got these shoes up at West Dog Park. Can you repeat that, sir? West Dog Park. I just attacked, and I have to defend myself. I have to shoot somebody. Sir, what is the address that you are at? It's Occidental Road, West Dog Park.
Detective, I played the first 53 seconds or so. I just want to ask you, this 911 call we're listening to, this is the 911 call you heard, right?
That is correct, sir.
There's not been any sort of audio enhancement or change or anything?
No, sir.
The reason why I ask is I don't hear any music playing.
But neither do I, sir.
And do you have a weapon on you, sir? I do have a weapon, and I'm unloading it, and it's on the table. I think you might be dead. And about how long does this occur? Minutes. I called as soon as I could dial the number. And you said you're putting it on the table, so are you in a house? No, I'm at a dog park. Dog park. And who did you shoot? This guy attacked me. Do you have to know what's going on? I've been having trouble with this guy for months and months and months. I'll explain to the police when I get there. Oh my God. And you are still outside that dog park. What are are you wearing so deputies can see you?
I'm sitting at the table in a camouflage jacket and jeans.
Oh my God, jacket and jeans?
Yeah.
And where's the victim? Where is that guy?
He's just lying in the park.
You said he's in the park? Where in the park?
He's just lying in the park, man. Oh, God.
What is your name, sir?
Gerald. G-E-R-A-L-D.
Detective, I think I hear the voice saying Gerald, G-E-R-A-L-D. Is that the spelling of the defendant's name as you know it?
Yes, sir.
He didn't spell it incorrectly, did it?
No, sir.
Was there a pause between where they ask, what's your name, sir, and he says immediately Gerald? Is there some pause that we edited out?
No, sir.
The person you shot, what is he wearing?
Shorts and a jacket. Oh my God, I could be dead.
What color shorts, sir?
Gray, brownish gray. Oh man.
You got anything? And last I recall, you said you were by a table. Are you still at that table, sir?
Yeah, I'm right here.
And is the weapon still on that table?
Yes, it is.
And you said you unloaded the weapon?
Yeah. Oh,
and it's that the table you're sitting at, correct?
Yes.
And how many times did you shoot him, sir?
One.
And where was he shot at?
I don't know.
Detective, we just heard Mr. Radford say, I don't know, and ask where he shot Mr. Lay. Do you, later on in the investigation, get to interview Mr. Radford back at, like, the HCSO district station?
Yes, sir. I interviewed him at our District 3 office.
And how much time, this is 7:55, they're approaching, somewhere right before 8 o'clock. What time do you think you interview Mr. Radford when you're back at the station?
Maybe around 10:30. I'm not sure the exact time.
So 2.5 hours later?
Yes, sir.
By the time we get to 2.5 hours later, we haven't gotten there yet, but in the interview, Mr. Radford, is he able to give you very specific details about where he shot Mr. Lay?
Yes, sir.
He grabbed hold of me and I'm about to get on the ground. I was scuffling around on the ground. I managed to grab him, hit me in the face with his fucking cup.
Yeah, I know that's how he shot my man.
Alright, sir, and I just want to confirm, you're still at that table, correct?
I'm in the area of the table. The gun's on the table underneath my hat.
And when you say you're in the area of the table, where exactly are you?
Look, you walk in the gate and there's a table. You walk in the gate of the dog park, there's a table just to the right, under a gazebo. I'm under the gazebo.
Detective, you've been to this dog park. In terms of the description of you go through the gate, you walk through the gate, I'm at the gazebo, all those, that's a correct recitation of what the scene is like, right?
That is correct. When you walk through the pedestrian gate, there's a sidewalk that leads to a covered, like, picnic-style table under a gazebo.
We haven't heard it, but I want to make sure. Is there some part of the video, the audio that's edited out where Mr. Radford is slurring his words, responding incoherently, just babbling about something, making any sort of indication? He doesn't know where he is, what he's doing, what the scene looks like? Any of that?
No, sir.
She's about 25 yards away.
You said he's about 25 yards away from you?
Yeah. I had to shoot him. He attacked me. I had to shoot him.
Hello there, sir.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and get you over to fire rescue. Please do not hang up.
I won't.
Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, what is the address of the emergency?
It's at Oxford Road, West Village, West Park Dog Park. I see a police car coming now.
Okay, is this, somebody was shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the victim or are you with the patient?
No, I'm the person that has to do it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
I'm the guy who had to do it.
Oh, okay. So you're calling 911 for the person that was shot?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You see the police officer? Can you flag them down? Okay, I'll let you go talk to them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Detective, towards the back end of the call there, we heard Mr. Radford saying things like, I had to shoot him, he attacked me, I had to shoot it. I'm the guy who had to do it. Is there some missing part of the call when you heard it that's not here now where he said, I thought I was going to die, I thought he was going to kill me, I thought he was going to pound my face in, I thought he was going to make me a cripple for the rest of my life? Anything like that?
No, sir, that was not stated.
All right, so now you arrive at the park. You know that this is already a self-defense claim, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk with you, because I'm sure the jury doesn't have any understanding of how this normally works. When a homicide occurs, you get called out to the scene, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do members of my office, the state attorney's office, particularly homicide prosecutors, get called to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't the original prosecutor on this, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when an investigation of a homicide occurs, there are things for which you sometimes need a lawyer, like you want to get a search warrant approved, or you want a subpoena issued, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And we assist you in that.
Yes, sir, you do.
But there is also an agreement between the sheriff's office and the state attorney's office that arrests are not made without the state attorney's office signing off on it, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So it's not like you can just decide to make an arrest on your own if you really wanted to.
Not regarding an investigation like this, sir.
Well, I mean, I guess you could, but then your boss and my boss would probably have a conversation with each other.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when it's a self-defense case, is there also another step where sometimes HCSO homicide detectives like yourself have to come to my office and actually make a presentation to what's called the homicide committee?
That is correct, sir.
So that's a whole nother step.
Yes, sir.
Again, to decide whether or not an arrest is going to occur.
That is correct, sir.
Would it be fair to say that some of the prosecutors in the room can make you want to have to jump through all the hoops before a decision is made?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. So you arrive at the scene and you know that you're already working on a self-defense claim. I just want to ask you about this picture, which is State's Exhibit 2E. Let me click over to that, sorry. Here in 2E, we can see this area in the dead center of the picture just to the right of the tree. There's kind of this brightly colored bucket, it looks like, on the ground. What is this area?
It's like a dog watering type area. I think there's like some concrete there, a couple of like Rubbermaid or like plastic bins that contain water.
Okay, and so even here in this early picture, you can just make out to the right of this sort of T-shaped wooden structure, there's something blue here on the ground. Do you know what that is?
Like a travel style mug?
Some kind of mug or something.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and so, you know, angles in pictures can be a little confusing or a little deceptive sometimes, but this doesn't appear to be right next to this fire hydrant, for example.
It is not, sir.
Now, as part of the investigation, you know that other deputies would have responded first, like initial responding deputies, and that many of those deputies wear what are commonly known as body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to jump ahead here a little bit. Oh, it's not on the screen, sorry. There we go. Is that the defendant wearing the camouflage jacket?
Yes, sir, it is.
I can hear singing. Someone is singing, "I'll send an SOS to the world." I'm a little bit of a fan of classic rock. I think that's the Police, "Message in a Bottle."
I'm not super familiar with that song, but there's definitely a song in the background.
I mean, you don't expect that HSO deputies are walking around with portable speakers on them playing music when they're conducting an investigation, do you?
No, sir.
What's going on the table?
Now, I'm just going to back up a second there because we got a semi-decent view of it. The defendant is wearing blue jeans, right?
That is correct, sir.
And we can see he's wearing a camouflage jacket. Did you ultimately discover the defendant had on sort of layers that day because it's February and it's cold?
Yes, sir.
Did he have on like a camouflage jacket over like a black hoodie, over like a green sweater, and then sort of like one of those blue sort of shirts that's like to wick moisture off of you?
That is correct.
So he's wearing multiple layers, but he appears his outer layer is jeans on the bottom half of his body, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So I'm going to jump ahead here as the deputy approaches the dogs. All right, here at 59 seconds, I can see this bright yellow bucket and this sort of T-shaped structure. Is that the same water area we saw before?
Correct, sir.
And then we can see the body and the dog in the distance here to the right and the fire hydrant, correct?
That is correct.
Detective, I'm going to point here with the mouse. There appears to be an object right here-ish to the right of the T-shaped wood structure, and another one here-ish to the right of that, between a little closer to the body of the victim, but right at the edge of where you can see the gray dirt. When you were at the scene, did you see items on the ground there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you see the blue travel mug?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you also see a darker blue thermos mug with a broken handle?
Yes, sir.
This would be the first responding deputies, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Based on the video, it doesn't look like any other deputies have walked through the scene. First emergency rescue, like the EMS guys haven't gotten there yet. Gurneys haven't been wheeled through. Nobody's appeared to have walked through there from law enforcement or EMS to have disturbed the scene, does it?
No, sir. They were the first to arrive.
It's okay. Here I'm at 127. That object appears to be blue, the one that I pointed out earlier, correct?
Correct, sir.
And now at 132, does that look like the blue travel mug and the blue thermos mug as you found them at the scene later on when Mr. Radford does what's called a walkthrough and actually says, that's my mug and that's the victim's mug?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you now arrived at the scene. You become aware of the fact that there is a person being detained, and that is Mr. Radford, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And when you met Mr. Radford, had he already removed some layers of clothing?
Yes, sir, he had.
What layers had he already moved at that point?
I believe at that point the camouflage jacket that was in the video was removed. I believe there was also underneath that a black hooded like sweatshirt with some white on it that had been removed. And I believe when I arrived, he was wearing a kind of olive drab green in color like sweater, basically.
Right, and so here's Defense Exhibit 1. Let me put that up there on the screen for you. Is this what you understand Mr. Radford originally would have looked like? Camouflage jacket, black hooded sweatshirt, and then somewhere beneath it maybe a green sweater and a blue shirt?
Correct. Yes, sir. Prior to my arrival, yes, sir.
All right, and here on the front of the hoodie, does this appear to be of note to you? What does this look like to you?
Suspected blood.
But also in this picture, Mr. Radford appears to have blood dripping down his nose, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So, Detective, you are not the scene detective, but still you are aware of a few things that are recovered at the scene, correct?
That is correct, sir.
One of which is a firearm.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Specifically, the firearm that is admitted here as, I believe it states Exhibit 5. Can I get the thing? Yeah, I'm just going to get the tag off of it so people can see it. That's a little better. All right, Detective Beck over here, what is this?
Magazine which holds the ammunition.
All right, so if you wanted to load this gun, assuming you had bullets, what would be the process one goes through?
You would load the magazine initially with your bullets, and then towards the bottom of that grip is where that inserts, the mag insert. After it was loaded with the bullets, you would put the magazine actually into the gun and secure it. And then in order to chamber around, in essence, or make it to where it was ready to shoot, the slide, which is the upper portion, which contains both the rear and front sight, you would pull that back and let it move forward to basically put the round inside the gun itself.
Okay, and so the gun would, for example, this will be easier with a picture. You pull this part up here, is this the slide?
Yes, sir.
You pull that back, it releases whatever mechanism or whatever, and then slides forward so that the bullet is chambered and the gun is ready to be fired.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, for the record, I am showing State's Exhibit 4H. That's the picture I was showing. When a person has a gun, people talk about guns jamming. Is that what's also commonly called a stovepipe? Is that a type of jam?
Yeah, that could be malfunction that semi-automatics have.
And tell the jury what a stovepipe is for anybody who doesn't know.
So I'm no gun expert, but in essence,
are you trained to clear a gun jam like a stovepipe?
For sure, yeah. So okay. I just don't know how eloquently I can explain this, but in essence, whenever you fire the round, the slide kicks back and ejects the spent casing, which the bullet was, originally in.
So if I'm watching a movie like John Wick and he's shooting a gun, I would see bullets flying out the side of the gun?
Correct, for a semi-automatic firearm. So if the slide or, if it doesn't come back completely, when the bullet goes to eject, if it goes forward prior to the bullet fully ejecting, it'll get caught inside of the port that it's supposed to eject from. And in essence, whenever the malfunction occurs, it doesn't allow another round to go in. It blocks the slide from moving all the way forward, and it looks like a stovepipe, if you will, because the round is sticking up, kind of facing, upward.
So looking at States 4H again, this sort of indentation here in the slide, this is where a bullet or a spent casing would normally eject from the gun.
That is correct, sir.
The actual bullet goes out the front of the gun, so that's a spent casing.
The spent casing comes out of that ejection port.
But you talk about it can get stuck standing sort of straight up and prevent the slide from going back and forth like it's supposed to.
Correct.
What is the process by which you clear that?
Well, you'd have to pull the slide all the way back, clear the round from the slide, and then, in essence, allow the slide to go back forward to rechamber around.
All right, and so if a bullet is sort of stovepiped here, standing up, you pull the slide all the way back, that releases the tension on the stovepipe and it can be ejected, basically.
Yep, correct, sir.
Once you've ejected the stovepipe and released the slide, what happens to the bullets in the magazine?
The following round would then, enter into the, would become available.
It goes from the magazine up into the chamber?
That's correct.
All right. So here is State's Exhibit 4I. Are you aware of the fact that the gun was recovered with ammunition in the magazine?
Correct, sir.
All right, and so this magazine appears to hold 6 bullets, because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you can put one more in, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullets in the magazine as it was found by the crime scene detectives and the crime scene investigators, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, maybe the jury doesn't know this. I could theoretically put 6 rounds into the magazine of a gun, put the magazine into the bottom of the gun, like, load the gun basically, rack a bullet or pull the slide back to put one in the chamber. I could pull the magazine back out, which would now only have 5 because one went into the chamber, and I could put one more back into the magazine, right?
Correct.
Like, for example, you carry a firearm. How many does your magazine hold?
I think these are 16 plus 1 or 17 plus 1. So we load it to max capacity, chamber around, drop our mag, put the other bullet in there, and then the mag is at max capacity and there's one in the chamber.
And is that why you call it 16 plus 1 or 17 plus 1, because it's 16 or 17 in the mag and plus 1 in the chamber?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Radford also ultimately tells you, we'll get to the interview, but he ultimately tells you that he carries his gun with 1 in the chamber and the mag fully loaded.
He does state that.
So that would suggest 7 bullets.
That would be correct, sir.
And so we are under the impression, all indications point to, we have no reason to doubt that there's only 1 gunshot in this case.
Correct, sir.
So 6 bullets in the mag and 1 that got fired, correct?
Correct, sir.
But if the first one was a stovepipe and you had to clear it, we should have found a spent shell casing, shouldn't we?
Correct, sir.
Did we find a spent shell casing?
Crime scene or the sheriff's office did not locate a spent shell casing.
I mean, there was a whole line search conducted to try and find casings, and we actually found casings for some .40 caliber gun that's not in any way related to this, right?
Yes, sir. I was advised that.
So you found casings, just not the one we actually needed.
That is correct, sir.
But also, if there were 6 in the mag, and then the 1 in the chamber, the 1 in the chamber stovepipes, 1 from the mag should have gone into the chamber, right?
If it was properly cleared, yes, sir.
But in this case, we found the mag fully loaded, right?
That is correct, sir.
The only way that happens is somebody has to eject the magazine, take the round out of the chamber, you have to eject a live round, and then put a live round back into the magazine, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to suggest that's the most difficult thing in the world to do, but I mean, that takes a little bit of focus and attention, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Diaz, is this a good time?
If you want to, yes, Your Honor, yes.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Same admonition I always give you about no discussion about the case, no coming to any definite, fixed, or final opinions on the merits of the case. I will see you back here at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch. All right.
All right, I've been dying to get the judge's name, Samantha Ward. Judge Samantha Ward. All right, Samantha Ward. All right, we're going to go through what we've heard so far, which has been a lot. All right, so the opening statement, the judge says you can take notes, right? So it starts out with some pretty harsh language. So the words of the defendant are pretty harsh, so I'm not going to repeat them. You guys can go back and check them out. As the relationship deteriorated, he started to say that more and more. He says there are... how am I even going to get through this? All right. I'm not even sure how I can get through this, to be quite honest. All right. We'll just, I don't want to censor or edit myself, but I also don't know how I'm going to get through this. This is a tough trial, you guys. It's a tough one. I'm not gonna say it's not. All right. Mr. Radcliffe says he wants to punch him right in the face. He says, I'm going to break your jaw. I want to effing kill him. He's saying that the day before. 24 hours before, he says, you're going to die. You're going to die. He's being yelled at Mr. Lay. So, West Dog Park is where people hang out. Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford were friendly, but then it changes. Starts to have disagreements around politics. It's a very turbulent time. COVID, vaccines, masks, they're very hot button issues. The state says Mr. Radford became hostile and aggressive. People at the park will say Mr. Lay never got angry. Mr. Radford was told you can't talk to people like that. People saw him going up to Mr. Lay and blocking his path. But I'm not going to be the one to start a fight with a gay guy. That's what Mr. Radford says. Before 8 a.m., Radford goes to the park, and Mr. Lay shows up with his dog and another dog he was dog sitting. Radford says, why don't you get out of here? Nobody likes you. Now, I'm not sure how they know that, but that's what they're saying. Radford then claimed self-defense. Lay wasn't armed with any weapons. Mr. Radford has a few cuts and bruises, but no broken bones, teeth, or otherwise. He calls 911. Law enforcement shows up. Mr. Lay's dog is barking. They try to revive him. Mr. Lay is in one spot and some items are in another area. Then the detectives come to the scene. The state asks, do you hear music on the 911 call? We did hear music, and we ended up ultimately finding out that was the police. Mr. Radford was not concussed or panicking. But on the 911 call, he definitely sounded upset, for sure. Then he talks about the victim's mug and Radford's mug. The handle is broken on Radford's mug, and there are sunglasses on the ground. State asks, pay attention to the ground and the sand. Sunglasses have dirt, but the mug and gun and phone don't. So we'll have to see if that... And now we're actually seeing pictures of this. Radford doesn't have a speck of dirt, even though he tells law enforcement he got a mouthful of dirt rolling around on the ground fighting. Radford is right-handed and says he shot Mr. Lay on the left side, but the wound is on the right side. See, I don't understand it. If you're right-handed and you shoot... Oh, he says he shot on the... Oh, but the wound is on the right. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I got to see the ME. And the angle is downward. So Radford first says he pulls the gun and fired up. Pulled the gun away and fired up. But then he says Lay grabbed the gun and then Radford shot. Radford and Lay were friends, and Lay made the mistake of asking Radford out for a beer. Mr. Radford admits that's what the conflict was about, that a gay man asked him out. Other park goers saw Mr. Radford getting worked up and tried to calm him down in the days before. So then the defense gets up. There are two sides to every story, and the state just told their side. And this is what Mr. Radford's side is. He goes by Deck. He was born in Ireland. He was raised in New Jersey. He's 13 years. He's been in Florida. 13 years he's been in Florida with his wife, and he has sons. He's an ex-Marine, so he carries a firearm for protection. He's a common man doing common things, living a quiet, common life. And that all came crashing down February 2nd. The two men were friendly and cordial and peaceful. The group that would get together was called the Morning Crew. That's the people that would get there to meet. COVID started a rift between Deck and Walt. That's what they call, those are their nicknames. It was politicized and friends didn't see eye to eye. The group splits down liberal and conservative lines. Deck was not shy about his views, and they may be harsh. Deck is from another time. He's a Yankee. He grew up in the 60s and 70s. And then the attorney says, when I was a kid, we used gay a lot. Deck himself will tell you he can be an asshole. Despite the horrible words, it never became physical. Deck was at the park and had just lost a dog, and he was struggling and alienated. When you pull up to the park, you can see the whole park, so it was plenty obvious to Walt it would be the two of them. Yeah, I just don't like, it's like saying a woman was raped because she was wearing a dress. I just don't agree with this. We believe Walt was fed up with the arguing and makes a beeline for Deck. Walt could have made the decision to walk around and avoid Deck. Why do you come here? We effing hate you. And then he's hit in the face with some object. So that's, I guess, the mug, maybe. Deck falls to the ground and Walt is over him, pinning him down. So this is all Mr. Radford. There's no way that we can confirm this. All right. Falls to the ground. Walt is over him, pinning him down. Mug is dropped and breaks. Walt is hammer fisting him, so he's basically on his chest and he's beating down on Deck. Deck's outer hands are bruised and his knees are full of sand. Walt is larger, taller, and younger, so that makes him be able to rain down these fists, as she puts it. Deck's face is covered in blood and helpless, being hit over and over again. I'm not buying this at all. Deck feels it went on for 15 or 20 seconds. Somehow he's able to grab his 9mm and they struggle. Gun is twisting and moving. Then there's a loud bang and a bright light, and Deck has shot Walt. There's mixed DNA on the gun. Walter's wounds are consistent with him being over Deck. That's what she says. You will see debris on the bottom of his pants and shirt was tossed in the back of the police cruiser. She goes on to say there was a chaotic scene. There was coffee mugs, speakers, dogs going crazy. Deck is riddled with bronchitis and he has 2 knee replacements. Walt was larger and Deck was in fear for his life. Afterwards, Deck doesn't run and leave, but he calls 911 immediately. We'll give him kudos for that. She wants us to listen to the raw emotion and torture in his voice, which we did hear. He's not a hateful killer. He puts the gun far away and he waits for law enforcement to arrive. He is in complete and utter shock and stumbles over his name. Law enforcement have to take his license out of his wallet. She says that he's sobbing and hyperventilating. Yeah, I could hear a little bit of that. She says, "Give that man an Oscar because if that was fake, that was Oscar award-winning performance." Then they talk about the investigation, if I could call it an investigation. So she's trashing law enforcement. She goes on to say, "Are there variations in his account? Yes, but it was the shock and adrenaline. He doesn't change his story, but he adds to it." Why would law enforcement on the second interview with Deck provide him victim advocacy? The evidence and story remained the same. The only thing that changes was the public interest. So it took 40 days to arrest Mr. Radford. Walt doesn't contact law enforcement about anything, leading up to this. There's no restraining orders or no reports that Walt made. He does make a video, though, but then the very next day he goes back to the dog park. She says, "You can't tell me there was antagonism going back and forth." We know Walt wasn't threatened because he says, "He doesn't really intimidate me. He is weak and feeble. If he blocks my path again, I'm going to try and tackle him." So I guess that means he deserves to be shot. Isn't it interesting? That's exactly what happened. If he's innocent, who is forced to defend himself? That is some leap the state is asking for you to make. Just because someone used homophobic slurs, they have so much hate in their heart, they're going to target someone. Everyone has a weird uncle you've never known what's going to come out at Thanksgiving. That's sustained. Then the state brings up their first witness, Deputy Craig Hoffman. He deals with homeless issues. He arrives at the scene and Deck's hands are up. He places Deck in handcuffs. Deputy Lowe and him, he and Deputy Lowe go to do CPR on Lay. The dogs were barking, but he was able to get to Mr. Lay. Then they show the body cam. So you can see when they get there, Deck's hands are up. There's one dog. Well, dogs are barking. There's one dog barking, running around. It's weird because I can hear music on the body cam, but the law enforcement says he didn't hear music. So I'm really confused by that. They place Deck in handcuffs. The dogs are barking at law enforcement as he's going to Mr. Lay. And the gunshots in the upper right chest, which I was surprised they actually showed that body cam. Usually they blur that out. They knew that Deputy Hoffman knew something was wrong because Mr. Lay's chest wasn't moving and he had no pulse. So then Cross gets up, second person to encounter, but they arrived pretty much at the same time. Okay, Deck says there was a surveillance video. He says he doesn't remember that. Deck seemed confused. Did you see him crying? He said yes. He remained cooperative. He said yes. Did you see any noticeable injuries to his face? He said yes. Yep, we saw them, like his nose was cut. He saw a little bit of blood on his face. Then they showed Deck's nose. He had some blood on his nose, possibly dripping down. He remembers dirt, but not where it was. Were you afraid of Mr. Radford? He says he didn't know what his mindset was. It was protocol, so protocol to arrest him, or not to arrest him, just to put him in handcuffs. Let's see, then redirect. That blood on his shirt, was that from his nose? He says he assumes so. Then our second witness was Detective Kelsey Nix. She arrived on the scene and talked to the officers. She took photos. She searched for shell casing. This was pretty weird. She did a line search and she found 45 caliber casing, but the firearm was a 9mm. So they found another casing, or a casing for another gun. What goes on at this dog park? There's a watering station for dogs. Then there was an orange Bose speaker and a cell phone belonging to Radford on the sidewalk. But then inside the pavilion, there was a table and a beanie hat. There was the gun, a firearm with a magazine. There's also 2 thermostyle cups closer to where Mr. Lay was, along with Rayford's sunglasses. There was no sand or debris on the speakers. There was a broken handle on the mugs. So 2 mugs were kind of next to each other. So it seems like the mugs are, I don't know, maybe one was thrown, maybe one was, not quite sure what happened with those mugs. So the lighter, they're both blue, which is really interesting, but the lighter blue mug is Mr. Lay's, and then the sunglasses are shown and they appear to be intact with a little dirt on them. So then during cross, have you interacted with people who have suffered trauma? He says yes. Everyone reacts differently to trauma. There was no crime scene log at this point. So she wasn't sure if the handle was glued on or screwed in. The security cameras are interesting. I wonder why they didn't go after the security cameras. Now, she wasn't the lead detective. The lead detective was Detective Robert Harrop. So he was the lead detective. So we do hear the 911 call. So it comes in at 7:55. He's like, I was just attacked. I had to defend myself, and there's no music. There's no music on in the 911 call. He says, I do have a weapon, and I'm unloading it and putting it on the table. He says, I think he might be dead. I called as soon as I could. This guy attacked me, he says, over and over again. He's just lying in the park. He says he's been having trouble with this guy for months and months and months. He spells his name correctly, Gerald, so no problem spelling his name. He does say, "I'm so sorry." I heard him say, "I'm so sorry." He's like, he was asked how many shots. He said, 1 shot. Where was he shot at? He says, "I don't know." So then in his 10:30 interview, he says, he grabbed me. We were rolling around the ground. Yeah, I don't expect him to say that immediately. Then his gun was on the table underneath his hat. So he had a little beanie on, I guess. So that's where his gun was. So he said, just walk through the gate, go into the park, and the table is right under the gazebo. So is Radford slurring his words or babbling? No, sir. He's transferred to fire and rescue, and he says, I'm the guy who had to do it. Interesting that he says that. So law enforcement do arrive, and Mr. Harrop is asked, was there any time he says, I thought I was going to die, I thought he was going to pound my face in? He says, no. I think he would have said that at that point. I was in fear for my life. You think he would have said something at that point? If that was the main thing, although he does say, I've been having trouble with this guy for months and months and months. Then they talk about the gun jamming. So we don't know. I guess we're going to find out in this gun jam. They talk about stovepipe. So when you pull the chamber back, if the bullet gets stuck, it kind of pops up a little bit. So I guess we'll hear more about that. Was this gun actually jammed? So Radford states he carries one in the gun and a full magazine. All right, so. All right. We'll get back to that. What are you guys saying? Let's see. What are you guys saying? OnlyFans says Florida has squeegee and trial TV, so I'm going to love it. OnlyFans says the other possibility is that when he uses the phone to call, the music cuts out. That could be, yeah, if the music's coming from his phone. Interesting. Evil Queen, I wonder if John was harassing the other people at the park. No, not what we've heard. We've heard, we'll hear witnesses. We're going to hear from people that were there. There were people that have come forward that have said no, that it was Mr. Radford that was the aggressor. So we'll see. We'll see what comes out in evidence. Baca says, wonder is it was a contact wound. Not quite sure. Wonder if it was his nose. Wonder if it was his nose. Justice Obsessed says, I don't either, but I think the state is saying that's how callous he was about the situation. Could be, yeah, that he put on music and he's just hanging out waiting. Could be. Brett says, I didn't catch whether there was any evidence the music was coming from something of his, not from a neighbor's house or something. Yeah, we don't know where the music was coming from just yet. There was a speaker. We know there was a speaker, an orange Bose speaker. So we still have to find that out. JBL speaker, Bose, JBL, same difference. Gunshot stippling on the shirt. If they were, yeah, they were that close to each other for sure. Ken says, I don't know, this is turning into an actual trial. Defense has some stuff to work with. All right. Let's get back to the afternoon session. Okay. Afternoon session coming up.
Which is a composite, and this is...
Okay, just bear with me for a moment. Get you back. Okay, afternoon session coming up.
Which is a composite, and this is the first interview on that composite. Detective, before I hit play, can you explain to the jury where we are? There's a guy in a chair, there's a person standing in the doorway. Who are we looking at?
Yes, sir. So in the doorway is Detective Megan Mullen, who was the assistant detective regarding this case. And then that is the defendant sitting there in the green sweater. We're located at our Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office District 3 office. For those of you familiar with like Citrus Park, it's pretty much right at that mall location. It's not actually in the mall, but it's very, very close to Citrus Park Mall, so that's where we're located.
Take a deep breath. For your eyes, for your face or anything? Do you need an ice pack for your face or anything? No. No? Okay.
I'm starting to feel stuff is over.
Okay.
My head hurts a little bit. I feel like I have anything on the back of my head.
No, but just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there, you know?
I just fell from me, I guess.
Your adrenaline's going to start dumping, so you're going to start feeling the effect. So you just let us know if we can get you an ice pack, you know, so we can get you a mess back out here, check you out if you want. Okay? They're not far.
Oh, okay. Got it up on? Does anybody know how to get it yet?
We haven't been to the hospital, we can show you the thing, okay? So, alright. You get some water?
Yes, I did, thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna shut this so we have some privacy. Okay. Take a deep breath for me. Calm down a bit. Okay. All right. Well, listen. You go by, your name is Gerald?
Yeah, that's my father.
Okay, but it's Gerald Declan Radford?
Yes, sir.
And you go by Declan?
Yes.
Okay, and your date of birth is it September 27th, 1958? How old are you?
65.
65, okay. Okay, you all right?
I've got trouble.
Do you?
Acid reflux and stuff.
Well, listen, my name's Harrop, okay? I'm a detective at the sheriff's office. This is Detective Mason Moore. Okay, he's my partner. I know you've had a warning. I know that you've probably had to talk about this, more than once, because I think you made a 911 call, correct? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So it's important that whatever we discuss is the truth.
Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. Do you swear that everything that's coming is the truth?
All my life.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
Detective, I'm going to stop the video for a second. You've now had a few moments to interact with the defendant and look him in the face. He's told you, for example, he has acid reflux, I think.
Yes, sir.
Did he appear out of it? Disoriented? Confused? Anything that might lead you to think he had some sort of like concussion or thing where he wasn't totally right in the head?
No, sir.
When I ask or something that we're talking about that you're not sure of, just say, hey, Rob, I don't know 100% this is what I remember, or this is what I think it might have been. If you're certain, then just tell me this is the facts, okay? We were at the dog park with you. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Hey, listen, that one. We're all here in this together, okay? Calm down. Calm down. Do you, where do you live, brother? Where do you live? Take a deep breath. All right. Think about whiskey for a minute.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I really am.
I know. Calm down. All right? Calm down. Calm down. We're here for you. Okay? We're here for you. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be back over to the park here shortly. Okay? Whiskey being taken care of right now.
And Detective, you've twice mentioned whiskey. Who's whiskey?
That's the defendant's dog.
You know what breed it is?
I think it's part shepherd, part husky, sir.
It looks like a German shepherd kind of dog.
Primarily like a German shepherd, but you can kind of tell there's some husky there too.
Okay, and Mr. Radford appears to have like a napkin or a handkerchief or something, appears to be having an emotional moment, right?
That is correct, sir.
Where are you living right now?
5009 Addison Court.
5009 Addison Court. How long do you live there?
September of 2010.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm born in Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, you're from Ireland. I got some Irish in me. I do.
I got to live with me.
I bet. And how long do you live there?
And that's in court.
No, in Ireland.
I was kidnapped as a child and taken to England by an English soldier, my father.
Wow.
And he took me to England when I was 6, and my mother got me back and took me here in 1964.
Okay.
I went back in 1989, and I came back here in 2000.
Okay. Been here since 2000?
2000, that's registered.
Okay. All right.
That's an immigrant.
Okay. All right. So listen, I know over there, we were at the park, and I asked if you were good with driving over here with the deputy that you were talking to, and you have no problem with that, and I appreciate that. Okay. You're here voluntarily right now, right? You're not being detained. You're welcome to leave at any time. The door. I understand that. I just want you to know what's going on. Okay. I appreciate your cooperation. Okay. Look at me. I appreciate your cooperation. But I want you to know that if at any point in time, it's like, hey, I'm ready to go, whatever, we're here. Well, that's fine. We're here with you, and that's why we're here. We're here. Listen, hey brother, we're here to sort things out and just figure out what happened. Okay, that's all. That is our main objective. We are here to sort this out, and I appreciate your cooperation. Okay. All right. So, are you current? I have to ask a couple questions that I have to ask everybody. Okay. Are you currently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, I had a weed this morning before I left the house, but I didn't even smoke anything at the apartment.
Okay.
I used to cough that all the time. I got this stomach issue.
Okay. So are you of your normal faculties right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. I'm saying. You're not stoned or
no, I don't drink alcohol.
Okay.
I drink, but I don't drink.
Yeah, like a social. Yeah, what's your, is Jameson?
Gold label.
Yeah.
Black label. I just opened a bottle of black label.
Yeah.
Red Dot.
I haven't had that.
I had that when I was in Ireland a couple years ago.
The Red Dot's very nice. The Jameson's like
Yeah, you're typical. But any diagnosis with mental health stuff or anything like that? Nothing like that. Okay. Are you currently on any medication?
No, sir. I'm not taking drugs.
Okay.
I'm totally against it because every time I take a prescription, it does something.
Oh yeah, I'm not a big fan either. I'm not.
If I get sick, I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
Just don't. Just on the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm not ready with that stuff either.
And I don't like the feeling of being not.
Yeah.
Detective, you're asking him, are you on drugs, alcohol? Are you on any sort of mental health history? Are you on any medication? Are we going to get to some part of this interview where Gerald Radford says, my head really hurts, I got a pounding, I can't see straight, I can't think straight, I can't walk straight? Anything at all that would suggest you suffered some sort of head injury?
No, sir.
No, I mean, nor do I. What's your highest level of education?
I am a tech school graduate. I graduated high school.
Okay.
But I'm working motorcycle.
For working on this stuff? Oh wow,
I'm Harvard certified, DSO certified.
That's a great trade.
I used to work on those for.
Oh, did you? Do you still, are you retired?
I am retired, but I still play.
Okay.
I don't ride anymore because.
Once you get that motorcycle blood in you, it does come out.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, it's
people.
Yeah, it is. It is a wild place to ride a bike in Florida.
I promise my motor. I ride it if I work on somebody's bike, I'll ride it
to check it
for safety.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Florida's a rough place to ride a bike. How long have you been retired?
Oh, just recently.
Oh, okay. Well, congrats on your retirement. All right. That's good.
Yeah, what way to start it?
Yeah. So listen, if you're good with this, I
go ahead.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the floor. I might have to ask you a couple questions.
I'll tell you a story, man. I'll tell you the whole thing with this guy, because it's not my first encounter with this person.
Okay. I'm here to listen to you. If I have a question, I might ask it in between, but I'm here to listen to you.
I've been going to that dog park for, gotta be, let's see, it's 13 years just gone on here. This is my 14th year. So it's gotta be 11 years to 12 years I've been going to that dog park. I had a full dog before, and now I got my 2 German Shepherds that I got because both of them was 80. So they were my, I love that dog. I'm the dog man.
Yeah.
And He wasn't there when I first started going there. He showed up maybe a year ago, I don't know, it might be a bit more, a bit less. I'm not good. No, he seemed like a decent dude, and, you know, we got along. That gazebo that's right inside the gate there is where we sit. You know, you go in the gate, just up to the right. While the dogs walk and stuff? Yeah, and the dogs all play, and we sit there and talk, and like I walk a lot, so I take my dogs there. I'm there for them, I'm not there for the people. I'm good with people. So, this guy Walker, the person that I shot was, showed up and started talking to everybody. There's a group of 5 or 6 people who come there all the time. I won't be able to recover it. No, and you don't have to. So he shows up and a couple other people, new people, and we all get together, and it seemed like every time I say something, he has something to say about it. Okay. So for like 6 fucking months, I'd show up and he'd come in, hi Dad, and I'd walk, how's it going? Oh yeah, you know what I did? This and that, and then I'd say something and he would gaslight me.
Detective, sometimes it can be hard to hear the audio, but you were there live and in person. Did Mr. Radford say that the victim would gaslight him?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the term he used, gaslight.
6 months. And I'm doing something wrong here. I don't know what's happening. I'm really starting to think So it comes up with you, of course. How long ago was that? Months back, okay. I know, months though. Yeah. 4. Yeah, I'm not very good monitoring either. Don't worry. So when he comes up and he says, should be good. Yeah, he was talking to me more. He says, I don't know what to tell you. But, you know how we have a contentious relationship, and that was his exact word about what the fuck is contentious? Yeah. He said, you know how you always get angry with me? Dude, you always say something, and you got, Buster John. But you really hacking me off all the fucking time. I don't know what I did to you. Yeah. He goes, well, I've been doing that on purpose. Just to see what your reaction would be. I swear on the life that's what he said to me. Look me right in my fucking eye. Just to see what your reaction would be. Of course, there's nobody else here. Here, all the other people that we hang out with weren't there or whatever. It was just me and him. Okay. I said, look, okay. I'm going to go for a walk with you. So I take 5, 10, whatever, walk around. Calm down. So I just want to really let him know what's wrong at the moment. Yeah. Calm down. I'm back and I said, okay, walk these 2 get 2 things. You just didn't, I will never trust another word comes out of your mouth. As far as I'm concerned, that's it. You're a liar and that's it. Do it again, I'll break your car and go. That's what I said.
Again, Detective, in the off chance that it's not clear, you're there in the room. I'm not asking you to tell me what this video says. Did the defendant say, do it again and I'll break your fucking jaw?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I walked away, and I left, and I left. And then for a month, he comes and he's fucking saying, he just keep lying me up. So I can get the fuck away from you. They the fuck away from me. Just leave. Why me? Yeah, well, why me? Was there any explanation for why he was? No. Okay. No. Just felt like it. Okay. So I told him this morning, but every time I say, just go away, just fucking go away, you know? Just fucking go away. Okay. So he comes walking the other way and he said something.
Detective, is there a part in the interview where Mr. Radford catches himself, sort of stops himself, where he starts to say, the victim said, get away from me, and then he like stops and kind of catches himself, changes the story?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to play the next portion.
And I said, fuck off. And we're like walking towards each other, and he just fucking, like, He said, get away from me or I'll kick your ass. I don't believe it. I can't say he said it or I'll kick your ass. I said, what are you going to do? And then I woke up on the phone. He hit me. Obviously, he fucking hit me. Went down on the ground. And that's it. Scuffling on the ground, and then I'm on the phone with you guys.
All right, how about this? Yeah, from what you can remember, if we start, so when you got there this morning,
nobody was there.
Okay, so when you arrived, no one was out there walking on, and you got there in your vehicle? Okay, and you had whiskey with you? There's no whiskey. So you and Whiskey get out of the car, and it's just the two of you, and you guys are at the car?
Yeah.
From there, kind of what happened?
Just walking around, chasing squirrels.
Hanging out?
Just hanging out.
And then who shows up next?
So there was a guy on the other side with a little black dog. We whacked him on coffee time. I don't see time.
Okay.
We said hello. He was nice.
So he showed up first?
He was in the little dog separate.
Okay, was he there when you got there? And if you don't remember, that's fine. Okay, all right, here.
Detective, Mr. Radford is suggesting there was some other guy at the park with a little dog. Was there ultimately discovered there to be somebody else at the park?
Yes, sir.
Was he interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Did that gentleman have anything to contribute as far as the actual shooting?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay, but he was in a different park.
He was in the small dark side, all the way down the other end.
Got it. Okay, but you saw him at some point.
I saw his dog.
I got you. Yeah.
I knew there was I saw his dog with whiskey chase.
That's yeah, playing around with dogs. Yeah.
We were back by probably 25, 30 feet away from the entrance.
Okay.
I guess, I don't know. Over by the water thing.
Okay.
And we were just like yelling at each other. You leave me alone. No, you leave me alone.
So, well, hold on, because, so you're at the park, you see the other dog, Whiskey and the other dog are fence fighting, toying around.
Yeah.
Whiskey seems very nice and
Yeah.
calm.
He only does it for like a second because his brother's not there now.
I got it.
They used to go run all the way down, all the way back.
Yeah.
But he just stopped, so I called him over, and we started walking towards them.
And when you guys start walking back towards like, kind of where that pavilion is, towards is that what area you're?
Yeah.
The gate?
Where is the water tub?
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
Alright. Except the water, maybe.
That's reflex.
Oh, yeah, I've had that, like a short bout of that, and
I didn't eat today.
okay, yeah, I can, same thing happens to me. If I don't eat breakfast sometimes, it'll happen. Yeah, worked out. So at what point does anybody show up before Walter? Or is there anybody else in the park with after that? Okay, so Walter shows up with his dog.
Yeah.
Correct?
With two. He had two.
Yeah.
He had somebody else that was looking after it, I guess.
So Walter shows up with two dogs, and what's the first contact between you and him this morning? How's that?
Detective, before we get into you asking what's the first contact between you and him this morning, Mr. Radford on the video doesn't appear to be all emotional and crying or hysterical or anything, but you're there, you see him. Is he crying?
No, sir.
Does he seem pretty normal as he's recounting all these events and all this past history?
Yes, sir.
He said something. I didn't hear what it was. I'm a little hard of hearing too, so I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Or something to that effect. What? And then I said, why don't you just fucking go to another park? I mean, I was here before you. Why don't you just, I didn't do this shit. You did it.
And then so he says something to you. You're not sure what he said. You respond back to him.
I responded, why don't you just go to a different fucking park?
Yeah. And then what happened?
I guess nobody likes you here. Nobody this and that. I don't give a fuck what people think of me. I'm here for the fucking dog, not you.
Yeah.
And then we started scuffling, I guess.
So how did that kind of begin?
I don't know, dude. Where's the look at that? He hit me. That's all I fucking know is he hit me in the fucking face with that, whatever he had in his hand. And I just went apeshit.
Detective, did the defendant say that after he got hit in the face, he went ape shit?
Yes, sir, that's what he stated.
A-P-E-S-H-I-T.
That would be the spelling, sir.
But I tried to grab hold of him. I guess I got a handful of shirt or something because he got like around. I fell over and he was laying down on top of me. I guess that's what I drove it. I don't know.
Detective, do you ever ask Mr. Radford who threw the first punch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you remember who threw the first punch? Or?
Oh, he definitely grabbed me. He fucking got like right up on me.
Detective, in response to who threw the first punch, did Mr. Radford say he grabbed me?
Yes, sir. Grabbed me and got up on me.
Didn't a second ago he say something about I got hit in the face with something that the guy was holding in his hand?
Yes, sir.
So he's not describing he closed 10 or 15 feet and ambushed him and blindsided him, correct?
That is correct, sir. He's not stating that.
Is that something he's going to claim later?
Yes, sir.
You got right up on you and then grabbed
And
him.
I said, what are you going to do?
Okay.
Because I'm 65 fucking years old. What are you going to do? Yeah, I'm shit.
Yeah.
And
So he got
I guess he fucking showed me what he was going to do.
So he grabbed hold of you. And then what happens when he grabbed hold of you? From what you can remember,
I don't remember going down. I remember falling, and that's it. I was scuffling on the ground. I got a mouthful of fucking dirt.
Did Mr. Radford say I got a mouthful of fucking dirt?
Yes, sir. He stated that.
All right, I'm going to transition over to pictures for a second. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit number 12. This is State's Exhibit 12A. Is this Gerald Radford on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, we can see here he's wearing a blue shirt, and in the interview he's wearing that green sweater, so this is after the interview, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
But you were sitting there across from him, face to face, inches apart. Did his face look like this?
I mean, he had the bandages on, but yes.
Okay, let me be more specific. I don't see a speck of dirt on his face. When you're sitting in the interview with him, does he have dirt on his face?
No, sir.
Here's 12B. 12C. I don't see any dirt on the sides of his face. Did you see dirt on the sides of his face in the interview?
No, sir, I did not.
When you made contact with him before you took him back to the Citrus Park Station House to interview him, did you see a mouthful of fucking dirt or the remnants of that around his mouth on his face?
No, sir, I did not.
Here's State's 13A. Are these Mr. Radford's hands?
Yes, sir.
Here's B, C, D, E, and F. Did you see a speck of dirt anywhere on Gerald Radford's hands?
No, sir, I did not.
I mean, we haven't gotten there yet, but at some point he's going to describe a rolling fight on the ground, the scuffling that he's talking about. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Oops, sorry, hang on. I don't have sound for some reason. Any idea why I don't have sound?
Sir, I believe it's 1X and rewind. So I think you might need to click the...
Oh, it's playing backwards?
I believe so.
How do I...
believe
forward like that?
Yes, sir.
Did you remember who threw the first punch?
Sheriff. Oh, he definitely grabbed me. He like got like right up on me.
So he approached you, got right up on you, and grabbed
And I said, what are you gonna do? Okay, because I'm 65 fucking years old. What are you gonna do? You know, shit.
Yeah.
And
So he grabbed
I guess he fucking showed me what he was gonna do.
So he grabbed a hold of you. And then what happened when he grabbed a hold of you? From what you can remember,
I don't remember going down. I remember falling, and that's it. I was scuffling on the ground. I'm not full of fucking dirt. I really don't remember. Oh my God.
Okay. Where was your gun at?
Detective, Mr. Radford says, I shot him. I really don't remember pulling my gun. He appears to be having an emotional moment. Is he crying again?
Yes, sir, he is.
So you keep it, okay. Well, with the whole evening, okay, so it was sitting, so it sits kind of on like the back of your right hip?
Right, just behind my leg.
Okay. Sits on the back of your right hip. So while you were on the ground, is that when you pull it?
I did not have it in my hand before. When we went on the ground, is when I had to pull it. It wasn't in my hand before that, so.
Okay. And is he on top of you at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Under him, this side was on the ground. That's how I don't know how I fucking pulled it up because
Detective, did you understand him to be motioning to the right side of his body, was in contact with the ground?
Yes, sir, that's what he's describing.
I'm going to transition again back for a second. States 14A. Obviously, we know Mr. Radford at the time of the incident was wearing layers over this blue shirt, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But I want to be clear. Did anybody ever give Gerald Radford the time to go home and change pants?
No, sir.
He was at the park, detained at the park, kept at the park. You met him at the park. You took him to the station house. You eventually bring him back to the scene, but he never goes and changes his pants, right?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Certainly here on the knee, what looks like the left knee of the pants, there's a spot there. But you took photos of Mr. Radford overall. Here's states 14B. Here's the top of the front of the jeans in C. Here's the bottom part of the jeans in D. Here's the back of the jeans in E. The back of Mr. Radford's head in F. The back of his shirt, which obviously would have been obscured by a jacket and a sweatshirt. The pants of the butt of his jeans. And finally in states I, 14I, the bottom of his jeans. Did you see, other than the thing that we obviously saw at the knee on the front and over here at the very bottom of what would be the right leg almost to the cuff, there's a little spot there. Did you see dirt marks?
No, sir.
Stains from rubbing around on the ground?
No, sir.
Anything at all that seems consistent with two guys having a forceful, violent struggle in the dirt?
No, sir.
Detective, are you aware of the fact that sunglasses were recovered in this case that Mr. Radford later identified as his sunglasses?
Yes, sir. I think the lenses change, like they're a prescription, and change if they're, I think, outside. But yes, sir.
Well, I'm not sure how well this will show up on the overhead. But here's states number 11 that defense and I opened this morning. There's still dirt on these glasses almost a year later, right?
Yes, sir, there is.
The same kind of fine sand that was on the glasses when they were originally discovered?
Yes, sir.
In the park? I'll pull up the pictures if you want to see them, but you've looked at the photos. Mr. Radford had a phone, he had a speaker, he had a gun. None of those had dirt on them, did they?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Up on this side on the ground.
Okay.
Rolled over, he rolled me back, and I pushed it into his stomach. I do remember.
Okay.
I pushed it into him. I don't know. Over here somewhere.
Detective, sometimes camera angles can be confusing, so just to be clear, I see Mr. Radford pointing to the left side of his body, somewhere maybe his chest to maybe his navel on his left side. Is that what he's motioning towards?
Yes, sir. That's the area he was motioning towards.
Does he point up here on the right side of his body by his collarbone?
No, sir, he does not.
Okay. Okay. And then he stopped, and I jumped up by my phone. I dialed 999 first. Okay. Funny was, yeah. And then I realized and dialed 911.
Okay. And so he, when you pulled your gun, is he still like trying to pin you down or hit you, or what?
Oh, he was on top of me.
He was on top of you?
Yeah. I had to push him off to get up.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm doing it all.
Down. Down. Relax. Not bad. Relax. Relax. We're just trying to get it figured out. Okay. All right.
Good.
Yeah. So you remember pulling your gun, or you don't necessarily remember, but it wound up in your hand because it wasn't in your hand before you went to the ground.
Right, it was not.
Okay. But at some point during the scuffle, when he's on top of you, you do pull it.
I had to.
You had to, right? And then you said you remember going somewhere on his torso, like you remember pushing it up with like again.
I did.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And how many times did you fire? You're not certain. Okay.
Wake up. Yeah, I had to, it's stove pipe. The show stove pipe.
Okay, I know that.
And so one. I believe one.
And then did you have to clear it?
When I stood up, I had to clear to the magazine.
Okay. And after that, after the shot, what happened? Did he just roll over? Did he?
I rolled him off.
He rolled him off of you, and then you got up at some point, correct? And then what did you do from there after you got up? I know you said you called 999. Was that immediately after?
Yes, within seconds. Within seconds. I could have been 5 fucking minutes.
I know. In your head.
It was instant. I went, shit, no, and went through to find home.
What's time? Okay. All right. And was that, do you remember if your phone was on you at that point? It was in your pocket. Okay. And then you called 999, realized, oh crap, that's not the right number, and then you dialed 911. And then, I listened to some of the audio. It sounded like maybe you went over to the table afterwards. Is that?
I went with the the table and put them on the table under my hat.
Under your hat. Okay.
All right.
What were
Oh, no, you're good.
what were you feeling during the struggle? Like what?
Detective, why are you asking him what he's feeling during the struggle?
Just to learn about, I guess, his state of mind during the incident itself.
You know that this is a self-defense case. You're at least familiar with the idea of like a person has to be in fear of death or great bodily harm to fire a gun in self-defense.
That is correct, sir.
And what was going through your mind from what you said?
Fuck me up.
Yeah. Okay.
He's a lot stronger than he looks. That's damn sure. He fucking knocked him down, man.
And he hit you with something? Do you remember what it was? You're not sure? Okay. Do you remember what type of material it was? Okay.
I just, bright light.
Bright light.
And I'm on the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Do you remember where he hit you with items? May not been. Okay.
It could. I feel something back here, but like you said, I didn't have anything else.
Okay.
It's just because I didn't see any cuts or anything, it doesn't mean that there's
It
nothing.
might be just like a fullness or something.
It could.
I feel a little sore now.
Yeah.
But he grabbed hold of me because he wrenched me around, and I was just surprised that he was so fucking strong.
Yeah.
Unless I just got weak in my older age, you know, that right, you're fucking tough, you know, kid.
Yeah.
All right, so Detective, I want to contrast. We saw a moment where he said, I'm going to hell, and he's crying. And now he's back to, I'm a tough kid. Has he stopped crying again?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that he's vacillating between crying and not crying?
Yes, sir, he is.
Would you be willing to, we're going to go back out at some point, obviously back to the park. Would you be willing to kind of give us a rundown of what you can remember out there and show us kind of, you wouldn't mind trying that for us? Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, you know, I think if you're willing to do that, I think it would be helpful, right?
Whatever you want.
We call it like basically like a walkthrough, okay? And unfortunately, it's, you know, it's one of those things that I could hear you say it and tell me what's going on, but if we see it right visually, sometimes it helps us kind of piece things together. You know what I mean? So,
Do whatever I can for you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. And then were you wearing this exact clothing during the scuffle, or was there?
It was cold this morning.
It was, yeah.
You know,
The weather doesn't know how to make up its mind.
I don't like the cold, and I've arthritis, and, you know,
I was just asking if you were wearing this or if there was other clothing items.
I had all right, I had another sweater, like, similar to this, black sweatshirt, and just a light camo, like rain slicker jacket.
Okay. And that was on?
I had that on, that was open, and the sweatshirt, I walk around with my hands in the sweatshirt.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Okay. And then
where I have music, little orange speaker.
Okay.
So usually I strap on my belt here and have the phone up and just walk around with me.
Listen to music. What kind of music do you Yeah, like classic rock? Yeah, I'm a fan too. 107.3. Yeah, that's my jam.
Yeah, I got Sirius XM.
Oh, okay. So you can stream.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah.
Live, what's it called?
ACDC and
Yeah, classic vinyl and Classic Rewatch.
Oh, the stations, yeah, you just ran.
Detective, Mr. Radford appeared to have again become emotional when you asked him to go back to the scene and tell you what happened there. And has he now returned back to a perfectly normal state as he's talking about his Sirius XM?
Yes, sir.
I just walk around the park listening to music. I get 15,000 steps a day sometimes.
Wow, that's a lot.
I did 14,000 last night. I was over there just walking around.
Wow. Okay, so we'll get over there and try to knock that out. It might take a little bit. Where are the camo jacket and stuff like that? Where's that at?
I don't know where the camo jacket is probably in my car.
Okay.
Took it all through there where I wore the sweatshirt and stuff. The other sheriff that drove me over, the deputy that drove me over here.
Yes, sir.
He helped me take it off and shove it on.
Okay, it might be in your car. Would you have any objection to us retrieving it from your vehicle or looking in your vehicle, searching your vehicle? Do you have any objection to that?
There's nothing here but little weed.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go to town on that.
Okay.
I ain't letting nothing to do it.
No, I got it. And then, so everything that we've talked about, Declan, is, do you swear it's the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Now, Detective, a little bit ago you asked him what he was feeling at the time. Do you ever ask a more pointed, direct question of if he was in fear at the time?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you make any other phone calls other than 911 or anything like that?
And I was still on the phone to 911 when the sheriff got
Okay. And did you see anybody else that might have witnessed what happened?
He was getting ready to leave from the sheriff.
Okay.
And they asked him.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything that we haven't talked about or anything that I haven't asked you that you think is maybe important? I know your brain's kind of all over the place right now. Yeah, I get it. Whenever anything traumatic happens, the brain plays some pretty wild. I have to find that out. Okay, I'm not.
Detective, is there a missing portion where you gave Mr. Radford the floor to volunteering information where he says something like, he was hitting me in the face with hammer fist?
That was not stated, sir.
Is there a portion where he says, I pulled the gun and the victim put both hands on the gun and was wrestling with me over the gun?
No, sir, that was never stated.
Does he say, when he had both hands on the gun, he was trying to turn the gun towards me and I could hear him pulling on the trigger trying to shoot me?
No, sir.
Does he say, I had to disengage the safety, that's the only reason I was able to shoot him?
No, sir.
None of that comes up in this interview, right?
That is correct. It does not come up, sir.
I find that out. Were you, during this incident, were you in fear?
What's fear? I didn't want to get my ass kicked.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get my ass. And he surprised the shit out of me. I never thought he'd fucking do anything. You know? I never thought he'd man up.
Yeah.
I don't know why you think I'm going to get him to tell you the truth. So, well, you can ask the people that like hang at the table, because before I get there, they talk with them, and after I leave, they talk with them, and they were all laughing about it. You know,
Yeah.
And not one of them took my side, because I guess, you know, I'm not a nice guy.
Okay.
So,
Detective, does there come a moment where Mr. Radford says something to the effect of, I never did anything to him, I never insulted him?
Yes, sir, that is stated.
but I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I talked to him, treated him with respect, just like everybody else does. And he chose me to pick up.
Is this the first time you guys have ever had a physical altercation?
Yeah, he shot the shit out of me. The last thing I expected him to go to me like that.
So, your firearm, where did you get that from? Do you remember? I think, did you first, do you remember where that was?
Ja, det var kallat kuppshot.
That first shot? Do you remember that one? Years ago. Okay. Any other firearms or anything in your vehicle? Something like that. Do you own any other firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you typically carry a firearm around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because of what people do.
Yeah.
And I never thought I would have, honestly, never thought I would have to defend me. I always thought I would be defending someone else. I really, honestly thought, when I put that on, I hope I don't have to use it to defend somebody else. I never in my life thought I would defend me, because I'm me.
Yeah.
No. I'll never carry you guys. Is there any way you call
We'll get that figured out. You know, obviously, we're sitting here with you, you know, I Did you feel like that was your only option at the time or in a fight? Or do you remember any of that?
I'm shocked that he actually, I don't know.
Okay. Well, how about this? Is there anything else, Declan, that we want to talk about here? I know you said you don't mind going out there and kind of giving us a walkthrough of what happened. Is there anything else that we want to talk about or that you want to?
I don't think so.
I just want to make sure. And then also, I'd like to, at some point, get some pictures of, like underneath the, where'd you get the Band-Aids and stuff? Okay.
At the park, he cleaned it all up.
Cleaned it up and stuff? Okay. And that was, you said EMS was here?
The guys that came for Walter did their thing left, and then they actually had somebody come back, I think.
And address some of your injuries. All right, give me a minute. I'm going to find a deputy that brought you over here. Source? Okay, just 1 minute. I'm going to go find the deputy. We're going to try to get back over to the park. Okay? And we'll continue to work through it. All right? Do you have any local family or anything at all?
I have not aware of my mother was telling me.
Okay.
She doesn't need to know about it right now.
No, I got it. I'm just, okay. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I don't know, crying for my daughter, for him.
Did Mr. Radford just say, I don't know if I'm crying for my dog or the victim?
I believe he might have said or for him,
Right,
but
he means the victim.
correct, sir.
He doesn't know if he's crying for his dog or the victim.
Very emotional morning.
Anyway, so we're doing that. why he chose me to do that whole thing.
When human behavior, we went out of jail.
Think that's true, huh? Shit. Oh, man. Anything like that. So I just don't, you know.
I still have to track down the deputy that probably in the bathroom break or something.
Detective, you have already asked Mr. Radford what he's feeling. Then you asked him more specifically, were you in fear? Does there ever come a moment when you ask a very pointed question of, were you in fear for your life?
Yes, sir, I do.
During this, one thing I did want to ask you, during the altercation, at any point, were you in fear for your life? Did you think he was gonna?
Well, after I got blood on my face, I was kind of scared, yeah.
Did you think?
I just needed him to stop beating me up.
Okay.
When you asked him, were you in fear for your life, does he say, after I got blood on my face, I was kinda scared? Yeah?
Yes, sir, that's what he states.
And then did he follow that up with, I just needed him to stop beating me up?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to stop or not.
Okay.
Was afraid of him not stopping?
Yeah. To tell you the truth, I'm fucking helpless.
Yeah.
I couldn't fight him alone. I'm fucking helpless. down on muscle mass or something, because I couldn't stop him from getting it down.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me try to find the deputy, and we'll try to get over there. I gotta make this one or two more quick phone calls, okay? And we'll try to get over there. Yeah, you need something? Just you with dry. Yeah. Let me grab you. There's a trash can right there. Let me grab you.
There's a trash can right here. Behind you. We'll get you some tissue.
Detective, this is basically the end of your interview, right?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have a few more minutes. I'm gonna play a lot of dead air, but I just want to be clear. He said I should have just let him kick my ass and be done with it. Does he ever say, I had no choice, he had my gun, he was trying to get my gun, he was going to shoot me with my gun, thought I was going to die, anything in that realm?
No, sir.
You've asked him 3 separate times, what were you feeling? Were you in fear? Were you in fear for your life? And he's never once mentioned any of those things, right?
That's correct, sir.
Just a few minutes, I'll be right back.
All right, well, the jury can watch the last bit of the video if they want to. They'll have it for themselves. But after this, do you all then go back to West Dog Park in the company of Mr. Radford and ask him to conduct a walkthrough?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what a walkthrough is, basically.
In essence, typically crime scene will host it. They videotape it, and we'll go through the crime scene, almost like a reenactment that's being videotaped to try to get clarity on, maybe just the interview itself.
Are you effectively just asking the defendant to kind of walk you through the scene and explain what all the different places and events that happened?
Correct.
I'm going to now play the walkthrough video, which is still part of State's Exhibit number 16.
All right.
Sorry, wait, I used the wrong player. I like this player better.
All right. So can you run out kind of where you were standing originally? Talk kind of loud because they have audio.
There's nobody here.
Okay. You can show me now.
We were walking, started walking, I grabbed the bag and walked around.
Okay.
Chased some squirrels in the back there and then walking through over here.
Okay. And then where were you standing when we walked out?
I was in the bunch of trees over there. Like, hey, hold on. Let's go. So you're standing in the trees? Where there's a small, tiny tree is right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's walk over
The trees behind that, 4 or 5 there. Just in the right of that.
here, and what path do you take when you're walking towards the ambulance?
Walking back towards the table.
Okay, so let's do it.
That's where I hang out.
All right, so we're walking.
And he's walking this way, and he comes walking over here.
Okay. So where do you guys, with you guys work with each other, where do you think that people would work? Yes. He said something to you.
This way.
Okay.
I said, why don't you just find another fucking partner and come get along and start your shit. I'll fuck you. Nobody likes you. Nobody knows.
So where do you guys get close to each other? Okay.
Down here somewhere. We start saying,
You can say whatever. Take a deep breath.
nobody likes you, everybody makes sure you're this and that.
Yeah.
I'm walking over, look, I'm fed up with your shit, leave me alone, I didn't ask for your shit. And he started saying to me, now he's walking at me. And just say, you know, nobody likes me. I'm not here for you. I'm here for my dogs.
Okay. Take a deep breath. I know, hey, listen, brother, I know it's not. I know it's not. This is helpful, though, for us, just because when we talk about it in a room, it's hard to visualize. I can't see and that's why being out here might jog your memory a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, just take a deep breath. So, where approximately are you when you guys get close enough to
here somewhere?
Right around here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's always going to the border, so
You guys are right around here. Okay. And then you remember pretty much where you guys were at. You said initially there was egraphic bullying.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Do you know kind of where you fell to the ground?
It was over here somewhere.
Okay.
My glasses might be around.
Okay. And are these yours?
That's my cup. That's my cup right there.
That's your cup. Okay.
Mr. Radford is pointing at marker number 5, right?
Correct, sir.
Not 7.
That is correct, 5.
And then what about these glasses over here?
That's my glasses.
Okay, those are your glasses. No, we're not touching anything right now. And then
Detective, it's a little hard to see, but in this leafy area, is there like stones in the leafy area?
Yes, sir.
Like to maybe create like gravel or something in case the ground gets wet, something like that?
Yes, sir, there's rocks.
There doesn't appear to be stones all over the ground everywhere, just kind of right there around that dog pad.
That is correct, sir.
those are your glasses. They are prescription. Okay, so those are your glasses. This is your cup. Was that in your hand? You're not sure. Okay. And then what about this over here? Is that a handle to your cup? You know what that is? From what you can see?
Oh, probably the handle, yeah.
Okay, so your cup does have a handle.
Usually.
Okay. All right. And then what about this one?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know? And then what about that dog?
Don't know.
Okay. All right. So the struggle occurs here.
It must be right here, yeah.
And it's on, and where are you at over here? Are you on your back?
Yeah.
Okay, you're on your back.
Backside.
Detective, you're asking kind of where the fight started, right?
Correct.
Does Mr. Radford ever look at this and say, no, this isn't where we were fighting? Somebody must have come along and kicked all these things and moved them around, or maybe the dogs picked them up and moved them around? Or is he suggesting the stuff is where the fight was?
Where the stuff is where the fight took place.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that.
You're on your back. And then at some point you remember you were able to get to your
I do not remember.
you don't remember that much.
I do not remember that.
From here, where do you walk?
went over there. Okay. Went to the bar on the table, put my hat on top of it, so in case. Walk over there.
So afterwards, you walked pretty much straight to the table?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Trying to dial the phone.
Okay.
I couldn't see very well. Up close.
You didn't have your glasses on, they were knocked off? Were
Did Mr. Radford say he needs glasses for up close?
Yes, sir.
Not for far away?
Correct.
Were you originally wearing them? Yes. Okay. You were originally?
Yeah, I didn't see for the phone and stuff, so I wasn't all the time.
Okay.
Can you call over here? Call 999. What country you were in?
I'm assuming that's the emergency number in Ireland?
It is.
Okay.
In England.
All right, England. And then
When I walked over, I was walking on the sheriff company.
Okay.
That's why that's some sort of there.
So you went from here, unloaded the gun. Do you remember, I know you said it was stovepipe. Do you remember where you were when you fixed that malfunction? You're not sure? Okay. But you believe it's between, it would have been between there?
It wouldn't be anywhere else other than from that spot to here.
Okay. So you
I walked from there directly. I walked from there directly to the door.
Got it. Okay.
And then over to there, but the handgun was already cleared and everything over there.
It was just like this?
I couldn't just look. I don't know if anybody picked it. The hat was on top of it.
Okay.
So I don't know if anybody picked it up.
Do you remember how many bullets you had in the magazine?
The short mag, I think there's 7 in it.
So was it max capacity?
Yeah.
Okay, and then was there one in the chamber?
It was cotton.
Okay, that's how you carry it.
There's no point in carrying it otherwise.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. And that's how you left that. And then you walk over.
I sort of wandered. I really don't.
While you're on the phone?
Yeah.
And then ultimately,
the people were talking to me on the phone, telling me that the sheriff will be here in a minute, and I told them I'll see them now, and they said, okay, you put the phone down. And so I just stood there. I didn't put the phone down. I just stood there like this, so they didn't feel threatened when they came in.
okay.
And he told me to put it down, so it's in prison on the floor.
Okay. And is that your speaker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is your hat?
Yes.
Were you wearing that at the time?
Yeah, I might have got knocked off.
Okay, but you didn't you hadn't set this here and then walked off. Like it was.
No, it was on my.
It was on your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
Anything that we haven't discussed that you think is important about where we're at?
Oh, man.
That acid reflux is getting.
I didn't eat.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm usually home eating right now.
Yeah.
No, there's, we came in, started out normal. And that's, what he was doing over here, from where I was,
Yeah.
I didn't see, there's a huge tree right there.
But the initial contact,
But when I came this way, he was walking.
he was walking towards you.
Over this way, yeah.
Okay. And then you guys met right around where all these items are. Okay. And it stayed pretty much all right here. There was no other contact anywhere else.
Every time happened. You're all right, baby, I promise.
And then from the time he got here until the incident actually began, was it a minute?
Oh, yeah, it was right away. It was right around me right away.
I got it. Anything else that we haven't gone over that you think is important? If you don't, we'll cut that in 5%. Okay.
It might be.
I mean, you said that you feel like you got hit with something. Any idea at all about what happened with we can end it there.
All right, so that's the second interview. That's all still the same day as the incident, February 2nd, 2024, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Radford is not arrested that day. He's allowed to go home and resume life like normal, right?
That is correct, sir.
But the investigation continues.
Yes, sir, it does.
You're having other things going on, trying to collect other information, talking to other witnesses, whatever the case may be.
That's correct.
And somewhere along the way, did you start getting contact from people who lived in the same neighborhood and went to the dog park and would have known both the victim and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And after the defendant had told you things like, I never insulted him, I never disrespected him, I treated him like everyone else, did you start thinking maybe you needed to look further into that?
Yes, sir.
So, not quite a week later, February 8th, do you go back and conduct another interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I do.
And where is this interview conducted at?
It's at 5009 Addison Court, which is his residence. It's conducted on the sidewalk in front of his home, kind of driveway area at 15:20 or 3:20 p.m. It's myself and another detective present at the home.
Right. And you're not at the station house this time, so you don't have like a room set up with cameras or whatever. Do you use some other method to document it?
Yes, sir. Recorded it on my agency cell phone, utilizing an application that we capture audio, videos, photographs, things of that nature on, but for audio purposes.
So we only have audio for this one?
That is correct, sir.
I'm going to now play the second interview, which again is still from State's Exhibit 16.
Is it labeled second interview?
Yeah, on the disc it says second interview. It says first interview, second interview, so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Thursday, February 8th, 2024, in regards to ACSO case number 103973.
Oh, Judge, Mr. Fudge pointed out that one of the jurors may have raised their hand.
I just wanted to know, I'm sorry, I missed the date for this interview.
Detective, what's the date of this interview?
February 8th, 2024, at I believe 3:20 or 15:20 hours, I believe.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Whiskey? It's whiskey, right? Whiskey, how are you? Yeah? Hanging in there? Yeah, I talked to your wife. I was trying to, I would have called, but I knew your iPad was messed up.
I can't text out. There's numbers I can text to.
So here's the thing. My phone doesn't do iMessage, and I think that's probably what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I would have sent you a text, but that's all it is. I talked to your wife, because I figured maybe you guys were together. I told her, I said, still, everything's fine. Like, no need to get all worked up. I said I was stopping by to follow up on the email.
I went for a walk earlier.
Step up.
I went down to the dog park down here, but I didn't go to the dog park.
I got that.
And there was a guy, like, just over here, following me, like, he was flying. And I got across the street and he was just introducing himself. He's with the news to me, this and that.
This was today?
Yeah.
Oh, that was about the email that you said in regards to the news trying to talk to you? Okay.
Yeah.
Detective, Mr. Radford is talking about he's going for a walk and a guy from the news has contacted him. In the roughly 6 days between the shooting and this interview, did this case start to get media attention?
Yes, sir, it did.
Did it start to get media attention because some of the people in the neighborhood had come forward and suggested that there might have been another motive for the shooting other than self-defense?
I think that's fair to say, sir.
Right. Is Mr. Radford now going to talk about a conversation he had and about why people think he's a homophobe?
Yes, sir.
I want to be clear. We just listened to 59 minutes of an interview, give or take. I didn't hear Mr. Radford discuss Mr. Lay being gay or any sort of homophobic slurs or anything.
Correct. He did not state that.
We get through an hour of an interview, he never once mentions the victim is gay or any sort of homophobic slurs.
Objection, Your Honor, asked the answer.
Well, sustained.
When they're home, tells me that somebody at the dog park told them that I hated this guy because he was gay.
Okay.
Right? Which is absolutely ridiculous. Because I was the first person when he came out at that dog park. I went, really? Congratulations, you shouldn't have to live in the dark like that. I'm glad you came out of that. It wasn't because he was gay, it was because he treated me like shit for so long.
I got you.
I didn't like him.
So you think that's where that came from? From him telling you, or people over there, or?
People over there.
Okay.
Said that to the news reporter, that I'm a homophobe.
I got you.
And I don't give a damn what anybody does, and that's a guideline. As long as they don't have, broadcast people, I don't want to know about it.
I got it.
So,
Have any exchanges about his sexuality or anything like that ever been made between the two of you?
oh yeah, after you doing that gaslighting thing for like 6-8 months.
What you told me about.
Like, as he walked by, I go, man, what the fuck is the matter with you? Shit like that. I called him a faggot a couple of times.
Detective, it's a little hard to hear. Did he say I called him a faggot a couple times?
Yes, sir.
This is the first time he ever mentions any sort of homophobic slur.
Correct, sir.
But more because I knew it would wind up Kim, because she turned her back on me as a friend. I knew her long before I knew him.
I got you. Okay.
I knew it wound her up.
So you think that's maybe where that came from?
I know that's coming from them at the dog park.
I got you.
And that is nothing but malicious bullshit.
I got you. No, I just wanted to follow up with you. We're still working on stuff. I didn't have a way of reaching out to you, so I figured I'd stop by. And I was trying to do it during normal hours or
Where
whatever.
I am right now, I just thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, no, and I thought I just hung out with your wife. I thought, she's like, well, let me leave work. I said, there's no need to leave work. I said, did she? She's worried, sir.
Right now, okay.
I got this. Also, are you good with, are you good with, I'm gonna reply to your email, and I'm gonna send you a contact number for somebody at our office that has a network of resources. Okay? Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is, and what I'll do is I'll copy her on the email. Her name is Jenna Rundus. And she...
Detective, who is Jenna Rundus?
At the time, I believe her specific title was victim specialist at the sheriff's office.
Okay, so her title is victim specialist. Did you put Mr. Radford in contact with the victim specialist?
Ultimately, I did, sir.
Is that because you thought he was the victim and you had decided that he wasn't guilty or he hadn't done anything wrong? Or why is it you put him in contact with a victim specialist?
At 11:20 that same morning, so 11:20 a.m., prior to my arrival there, I received an email with a request that, in essence, would require her assistance because of her network. So it was asked in the email itself, and my response was to that request.
Are you giving Jenna Rundus or connecting Jenna Rundus to Gerald Radford because you decided Gerald Radford is innocent or the victim?
No, sir.
You're still investigating at this point. Is he still a suspect then?
Yes, sir. I'm merely fulfilling a request.
He has a very big network of all sorts of things for services and things of that nature. So I'm going to reply to your email. I just didn't want to send you an email and you're like, what the heck is this? So I'm going to send you an email with her contact information. And if you need something regarding any services or anything, she is our expert. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna send that to you.
I never felt like this before, so I have no idea what to do.
I understand. Do you currently have any questions for me?
No. But all I needed to know before was that it was okay and not slap on me.
Well, I called you that evening and we had that conversation.
When you say you called him that evening and you had that conversation, what conversation was that?
So that was February 2nd, the day of the incident. Later that evening, I contacted the defendant to advise that the decedent in this case had in fact died.
Okay.
So outside of the exchanges on trying to get him wound up, and you said you called him a faggot a few times, were there any other instances where that escalated?
Detective, why are you asking the defendant beyond calling the victim a faggot a few times, were there any other moments that escalated? What is prompting you to ask that?
I'm just trying to determine the scope of the relationship and how far back it went or the extent of it.
Not that I can remember. Nothing really got out of hand at the time. I was just trying to wind him hook up if he did it to me for long and then told me about it. Never apologized, which, you would expect. Well, I'm really sorry, nothing like that.
Yeah, because you said,
Even coming to the point where I started winding him up, he goes, you were going to come to blows someday. I told him right to his face, I said, don't even you jump me because I ain't going to hit you. I'm not going to be the guy who hits the gay guy.
let me ask you this.
Mr. Radford has made a statement about we're going to come to blows some days. He's attributing that statement to the victim, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Is that the first time he's ever expressed any sort of threat from the victim?
Yes, sir, it is.
The day before the incident, were you at the dog park?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? That would have been Thursday.
Detective, why are you asking, because you seem pretty focused, why are you asking if he was at the dog park the day before the shooting?
To make a determination of whether or not he went to the dog park regarding some evidence that was located during the investigation, specifically related to that date.
Let's talk about that evidence. When the victim, Mr. Lay, died, his body, his possessions are recovered, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Did he have a cell phone on him?
Yes, sir, he did.
Does the sheriff's office have a technology whereby you could, for example, get my cell phone, plug it in, and gain access to all my text messages, pictures, see everything on my phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you all do that with the victim's phone?
Ultimately, yes, sir.
And in the course of doing that, did you find a video that drew your attention?
Yes, sir.
And did you believe that video was somehow attached to February 1st, the day before the shooting on February 2nd?
Yes, sir.
You're not going to tell Mr. Radford about this video during this interview, are you?
No, sir.
Why?
I'm just trying to make a determination on the value of it or what he knew to see if it occurred.
You're not required to tell people all of the things you know, are you?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember an incident, or do you recall an incident where maybe you guys exchanged words and you told him you're going to die? Did you ever say that to him?
I don't recall, honestly.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just trying to follow up with everything.
No, I don't think I ever threatened him. He threatened me. He said, we're going to come to blows someday. I might have said it then. I might have said, if you do, you're going to die.
I got you.
But no, I never threatened him.
Okay.
Ever.
Did Mr. Radford say, I never threatened him ever?
Yes, sir.
Swear and affirm at all. Everything that we talked about today is the truth? Okay. And you're not currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol, are you? Okay.
Been smoking until I go to sleep.
I got you. But right now, are you high or anything? Okay. How's whiskey doing?
Well, that's the thing.
He's probably feeling a little lost without his brother. Yeah, 100%. He doesn't have his brother.
I don't know what to do for him. And now this is happening. I think.
Well, now
I'm just walking around thinking about, following him, seeing where he goes. And that's what I was bothering him. There's absolutely no reason for what friends to do what he did that day.
What do you mean following him around? Following, was he around?
Yeah, because he was wrong, just wrong. He wasn't even chasing squirrels or anything.
Yeah, you said ever since his brother passed, he's been way different. Whiskey, I bet you're spoiled. I bet you're spoiled. He's a big dog. Was his brother that big?
No, his brother was a little guy. His brother was before he got sick, he was maybe 65.
What does whiskey weigh? 105? I bet he liked it when it's cold out.
Detective, you're talking with Mr. Radford about his dog, and his dog passed away and whatever. Did he, on his own, completely unprompted, say, I can't believe they're turning this into a fucking hate crime?
Yes, sir.
Nobody mentioned hate crime, did they?
No, sir.
All right, so if the jury wants to listen to the rest of the interview, they can. That's interview 2. We're going to transition to the third interview, but before we do, there was this video that we talked about that you found on the victim's phone, When you look at a person's phone and you find something like a text message or a picture or a video, do phones create some sort of log or entry to tell you when that file is created in the phone?
Yes, sir. Oftentimes.
And what is the date associated with this particular video we're about to watch?
The timestamp and the date on this video from the report is February 1st, 2024. The actual stamp itself, I believe, is 12/58/05, UTC +0.
And what does UTC +0 mean?
It's a universal time code. In essence, during that time of year, because daylight savings and things of that nature, you would subtract 5 hours, is my understanding, from the timestamp itself, which would put that video February 1st, 2024 at 7:58.05 seconds.
So that video is created 7:58, February 1st. We have a shooting somewhere around 7:55, February 2nd. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Basically 24 hours. I'm now going to play the video that's marked as a video at dog park.
Hey, this is part of my video diary that I'm sending to you because the police told me to do this with that, which I'm trying not to call the police, but the lady Shanna comes here. So this morning, while I'm walking, we're the only two here, and he comes up to me and screams at me, "You're going to die, you're going to die." And I asked him to just leave me alone. And so far he has, but again, that the sheriff said to me.
Right, that video appears to cut off midway through. Is that the way we found it?
Correct, sir.
Now, you have not told Mr. Radford that you had this video on the interview 6 days after the event, February 8th, correct?
I did not tell him that, sir.
And is the investigation still progressing?
Yes, sir, it is.
So I want to ask you, do you at some point decide this case needs to be presented to the state attorney's office, but before that's going to happen, you're going to do one more interview?
Yes, sir.
Do you go on March 7th of 2024, about a month later, to interview Mr. Radford for what is effectively the third time?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to play the third interview.
Hang on 1 second. Everybody all right over there? Need a break yet? No? Okay, go ahead.
Oops, sorry, that's the wrong player.
All right, today is Thursday, March 7th, 2024, approximately 0816 hours. Detective Harrop, Vivian 228544. I'm going to also be present with Detective Mullen. This is in regards to the case number 24-103973. I'm currently located at 5009 Addison Court, which is the home of Gerald Declan Radford. This is a follow-up conversation regarding a video that I located on John Walter Lay's cellular telephone.
There, Thomas. Good morning. Hi, Whiskey. Hi, Whiskey. How are you? I got your email. You got follow-up coming up? Yeah, I got more on it. Okay.
I'll get out here. We're only going to be a few minutes. I wanted to talk with you, if you don't mind, about a video. I think, I don't know if it's been pushed out or whatever. I think we kind of talked about it a little bit, or you kind of alluded to it last time we were together. And I just wanted to get some confirmation on it, if you don't mind. It was a video I located.
What we can expect, okay?
Yes, sir. Whiskey, what are you doing? How's that skin thing? Getting better?
We got him on this stuff called colostrum.
Okay.
And it's like for
Okay.
Is
it helping?
It's slow going, you know?
Yeah.
But it seems to be going a little bit.
You think it's like food allergy type stuff? Hard to say.
His mom's got one too, that's she keeps looking back here.
Yeah. It's like hot spots almost.
Some kind of allergy. Something.
I gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna show you this video. Show my volume as well.
Hey, this is part of my video diary that I'm sending to you because the police told me to do this with that, which I'm trying not to call the police, but the lady Sharon comes here. So this morning, while I'm walking, we're the only two here, and he comes up to me and screams at me, "You're gonna die, you're gonna die." And I asked him to just leave me alone. And so far he has, but again, the Sharon said that me.
I don't know who Sharon is.
You do not know who Sharon is?
Did Mr. Radford say, "I don't know who Sharon is"?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So, do you remember an instance where that occurred?
The only time I ever said anything like that is when he threatened to do physical harm to me.
Okay.
And that is the God's honest truth.
Okay. Now, it appears that that video was filmed the day prior to this incident. So, Thursday on February 1st. Do you remember the day prior having any altercation with him?
Now, honestly, I don't. The week before, it was like 8 days before his brother passed, and I was just a mess.
Yeah, no, I can understand.
I really don't remember it. And the few times that did happen, that I said something to him like that, was in response to him going, "You and me are going to come to blows someday." And there's witnesses that saw him saying shit like that.
Do you know who would have witnessed that?
This kid, I got a guy named Jeff who works for one of the hospitals here, and he's a sailor.
Okay.
Is Mr. Radford telling you to follow up with some guy named Jeff who works at a hospital and is a sailor?
Yes, sir.
Do you have his contact information?
I turned it off now.
I got you.
We haven't had many, but we've had a few stupid emails.
Like people calling and stuff like that?
Stupid.
So, do you remember if you were at the park the day prior?
I'm there almost every day, so that probably was there.
Okay. Do you remember if there was any type of conversation or anything between the two of you that would have sparked that?
There was something almost every time he saw me, there was something.
Okay.
I mean,
I got you.
it was like a common, here we go. What are we looking for now?
Yeah, you said, you're pretty certain that Jeff has witnessed that type of interaction?
Okay. Let's see what's hanging on this here.
Okay.
415-5553.
Detective, as Mr. Radford is giving you 813-415-5553, is he providing you a phone number? Is that what's happening? Is that what you're seeing?
Correct, sir.
And that's for Jeff,
Yes, sir.
the sailor who works at the hospital.
Yes, sir.
You're pretty certain he's witnessed that?
And I'm positive he was there one day when he said that to me, because I turned to him and said, "You hear this fucking guy threatening me?"
I got you.
All right.
And then any other individuals that you think would have been present for that?
Then there is another guy who plays brass, and his name is, God, I see his face. It'll come to me. I don't know if I have his date or the...
Okay.
But it will come. His name is... I gotta do the alphabet.
Yeah. If you can't think of it right this second, will you do me a favor and text me?
Absolutely.
And let me know who it is and what their phone number is. If you can find it, that would be helpful.
Jeff definitely heard it.
Okay.
The guy who's been on the news, his landlord,
Okay.
Albert,
Yeah.
he heard me say, he was on the news saying, I heard him say 100 times he wants to punch him in the face. But it wasn't followed up with what was followed up every freaking time I said that is, but I'm not going to be the guy who starts a fight with the gay guy at the park. I'm not going to be that guy.
I got you.
And every time I said that.
Okay.
So I don't know what the hell they're fucking ganging up on me for, because they all heard this shit.
I get it. I understand. So are you fairly certain that if you were there, well, let me ask you this. If you were there the day before, do you know what would have prompted that video? I know you said there was quite a few altercations.
It was almost every time we saw each other. It was really close. And that week was less my part because of Vino going. No, I do not remember the day before because it was so common.
I got it. Okay. And him stating that you told him you're going to die,
Never outright said you're going to die. I said something to the effect of, if he made that comment, I would say, try it and you'll die, or do it and I'll defend myself, and
Okay. In what comment do you mean like you would have been responding to?
You and me are going to come to blows. I've done it before.
Okay.
And my comment to you, I've done it before, wasn't it? You fucking haven't.
Yeah. Okay. Do you swear and affirm everything you told me?
I swear and affirm. Absolutely.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, I just got out the shower.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm just trying to get some clarity.
I got you.
There's a lot of moving parts, and I just, I figured it was fair to ask. And had you seen that video before?
No.
Not that particular video, because when I started playing it, you seemed like
it's just his face.
Okay, I got it.
Because it's like...
Yeah,
right.
No, I understand.
That's
Is there anything that...
That's one of the worst things right now is every fucking where I go, I see his face.
I understand.
But it's not there,
Yeah. Is there anything that you thought of or that you recall that you think is important for me to know that we haven't discussed?
With the therapist, and I keep...
Detective, we are 1 second short of 11 minutes into the third interview, 1 month after the shooting. Is Mr. Radford about to start volunteering information he's never told you before?
Yes, sir.
Is he about to tell you that the victim had his hands on the gun and he was going to try to kill him with the gun? Is this the first time we're going to hear this information?
Yes, sir.
Again, these flashes, other hand, of his hands holding my hand, like right here. So I'm overly aware of how close I came to being shot with my own gun now.
Okay.
His DNA has got to be all over that gun. I can't get it out of my head. Both his hands on my hand trying to turn the gun on me.
Okay.
And that's like...
something that's come to the, I guess, forefront?
And from just flashes of this thing that's going on.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, if you figure out who the other guy is that you said plays grass that might have witnessed that.
Rice, D-R-Y-C-E. In the evenings, he goes there.
Okay.
He's got 2 dogs. I don't know his last name.
Do you have his contact information?
Never did.
Okay, yeah. I got you.
White male, black male?
White male, maybe 6 foot, 180 pounds. Thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll be in touch. All right. Text me if you figure out who that guy's number is, and then just keep me updated on the emails you've been doing. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. If you think about it.
When I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that the other, the guy that said the seller.
Yeah.
Or Justin's name.
I got you. Yeah.
I don't know his last name.
I got you. Whiskey, be good. Okay.
He's gonna lie there for a while.
Well, I'm sure he probably prefers it outside.
Yeah.
You guys have the porch. Does he hang out on the porch quite a bit outside?
He used to.
Yeah.
But for the past week, he sits and just stares out there. He won't go out at night.
Oh, really?
We're losing. We don't know why.
Yeah. I'm sure quite a bit changed
You
when
know,
it's.
some we don't.
Yeah. I got you. All right. Well, we'll be in touch. If you need something, reach out to me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'll reach out to you soon. Okay. So. Try to have a good day. All right.
Got that therapy at 11.
Okay. Fine.
Somewhat better.
Okay. Yep. If you need something, call me. You got my direct number.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Detective, Mr. Radford was subsequently arrested a short time later.
Yes, sir.
When was he arrested?
March 8th, 2024 at approximately 1340 hours, 1:40 p.m.
Okay. So we're at March 8th. An arrest has been conducted. Mr. Radford has been charged. I want to talk with you about a home that sits across the street from the dog park that I think we attempted to get video from and were not successful. You know what I'm talking about?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And so I want to first clarify so the jury understands this is State's Exhibit 2A. Oop, got to click over, sorry. It's a little hard to see, but there is a posted sign at the dog park here, as we see in 2A on the left-hand side of the photo, that the area is under video surveillance.
Correct.
Did the sheriff's office attempt to collect video surveillance from the dog park that might have, captured this incident, this shooting?
Yes, sir.
And what became of that?
It was inoperable.
What was inoperable?
The video surveillance.
How do you know it was inoperable?
Other detectives met with staff management from Hillsborough County Parks and confirmed that the cameras were inoperable. I believe there's even wires cut and some photographs were taken.
Okay, so you tried, just couldn't control it.
Correct, sir.
Okay. But there's a home across the street. What's the address of the home that we're going to be talking about?
4546, I believe it's West Jean Street.
And that's basically across the street from the dog park?
Yes, sir. Located, I believe that would just be east of the dog park.
Now to back up, we talked about you're the lead, Detective Nix is the scene, and other detectives sometimes get tasked with other duties. Was somebody tasked with trying to collect surveillance footage from the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Ultimately, for that particular address, it was Detective Andrew Van Galder.
And is he one of the homicide detectives?
Yes, sir. I think he has a different assignment now, but at the time he was a homicide detective.
Do you need a spelling? No, ma'am.
Long story short, did we ever get video from that home?
We did eventually get video. We did not get video of the incident.
Okay. And explain to us what you mean when you say we got video, we didn't get video of the date. What do you mean?
So on March 5th, multiple follow-ups were attempted in an effort to determine whether or not the cameras at that location were operable or whether or not they were cloud-based and things of that nature.
And what do you mean by cloud-based for anybody who's not like super savvy with technology?
A lot of home video surveillance records to a cloud, or basically a server, if you will, where there's not a physical actual device that has the historical footage memorialized. A lot of people have to pay for extra cloud storage, things of that nature, to go back and watch historical video clips.
All right, so if I wanted to get a home security system, could I get a system that has what's commonly called a DVR?
Yes, sir. There's DVR and VR. That's an actual...
It's like a digital video recorder.
That is correct, sir.
I would have some sort of device in my house that the video is being collected and stored onto.
That is an option for video surveillance, home video surveillance.
If I wanted to go get home video, I could also get a system where the video just goes to the cloud, some computer somewhere in the world, and then I can try and access it later, but I don't physically have it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you discover this house across the street at 4546, and it appears to have cameras. Are efforts made to contact the resident of the home to see if you can get access to the cameras to see if there's anything captured?
Yes, sir.
And did that occupant ultimately say, I don't have anything to do with this, I'm renting, there's somebody who's the landlord?
In essence, yes, sir.
And who was the landlord provided to you? What name were you working with so we have somebody to refer to?
It was provided to Detective Van Gelder. I believe it was like Ednardo.
Okay, we'll call him Eduardo, just so we have someone to refer to. So you guys need to talk to Eduardo, and I need you to explain to a jury, you're a sheriff, you're a deputy, you're on the homicide team, you're investigating a murder. Does that mean you can just barge into somebody's home and start searching their home to see if they have video inside the home?
No, sir.
Well, what are the ways by which you could get access to a home to see if there's video of use?
Well, the first one would be to make contact with whoever's in control of the home. Attempt to get some type of consent or something of that nature to look in the residence, or just to interview them and figure out what equipment is there, if any. The other option would be to develop probable cause. We would have to develop that, and we would have to request a residential search warrant if we're talking about a home, which would have to be approved by the judge, and then ultimately we would have to execute that in an attempt to locate any potential evidence.
All right. And so when the initial contact is made with the homeowner, he says, I don't know anything about the camera system. Does he indicate he doesn't even know if there is a camera system working?
Correct, sir.
So you got to talk to Eduardo.
That's what he tells the detective that goes to that house. That is correct.
All right. And did the sheriff's office continually try to make contact with Eduardo to see if, one, there was a system, if there was a device in the house that would have captured it, that sort of information?
Multiple attempts were made, and there was contact with that individual on more than one occasion, the homeowner.
Okay. And was there a delay in getting contact with Eduardo and eventually getting information from Eduardo about how the system worked and if it was even working that day?
Correct, yep. So I was advised that he was like over-the-road truck driver, and ultimately, I believe it was March 5th, had a conversation with him and was able to determine that there was, in fact, in the house that he was renting, a device inside that could have captured it.
Okay, and so you said that this originally started with Detective Van Gelder.
Correct, sir.
But then you said you've taken over at some point. At some point you decided you needed to handle this?
Just in addition to the attempts I tried myself as well.
All right. And when you talked to Eduardo, when you were finally able to get a hold of him and he was able to give you whatever information he gave you, how long did it take you to go get a search warrant?
So I believe that phone call took place on March the 5th at 08:30 or 8:30 a.m. By the time I spoke to my chain of command, my supervision, regarding the newly obtained information, I authored a electronic search warrant request for the residence via our eWarrants database. I believe it was 17 hours or 1:17 p.m. on that same day where the search warrant was approved by the judge that was dealing with this set of tasks that day. Immediately following that, after the search warrant was approved, myself and other members of the sheriff's office responded to that residence, ultimately executing that residential search warrant after approval.
And what time do you think it was roughly when you went to execute the search warrant?
I would say maybe sub 14:30, like 2:30 p.m. roughly. It was within pretty short amount of time after it was approved by the judge.
Okay. A couple hours, you're at the residence after Eduardo's told you that there's a DVR in the house.
After it's approved, yeah, it's rather lengthy to author the search warrants and go through the system of getting them approved. But yeah, I mean, it was, again, that started about 8:30 in the morning, but that takes some time to get a search warrant approved.
And if you had talked to Eduardo and Eduardo had said, no, there isn't a DVR, all the video goes to the cloud instead, we would not have tried for a search warrant because we have no reason to think that there's anything in the house to get, right?
I wouldn't have been able to establish probable cause to even request it.
So, long story short, you go to Eduardo, you go to the house, you find the DVR. By the time you find it, the video from the date of the shooting is gone.
Well, it was examined. When we find, I think it was an NVR, but basically a DVR, find that, 2 cameras. I do additional search warrants on those items. Ultimately, it is accessed, the data is accessed, and there is no historical video footage from February the 2nd located on that, is what I was advised by the person who analyzed it.
So we don't have a video?
That is correct.
While you were at the house, though, since you could see where the camera was that would have been pointed in the right direction to the park to capture the area where Mr. Radford tells you the scuffle took place, did you all make an effort to measure that distance?
Ultimately, I believe it was the following day, which would have been March 6th. Detective Mullen, who was my assist, went over to the park area, stood within proximity of where the incident was alleged to have occurred, and utilized a laser, like a certified laser measuring device that the sheriff's office has to determine the distance from the approximate incident location to that house or that camera in particular.
All right, and so I want to ask you, Detective Mullen is standing where the scuffle supposedly took place?
That is correct, sir.
While she is standing at the spot where the scuffle takes place, are you in a spot where you can see the live feed of the home surveillance camera?
So kind of 2 separate events here. The day of the actual search warrant we did not do the measurement. I believe it was the following day. But at some point while we're executing the search warrant, I am in a position to where I can see what the presumed view would be from the particular camera that was of interest. I was able to see that live on a screen that was actually mounted, I believe, in the closet area.
And when you're looking at the live feed of the camera pointing in the direction of the park, did you have somebody in the park for like a size reference?
Correct, sir.
And seeing the person in the park at the spot where the fight took place, I mean, if you had to ballpark it, how far do you think the distance was from the house to the spot in the park?
Well, I ultimately found out what the distance was, but I was thinking, so the multiple measurements were taken. In essence, around 235 feet was the distance, which is roughly 78.33 yards. I was kind of assuming it was around 100 yards, but it was, I guess, closer to 80, really.
Okay. And when you're looking at the live feed and you're seeing this person in the park, 80, 200 feet away, whatever it is, 80 yards, 200 feet away, what do they look like on the camera? Are they a little ant? Are they a giant person? What can you see?
The view itself wasn't great. You couldn't see much from that distance on the live view that I was looking at.
Still, it would have been nice to have the video, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's also talk about while the investigation has been moving forward, you have access to the phone. Eventually, you give the state attorney's office the copy of the phone, and as you know, I have to provide that to the defense, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And credit to them, they did actually find something else on the victim's phone. Is that correct?
They did find some text messages, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the defense brought it to our attention, I had you go back and confirm this is text messages on the victim's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, you did.
And according to what it says 1/31/2024, 3:19:55 a.m. UTC, and then later it says 2/1/24. So is this already converted to Tampa time from UTC, or is this not converted?
No, sir, it's not converted. The UTC +0, like I described earlier, in essence, given that time frame, it would have to go back. You would have to subtract 5 hours from the actual timestamp that's on that report.
So that first one, for example, is 3:19 a.m. We'd have to roll back to 2:19, 1:19, 12:19, 11:19, 10:19, right?
That would be correct, and then I think actually it would switch the day as well. But
Right, it would obviously switch the day because I crossed midnight.
that is correct, sir.
Okay, but this one here, this one is at 6:11:26 p.m. We would subtract 5 hours, we get back to 1:11:26 p.m. Tampa time. Is that correct?
That would be correct, sir.
And the date doesn't change. You would still expect it to be February 1st.
Given the 5-hour difference not going either side of midnight, it would stay the same.
Okay. And so this is the text message we found, and I'm not going to ask you to interpret it because jurors can read for themselves. But this is what was found on Mr. Lay's phone by the defense, eventually passed on to us and confirmed by you to be on Mr. Lay's phone.
That is correct. It was on the forensic report.
Can you all read it? No.
I can, do you need me to zoom in or anything?
Either he can read it or...
Do you want me to read it? I'll read it. The first one that starts in blue says, "Hey Walt, I have not been able to find any paperwork from my court case. I do remember that his first name is Declan. I have given this some serious thought. I do hope you will file a police report because what he is doing to you constitutes a hate crime and he needs to be stopped. Have Tammy or one of the guys ask him what his last name is. Let me know what is going on. Love you." That's from Sue Jones, which also says /Callie. Then there are 2 text messages in green, and we would understand these to be text messages sent by the victim, correct?
Yes, sir. Sent by the victim to Miss Sue Jones.
Okay. And the first one says, "Hello, I'm at work. Our computers are down. I was able to get all his info from the morning crew. He's crazy. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't really intimidate me. I'll keep you posted. I thought, if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama." And then the last one, which we hadn't talked about, which says 6:24:32 p.m., which is 1:24:32 p.m. "He's eat up with bursitis. I think he wants me to beat him in some weird crazy sex. ... I don't know. LOL." So, Mr. Radford has been arrested now. He's in jail for some period of time.
Yes, sir.
And when a person is in jail, are they allowed to make phone calls to the outside world?
Yes, sir.
And when a person makes outside phone calls, are there signs in the jail and part of the recording that tells them this phone call is being recorded and people can listen to what you're saying?
I can't speak to the signs, but I know on all the recordings that is the prompt, I believe at the onset of the call or right before you actually start to correspond with the other party.
Okay. And so did you and I begin listening to jail phone calls made by Mr. Radford?
Yes, sir. We did listen to some of them.
And specifically, did we find a phone call on March 31st, 2024, where Mr. Radford was discussing the series of events that took part in the dog park on the date of February 2nd, supposedly?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to be clear. When we last left Mr. Radford, I have never heard him say he had to disengage the safety.
No, sir.
I've never heard him say the victim's finger was on the trigger or that he was clicking the trigger.
I never heard that either, sir.
So nowhere prior to March 31st does Mr. Radford ever make any sort of allegation of the victim's finger on the trigger, clicking the trigger, and Mr. Radford having to disengage the safety because the victim was clicking the trigger and nothing was working?
He did not disclose that to me, sir.
So I'm going to play that call, and it's like a 15-minute call, but I'm going to jump ahead in the call. This is the phone call that ends in 12_196_637.
For English, press 1.
And I'm going to go to 4 minutes and 33 seconds into this phone call.
I gotta go over it. I can't help but go over it and over it and over it again. I did nothing wrong. The only thing I did wrong is calling out a flag.
Can I turn what up?
The video up.
This is as loud as it goes, I think.
Volume on the computer.
Volume on the computer is at 100 and the volume on the video is at 100. I'll back it up a second.
No, I did no wrong. I gotta go over it. I can't help but go over it and over it and over it again. I did nothing wrong. The only thing I did wrong was call that guy a fag. I didn't twist his arm. I didn't tell him they could do anything too big. I didn't give him HIV, and I sure as hell didn't want it from him. I turned around to look for the whiskey, and when I turned back around, he covered 10 feet in a matter of seconds.
Detective, prior to this March 31st phone call, has Mr. Radford ever suggested he was ambushed or blindsided by the victim coming up on him, from 10 or 15 feet away?
No, sir.
It was probably 15. But there was an airplane going over. I didn't hear a damn thing. I was fumbling with my phone in my hoodie, trying to get the volume down, and just bang! All of a sudden, I'm on the ground on my back, and he's like climbing up my body.
So we don't think that you're the one who pulled out the gun. We think that maybe he did.
I reached for it.
What hand?
My right hand.
You did.
My left hand was trapped in my coat or under his hand, so that was useless.
Okay.
I reached for it, but he dove right at it. So by the time it was clear to move it, his hands were on it, and he was trying to turn it on me. I pushed up, and luckily hit the safety and pulled the trigger at the same time. And otherwise, I would have been shot as well.
All right, so I'm going to stop it there at 6 minutes and 5 seconds and just jump ahead a little bit to 6 minutes and 52 seconds approximately.
If I was smarter, I would have just pulled it out, clicked, boom, 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 shot him in the belly. Right? But I didn't. He had it. I couldn't get the safety. I heard because it said, I heard myself. I was like, oh shit, so I have to do it now. And luckily, he caused it to jam up because one of his fingers was in that trigger guard on top of mine. And he was pulling the trigger as fast as he could, but nothing was happening. And that probably, it seemed like 10 seconds, but it probably was 2 or 3 seconds before he went left. And I was like, oh shit.
All right, and I stopped it at 7:45 in the phone call for purposes of the record. So that's Mr. Radford now saying finger on the trigger guard, finger in the trigger guard, pulling the trigger, clicking of the safety. I would have been shot if I hadn't disengaged the safety first and shot him.
That's correct, sir.
I also want to play the other jail phone call that is admitted. These are both admitted as State's Exhibit 17 for the record. This is the one that ends in 13_135_915. Did you and I discover a jail phone call from March 23rd of 2024?
May 23rd, sir.
May 23rd, I'm sorry. Got my dates. March is March 31st, May 23rd. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is that phone call?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to go to 7 minutes and 11 seconds roughly. But I want to be clear. By May 23rd, Mr. Radford has already been arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's already been charged with second-degree murder and charged with a crime evidencing prejudice based on sexual orientation.
Yes, sir.
He's actually even appeared in court to be aware of his charges.
That is correct, sir.
So he knows that we're charging him in part with doing something to the victim because he didn't like him for being gay or something to that effect.
He was aware of his charges, sir.
So 7 minutes, 11 seconds.
So I thought I knew some of those people.
Yeah.
The fucking prosecutor guy said, yeah, he called him that name after he only met him at a dog park. I knew him for 4 years.
Yeah.
And he treated me like shit for 4 years before I said, you're fat.
Yeah.
Stop talking about that gross shit.
Yeah.
I told him to his face, I said, there's gay people in this bag. Gay people live their lives and have a normal relationship with their spouse, and they go home and they keep their shit in their bedroom, and that's it. You're a bag. And I saw, that's when Kim gave me a look, and I saw Harrop, so that's why I kept calling her, every time he did visit us, and she'd get all pissed off.
For the record, I stopped it at 8 minutes and 4 seconds into the recording. Judge, if I could have 1 minute?
Yes.
Detective, throughout the sum total of this investigation, has there ever been any indication from Mr. Radford or from any of the physical evidence that Mr. Lay was armed with any sort of deadly weapon, a knife, a gun, a baseball bat, a machete, anything of the sorts?
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a afternoon break at this time.
All rise.
Been a
special investigator. Good to see you.
All right. I want to do a quick recap here before we get into cross. All right. So let's see. Let me go back. So his initial interview is played when right after Mr. Radford is detained. He wasn't arrested. He was handcuffed at the park after this happened, and he was brought into the police station to kind of tell his tell his side of the story. So he starts off by saying he was kidnapped by an English soldier as a kid. Wow. His dad, he's Irish. His dad had to go get him. He said he smoked weed the morning of. He said he was being gaslit by Mr. Lay. Radford wasn't crying, and he seems non-emotional at this point. You know, they kind of kept making a point of that. He says, I was here before, and why don't you go to another park? He says, nobody wants you here, and then we started struggling. Okay, so that's what he says Lay said to him. He hit me in the nose with whatever he had in his hand. I'm assuming that's this mug or this water bottle. He says, and I just went apeshit. I tried to grab a hold of him, of his shirt, and we fell over. Detective asks, who threw the first punch? Oh, he definitely grabbed me and got up on me. He claims he blindsided him. So Lay, he says Lay grabbed him and remembers going down and scuffling on the ground. He got a mouthful of dirt, but there was no dirt on Radford's face in the photo shown or during the interview. Did have a bloody nose, so maybe he got cleaned up. Who knows? The detective didn't see a mouthful of dirt. So they show the photos of Radford's hands. Do you see any dirt? He says, no, sir, I do not. They go back to the interview. During this interview, he says, I really don't remember pulling my gun. And then State asked, is he crying again? He said, yes. So as he's recounting this, sometimes he's crying, sometimes he's not, sometimes he's crying, sometimes he's not. So Radford didn't have time to go home and change. So he had like 2 different outfits on, which is really weird. But then they show a picture of his jeans, his shirt, and his head, and there's no sand or dirt, which again is really weird. If you get in this scuffle, you're going to be dirty. You're going to have dirt on you somewhere. I mean, even if you like dust yourself off, and you're scuffling back and forth, you'd think there'd be some dirt. He says he rolled over. He rolled me. Okay, so he rolled over. He rolled me back and I pushed it into him, pointing to the left side around his chest. Then he stopped. He jumped up and he dialed 999. So he's so distraught he didn't even call 911. And they asked, when you pulled your gun, he says, oh, he was on top of me. So after he shoots him, he rolled him off. He called 999 within seconds. And then the state asks, were you asking what he was feeling and what was going through your mind? He says that he's stronger, and he hit me. That's what was going through his mind, that this guy's stronger. He looks pretty tall. I want to see what the size difference is between these two. Where did he hit you? He's asked. I feel somewhere back here, and he's kind of like doing this. He's like, it's a little sore right now. So now he's saying he got hit in the back of the head. He grabbed a hold of me, and I was surprised he was so effing strong. He said it was cold this morning. I had a black sweater on. I had a camouflage. I had my orange speaker, which I usually have here. He points to his left belt loop. But he never said anything about being hammer-fisted. Remember the defense during the opening said that Mr. Lay's on top of him and he's just hammer-fisting him? He surprised the shit out of me. I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I treated him with respect like everyone else. He says, I carry a firearm because of what people do. I never thought I would have to defend myself. Then he says, I don't know if I'm crying for my dog or him. And the state made a big deal about that. I don't know why he started on me. Were you in fear for your life? The detective asks. After I saw blood on my face, I was kind of scared. I just needed him to stop beating me up. I didn't know if he was going to stop or not. I couldn't stop him from getting me down. So then the video's done. They go back to the crime scene to do a walkthrough. So then they go into the park again, and Radford is recounting everything, and he starts to shake visibly at one point. And he's like, I didn't ask for your shit. Now he's walking towards me. Why don't you just go find another park? As he's walking towards me. Initially, he grabbed you. He said, yep. Lay says, nobody likes you. And Radford apparently says back, I'm not here for you. I'm here for my dogs. Then they go and there's these two cups on the side, and he points to he said, that's my cup. And apparently he pointed to the wrong cup. So I guess he didn't know which cup was his. And then they showed this the area where this happened, and it's there's like a lot of stones, right? So there's not like, he said he got a mouthful of dirt, but there's really no dirt there, right? There's like stones. It's leafy. There's stones. There's it's not like a sand pit. I mean, Florida has a lot of sand. I mean, it's like basically a big sandbar, but I didn't see any sand either. He's asked where the fight started, and the stuff is where the fight took place. He says he needs glasses for up close, not far away. Then he talks about the gun being stovepiped, and that's basically just it being jammed, and the bullet kind of sticks up through the. You pull back like that. You pull back like that, and the bullet gets stuck. So it kind of looks like a stovepipe, I guess. Then he says he came at me and started mouthing off, and the airplane flies over. So then he goes back the detective goes back for a second interview, and it's just audio. There's no video. So Radford says the news has contacted him. So he's asked, did it get media attention? He said, yep. Did some people come forward and say there was another motive? He said, that's fair. In the previous interview, Radford never mentioned Lay was gay. Someone at the dog park said I shot him because he's gay. And Radford saying, congratulations, you shouldn't have to live in the dark. I'm glad you came out. Then he says, I called him a pretty bad word a couple of times. And he's talking about this woman. I forget her name. I knew her long before I knew him. That was nothing but malicious BS. He'd put Radford in contact with victim specialist only because it was required. He was only fulfilling a request. He didn't think Radford was innocent. Remember, the defense was saying all this. Why would law enforcement give him a victim advocate if he was innocent or if he wasn't innocent? So again, how they twist, how each side can twist it to make it sound to their benefit. He's trying to determine the scope of the relationship and how far back it went. Radford said, I never apologized, and I started winding him up, and Lay said, you and I are going to come to blows someday. Were you at the dog park the day before? He says, I don't remember. But then Lay's cell phone was recovered, and there was a video that was discovered. Do you recall an incident where you guys are saying words and you're saying you're going to die? He's like, I never threatened him. He said, we may come to blows someday, and I may have said you're going to die then. Then they show Lay's video. So Lay says, this is the part of my video diary, and the police told me to do this, which I'm trying to call the police. We're the only ones here, and I'm walking, and he comes up to me screaming, you're going to die, you're going to die. So again, the defense said, Mr. Lay never went to law enforcement. That's a lie. That's just a blatant lie. Defense is flat out lying in their opening statement. He did go. He made a video diary the day before. So the defense is just flat out lying in their opening statement. So then there's yet another video on March 7th, or this is another interview, I should say. So that's where they play this video of that Lay made to Radford, I should say. He says, I don't know who Sharon is. So Sharon must have been this friend that he was saying about earlier. Then March 8th, he's arrested and charged. Then they try to access the video from the house across the street. So they go into a lot about this. So they go talk to the person who's there, and he's just a renter. Talk to the owner. The owner is this guy named Eduardo, who's a truck driver. And by the time they get a hold of him, weeks have passed. And actually, that's not true. They finally get a hold of, weeks passed, and they finally get a hold of the renter. Then they get a hold of Eduardo, and then within that same day, they get a search warrant, and they go, and the video is just, there's nothing on the video, unfortunately, which would have been helpful. Oh, but then they also go and they look at the sight line, and I guess it's like 80 yards, which is almost a football field. So even though it would have been nice to have that video, you would have just seen like little blobs of people. It would have been nice to have it because you could have seen. I think it still would have been helpful. I'm sure Cross will talk about that. Then we hear a couple of phone calls, a couple of jail phone calls. This is where Radford brings in, Lay grabbed the gun. I was trying to disengage I got my finger on the trigger. He's got his finger on the trigger. Somehow I'm able to disengage the safety and shoot at the same time. I don't know. But then he also said his arm was behind his back. I'm just finding too many inconsistencies in his story. So he says, I thought I knew some of these people. I've known him for 4 years and treated him well until I called him. He said, yep, you're that. So Mr. Lay was never had a weapon. Never had a weapon. Just his arms. Just his fists. So, yep. All right. What are you guys talking about? Yes, he was born in Ireland. And he moved to New Jersey, and he's been down in Florida for 13 years. Did say it was cold. It's February, Tampa. It was pretty chilly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, Tampa weather. Tampa Bay weather, February 2nd, 2024. February 2nd, 2024. Let's see if we can find. All right, February 2nd, it was 68 was their high. It was 54. It was 54 degrees. So chilly. It was chilly on February 2nd. That was overnight, so it's probably 54, 55, something like that. Chilly enough to wear a couple layers of clothes. Elizabeth G., thank you for joining us. The prosecution hasn't said there was a police report filed by Walt, have they? They have not. They didn't say anything about a police report filed. So I guess that's when the defense would say he didn't report it to the police. So he says he's talked to the police. Let me see. What did the defense say? Let me make sure I'm not spreading rumors. Let's see. I'm trying to find where they said anything about a police report. I don't think, let's see. Yeah, Walt doesn't contact law enforcement about anything. That's false. That's a flat out false statement. Defense said Walt doesn't contact law enforcement about anything. Whereas the day before, he literally says on his video, police told me to make a video diary. I'm talking to the police. So that's just a flat out lie. They just flat out lied. Excuse me. This is part of my video diary, and the police told me to do this, which I'm trying to call the police. So the police told him to make a video diary. Let's see, Little Miss. He was not under oath in the jail calls, and you always make yourself look better to family. It's not fair to compare these statements to the ones given to law enforcement. True. But as we find out, Little Miss, jail calls are always the best, because even though it says this phone call may be recorded, they just look at Donna Adelson, look at Charlie Adelson, Megan Boswell, right? Oh, Corey Richins, right? It just goes on and on. Baca, that ain't chili. Excuse me, it's all relative, right? It's all relative. Yep, silly Floridians, 54, and they are freezing. Yeah, well, it's all relative. Rona, they were friends until it's Radford. It's Radford. It's Radford. Apparently, they were friends, or he thought they were friendly. Apparently, that's Radford. Radford. That's his side of the story. We're going to hear from. I'm guessing we're going to hear from witnesses. We will hear from people that knew both of them. So we'll have to see. Irish Amy asks, did they bag up his clothes? I'm still confused over why he was allowed to change them. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the one officer threw Radford's sweatshirt in the back of his car. I don't know. I'm kind of confused about that too. I'm a little. That's still kind of confusing to me too, Irish Amy. I'm not sure. When the heck is spring? Yeah, already. Baca, I understand what the attorneys say is not evidence, but why do they not get admonished for blatant lies, though? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Right? That's just I think a straight up lie. Yeah, Little Miss, the only one of those I'm aware of is Boswell. Fala, is the term go apeshit, as in go off bad, offensive? I don't think it's, who knows anymore? I don't know. I'm sure. It could be either, depending on who you're talking to. I have no idea. Krista, I missed the last 10 minutes. Well, listen to the recap. I just went through it. I'm not going to go through it again. Sorry. Just rewind and listen to the recap. I'm going to move forward, unfortunately. All right, we're going to get to cross next.
Be seated. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
So I'm going to kind of go right down the line of topics that you covered with Mr. Diaz to clarify a few things. Okay, Detective?
Yes, sir.
You are currently a detective in the Special Investigative Division.
Yes, sir. The Special Investigations Division. Yes, sir.
And you were previously in what I refer to as major crimes investigator, but homicide investigator.
Well, it's a different division, so that's criminal investigations, which houses multiple units. Where our unit is currently located is special investigations, sir.
Special investigations. Now, how long were you, when you were the lead detective on this case in February of 2024, how long had you been a major crime detective that was tasked with investigating homicides?
Oh, probably around, I would say, 6 years, roughly.
So you had been, for 6 years, investigating, among other things, homicides.
Yes, sir. Like mentioned previously, a large portion of that was narcotic-related homicides as it relates to overdoses and the investigation into the source for those cases.
You'd agree it's a fairly long time to be doing that type of work, right?
Yes, sir.
And now you're in a different unit, and your testimony to the jury is that wasn't a demotion, that was a voluntary transfer, like a lateral move to a different detective unit.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the unit that I'm on was in the Criminal Investigations Division when I transferred out of homicide. I transferred for work-life balance. I've been on call for many years of my life, and I transferred to try to be home a little bit more. Our unit has subsequently, since I've started in the unit where I'm at, has moved to the Special Investigations Division. It was in Criminal Investigations, now it's in Special Investigations.
Mildly confusing, but you were a homicide detective for 6 years.
Not on the homicide unit, but I investigated homicides for many years, yes, sir.
Specifically, how many years were you a homicide detective on that specialty unit?
On that particular unit, less than a year, sir.
But you had been a detective for 6 years.
Longer than that, but investigating, homicides, multiple years prior to that, sir.
Now, at the beginning of the direct examination, Mr. Diaz had you walk the jury through kind of how this process plays out when there is a homicide investigation. And you explained to the jury that one of the supervisors, in this case I believe it was Sergeant Florio, kind of delegates a lead detective and then other detectives to do other tasks. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, you were assigned by the sergeant as the lead detective in this case, right?
That is correct, sir.
You are in charge of the investigation.
Not in charge of it, but I'm the lead detective of it.
Help me and help the jury understand then who was in charge of this investigation if you, as the lead detective, were not that individual.
Well, there's supervisors in the homicide section, just like pretty much every other section that we have at the sheriff's office. They're the ones that are technically in charge, i.e. that's why I was told what to do. I'm not in charge of it. I am supposed to oversee certain tasks as a lead detective, and that's what I was tasked with doing by somebody who was in charge of the homicide section, sir.
Let's be abundantly clear here. The sergeants or lieutenants, they are not micromanaging your investigation, right?
Well, it depends on what supervisor you have, but it depends, but not technically, not usually.
Every action that you took in this investigation, were those individual actions reviewed and approved of by your supervisor, or are you operating autonomously and investigating this case?
Provided with tasks typically from a supervisor. Obviously, there are multiple things that we don't necessarily go for approval for, but they keep a pretty close eye on what the detectives are doing while investigating these crimes, sir.
When you complete your investigation or reach a stage where you want to send the case to the state attorney's office, and that's a topic we're going to touch on momentarily, You are responsible for putting together all of the evidence, compiling all the police reports, and getting that information to Mr. Diaz or his office, correct?
That is correct, sir. That's typically the lead detective's role.
It's not Sergeant Florio's responsibility, right?
Not in this case, sir. It was not.
Not crime scene detective Nick's responsibility, right?
No, sir. I mean, each person might, provide a certain, set of evidence or reports or what have you. But typically, it's between myself and the attorney's office, if you're the lead detective, on ensuring that all that is fulfilled, sir.
And for argument's sake, if the state attorney's office wants you to seek additional information, they may say, hey, go look into this or go get this to you, right?
That could be a scenario, sir. Yes, sir.
And that wouldn't be to your sergeant?
No, sir. Typically, they'll call, the detective working on the case.
The point I'm trying to make, detective, is it became clear to me during your direct examination that, I don't know why, but in an effort to kind of maybe explain away why certain things were and were not done at certain times, to kind of fragment the structure of the detectives on this investigation. And I want to make it abundantly clear. Words matter, right?
Yes, sir, they do.
Lead means lead, right?
Yes, sir.
Lead detective. That was your role.
That was my role, sir.
Ultimately, you have the responsibility and ability to direct other law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs, other detectives to assist you with your investigation, correct?
I was assigned as the lead detective, sir.
And to answer my question, you have the ability to delegate tasks to other deputies and detectives or ask for help, right?
On certain things, yes, sir.
On certain things. And there's certain things in a case like this that are more important than others, right?
Potentially, yes, sir.
And just as an example, forensic evidence like DNA and fingerprints might be more important than, as you investigate a case, some random item find at the crime scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've established that you are the lead detective. You have supervisors, but you are in charge of this case.
Yes, sir. I was the lead detective, sir.
And so while Detective Nix was tasked with, the initial documenting with one of the crime scene techs the scene, you were tasked as the lead detective and kind of took on roles like interviewing Mr. Radford, right?
I did interview him, sir.
Following up on other leads, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, in March, some 30-plus days after this event, authoring and executing a search warrant on the home I believe it's 4546 West Jean Street?
Yes, sir, March 5th.
Now, that's not something your sergeant did for you, right?
No, I was the one that authored the search warrant, sir.
Now, there was discussion about the interplay between your agency and this investigation and the state attorney's office, specifically your agreement that you don't effectuate an arrest in a homicide without approval from the state attorney's office. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, that has been discussed.
Can you tell the jury what dates between February 2nd of 2024 and Mr. Radford's arrest, I believe it was March 8th?
It was March 8th, sir.
Of 2024. What dates that you met or spoke with the state attorney's office about this case?
I don't have everyone committed to memory. Always, on the onset, certainly, multiple times thereafter, and then ultimately the case is presented to them the day before the arrest.
Are you able to give the jury a specific number of times that you met with the state attorney's office about this case in the roughly 40 days that transpired from the date of the shooting and the date of Mr. Radford's arrest?
I'm not able to give an exact number, sir.
More than one?
Yes, sir.
Is it more than 5?
Could have been more than 5. You say meeting with, does that mean I believe there's been more than 5 discussions from the onset of it until it was presented.
What are you discussing with the state attorney's office in the days after this incident?
information that's being newly obtained, making sure that, certain things, when we have an update on it, is being, provided to the state attorney's office as we discover new stuff.
So we discover new stuff. The park entrance, the gate that is right there at the parking lot.
The
correct?
pedestrian gate?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How many times did you go in and out of that gate on the first day you were assigned this case, February 2nd of 2024?
I believe maybe once.
You were aware that there was a sign, and I understand that we know now, and we knew weeks after the shooting, that there was no surveillance footage. But you saw the sign that said this property is under video surveillance, right?
Yes, sir. That sign was posted on the pedestrian gates there.
In fact, you're aware, having access to all the body cam footage from your fellow deputies and detectives, that one of the first things Mr. Radford pointed out to the responding officer.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You saw that sign?
That sign was posted, sir.
And if Mr. Radford had pointed that out to a deputy immediately upon...
Overruled.
If Mr. Radford had pointed that out immediately in an attempt to say, hey, look, the video would have captured what happened, that would be consistent with somebody that didn't commit a cold-blooded murder, but rather acted in self-defense.
Sustained.
So, just to be clear, you cannot give an exact number of times that you spoke with the state attorney's office about this investigation.
That is correct, sir.
Did at any point they say, hey, we really need that surveillance footage across the street?
I don't know if that was stated.
But that would be other stuff, to use your terminology, to keep them updated on, right?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Potentially. We'll come back to that. Now, to be clear for the jury, the state attorney's office and the sheriff's office are independent, autonomous entities, right?
We are two separate offices, sir.
Different responsibilities, yes?
Yes, sir.
State attorney's office is tasked by the state of Florida with prosecuting crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement is tasked with a variety of functions, but predominantly investigating and effectuating arrests against individuals that you believe have committed a crime.
That is a facet of law enforcement, sir.
Florida statute gives your agency direct authority to effectuate an arrest without approval from the state attorney's office, yes?
We do have the approval to arrest somebody, sir.
So while there may be some backroom gentleman's agreement that this is how these types of cases play out, in any other criminal case, it would be accurate for me to tell this jury that you, as a law enforcement officer, can effectuate an arrest without approval from the state attorney's office if you believe you have probable cause a crime has been committed.
We do have the ability to effectuate arrests, sir.
And not just the ability, you actually do it.
Well, we do, sir, but not regarding homicide investigations.
Now, Mr. Diaz asked you, and you confirmed, that in a self-defense case, it requires a presentation to the homicide committee. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
What dates did you present this case to that homicide committee?
March 7th, 2024, sir.
It was a leap year last year, 29 days in February, if I'm not mistaken.
I've lost track, but you're probably right.
And then 7 days into March. So 27, 34 days, give or take, after the shooting?
That sounds about right.
Roughly.
Yes, sir.
Please enlighten the jury as to what new evidence you and your fellow detectives obtained, let's say, from a week after the shooting, up through the date you presented the case to the state attorney's office?
I don't know the list of everything that was obtained or discovered in that period of time, sir.
You are the lead detective, yes?
Yes, sir, I am.
You lived and breathed this case for over 30 days.
Yes, sir. I wasn't.
Tell them one substantive item of evidence, new evidence, that you obtained beyond a week after this shooting.
Multiple interviews with the defendant.
Anything else?
I mean, again, multiple items of evidence were either located or people were reaching out subsequent to a week after.
It is fair and accurate of me to say that between February 2nd and February 9th, so we're operating on a week timeline here, that you had spoken with, either because they reached out to you or you had been directed to them, a majority, if not all, of the civilian witnesses in this case.
I don't know the dates. I don't think that's accurate. I don't know all the dates that the civilian witnesses reached out, but the time span is definitely greater than that, sir.
Please articulate, beyond the additional interviews, exactly what new evidence you obtained beyond a week after the shooting as the lead detective.
I understand that. Multiple items. I don't know the entirety of those items, but again, you know, of note are 2 interviews with the defendant.
And one of those interviews was on February 8th, right?
That interview was February 8th, sir. Yes, sir, at 15:20 hours, so 3:20 p.m.
Okay, so you say multiple interviews. Just to be clear, unless I'm haven't followed along properly, the only interview that occurred after February 9th was the interview on March 7th, right?
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were talking about the 8th. So yes, there was another one that occurred on March 7th, sir, in the morning at 08:16.
So, just to be clear for the jury, from February 9th, so a week after the shooting, from February 9th to the date of Mr. Radford's arrest, you have told them that there were some items that you cannot articulate, and in one additional interview with Mr. Radford, that, mind you, took place the same day or the day before your presentation to the state attorney's office.
Yes, sir, multiple items. So, for instance, the cell phone processing, I believe, occurred on 2/12. I believe there was a crime scene. I had to go to evidence and crime scene, I believe, on February the 13th. I responded to evidence at 0900. I then went over at 020 to crime scene to have evidence processed. Multiple things happened, sir, in between those dates. I just don't have every single thing committed to memory.
Let's talk about that cell phone processing, okay?
Yes, sir.
There was no new evidence that you gleaned from that cell phone dump that you didn't already have, right?
I mean, I guess confirmation on a few things, but...
Well, the video that they played of Mr. Lay, that he purportedly was threatened the day before, that selfie video, you had that in your possession within a day of the shooting.
I don't believe that's correct, sir.
When did you get it?
I believe it was multiple days thereafter.
So within a few days of the shooting?
That's probably pretty close, maybe 3-ish, 4.
In fact, and we'll touch on more later, this particular text message, you did no actual, let me back up, just so that we can clarify some things for the jury. The software that you used is called Celebrite, right?
That is what the sheriff's office, that's one of the programs the sheriff's office uses.
There's another program called Axiom, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
But your agency uses Celebrite.
Well, we use multiple, sir.
In this case, you use Celebrite.
Yes, sir.
And when I say you, I'm referring to the digital forensic analyst.
I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
And Celebrite, you're familiar with it?
I am, sir.
It has in the top right corner of, let me break it down even further. When you populate a cell phone extraction, as they're referred to, correct?
Yes, sir.
as all these different dialog boxes, images, messages, browser history, apps, I mean, you name it. If it's on the phone, there's kind of a tab that you can click and kind of dive down into.
That could be present on a download, sir.
Additionally, in the top right corner of that software, there's a search bar.
Yes, sir, there's a search bar.
And you've used that search bar before.
I have, sir.
Now, you're looking for other stuff and you're in communication with the state attorney's office. Surely, during the 30-plus days that you were investigating this case and in the time frame subsequent to receiving the cell phone extraction, you went through that phone to determine if there was any inculpatory or exculpatory evidence pertaining to this case.
I did review a portion of the phone, sir.
What portion did you review?
Multiple videos. I did look at some text messages, call logs, photographs, things of that nature.
In fact, the software has the ability to narrow down into a specific date range, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you can either explore the entire contents of the phone, or you can select 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, whatever you choose.
Yes, sir, it does offer those capabilities at times.
Taking it a step further, you can even do that search feature within individual tabs. Text messages, internet history, phone calls, right?
Yes, sir, on some of them I believe you can.
So, surely, you, as the detective in this case, went into Walt's phone and started looking at the text messages and went in reverse order from the time of the shooting, right?
Not necessarily, sir. I did look at some of the text messages.
What text messages did you look at?
I don't know specifically. Nothing that was memorialized that seemed of any great substance.
Nothing that seemed of any great substance. Well, had you gone through the text messages in reverse order from newest item on the phone to oldest, because admittedly you would agree that once the shooting took place, there's no more text messages being sent from the phone.
That would be correct, sir. We had the phone.
And so it would be fairly easy, now that we've explained this software to the jury, for you to go through that phone in chronological order to look at these messages.
That would be an option, sir.
And it wasn't until I located a text message that I sent to the state attorney's office that you became aware of the message that you've discussed with the state on direct examination.
Correct. ASA Diaz informed me of that text message, and then I confirmed it on the Celebrate.
Now, there has been significant discussion on direct examination between you and Mr. Diaz, implications being that Mr. Radford may have added new details or changed his story. And those are the types of things you take into account in your investigation as it evolves, right?
Words are important.
The investigation's organic, so to speak.
I mean, yes, that has been discussed.
There is no telling what you're going to glean as you investigate a case. What you're going to learn, what you're going to find as you get these results back.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the process while investigating.
Surely, this message, had you looked for it and had you found it, would have affected your investigation, at least in the light that you viewed it in as the lead detective, right?
I would have documented it.
Are you saying it doesn't change your perception of the case one way or the other?
I'm saying that if I located it on the Celebrate, I would have documented it.
And speaking of documentation, you keep, you're tasked as a detective and a deputy sheriff of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office with writing reports on cases you're involved in, right?
That is correct.
You've been trained in the importance of those reports, yes?
Yes, sir.
You've been trained in how to write them, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you're taught throughout your training and years of experience in interacting with supervisors, sergeants, lieutenants, that it is important to document facts in that report that have a bearing on the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, hey, I stopped at Starbucks on the way to 4546 West Jean Street is not something that has to be in there, right?
I wouldn't assume that it does, sir.
But you'd agree with me that in a report, something important, substantive, that actually impacts the investigation, observations you made about evidence per se, would be something that you would want to include.
Yes, sir.
Now, why then Did you not include in your report that on March 6th or 5th, when you executed the search warrant, that you personally were viewing the camera while this laser measurement was being conducted?
Well, that's inaccurate, sir. Those are two different things, and they happen on two separate days.
Did you document in your report that you personally viewed the view from that surveillance camera and memorialize what you believed it would have captured?
I don't believe that I put that in my report, sir.
In fact, today is the first time that we're hearing about this, right?
I suppose.
We've had conversations before, right?
We have, sir.
Prior court hearings, we've had conversations, yes?
Yes, sir, we have.
Never once, when we were talking about the surveillance footage, did you mention that you personally laid eyes on the view of what those cameras show?
Yes, sir, that was never discussed.
Well, we discussed the importance of that type of surveillance footage, right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to circle back to that. Body cameras. Your agency has body cameras?
Yes, sir, they do.
And I understand that detectives don't wear them, but if you went to your sergeant or lieutenant and said, hey, I'd really like a body camera, they'd give you one, right?
We are assigned body cameras, sir.
Did you have body camera active in this case?
I don't know if I had one assigned to me at that time. I'm not exactly sure when those went out to the detectives. I don't remember when I got my body camera, sir.
But if my understanding is correct, you were not wearing body camera during your investigation in this case.
That is correct. I was not.
Whether you were issued one or not, you can't remember.
I don't know when I got it issued, but I was not wearing one for this investigation, sir.
You understand why body cameras are important, right?
Of course, sir.
They document your interactions with witnesses, suspects, things like that?
Yes, sir.
You and Mr. Diaz discussed the clothing and appearance of Mr. Radford utilizing some photographs that were taken at the scene prior to the walkthrough. I'm showing what has been entered as State's Exhibit 14A through I. Do you recall these?
Yes, sir.
Did you take them?
No, sir.
Now, to be clear to the jury, we're hours. This is roughly 12:30. Do you remember what time this is?
I don't know what time it was, sir.
Call comes out at 7:55 a.m.
That is correct, sir.
You arrive somewhere around 9:30 or so.
9:31, sir.
9:31. You have a conversation on scene. Sometime thereafter, Mr. Radford is transported to the station, yes?
That is correct.
A lengthy interview is conducted by you and Detective Mullins of Mr. Radford?
Correct, sir.
In that time, Mr. Radford had been immediately placed in the back of a patrol car in handcuffs, right?
I wasn't there for that, sir.
Did you become aware of that?
Initially, he was, I believe, placed in the back of the car prior to my arrival.
Did you review the body cams of your fellow deputies as being lead detective to ascertain Mr. Radford's demeanor at the time of the first interaction?
Yes, sir.
And you saw that Mr. Radford was experiencing and exhibiting emotional swings identical to the emotional swings we saw on that first interview, right?
I believe that was some portion of the video, sir.
He'd go from kind of normal conversational to just an emotional wreck like that.
With me, yes, sir. There was some ebb and flow regarding his temperament and during our conversation.
I'm specifically talking about, as lead detective, your review of your fellow officers' body cameras when they originally got to the scene.
Yes, sir. Deputy Lowe and Deputy Hoffman's body cams.
They showed the same behavior from Mr. Radford, yes?
Similar, sir.
Now, Mr. Radford's in the back of the patrol. I believe it's Deputy Hoffman's patrol vehicle?
I think it's Deputy Lowe's, sir.
Deputy Lowe's. And he's in there for a period of time, and it's clear to you after reviewing those body cams that he's taken out of the vehicle. A layer or two of his winter wear is taken off. He's placed back in handcuffs and put back in the vehicle, right?
I don't remember that specific portion, but if it's on body cam, then that's what happened, sir.
Okay. Now, are you aware as you sit there right now that Deputy Lowe, I believe, it may have been Deputy Hoffman, took that clothing and just tossed it in the trunk of his SUV?
I wasn't there for that. It's my understanding that I think at the very minimum, the black hooded sweatshirt was located in the rear of his, I think he had a Chevy Tahoe, sir.
Not in an evidence bag, right?
I don't believe so. Not the photograph I looked at, sir.
So subsequent to these events, how long after you arrived on scene would you estimate you took Mr. Radford or asked Mr. Radford to go to the station?
I would say it was within approximately maybe 40 minutes. I don't know the exact time. Could have been more, could have been less.
Question just popped into my head, Detective, and I'm curious. On direct examination, you were able to recall exact dates and times in military time to the minute certain things took place. But when I ask you, on what dates did you meet at the state attorney's office, or what additional evidence did you find after the first week, you can't articulate with any specificity exactly what that is, and in your words, because you can't remember. Why is that?
Well, because I don't think it's that important. I don't think the amount of time I was there from when I arrived to the second that we left was significant.
No, I'm referring to the additional evidence now that you said you were waiting on, and the other stuff that you found out in the 20 days leading up to Mr. Radford's arrest. Why can you not articulate to the jury with specificity those items, but you can recall with exact specificity the date and time to the minute you executed a search warrant in March?
Well, I did, sir. I believe the cell phone download email that came from Stephanie Sewell was sent on February 12th at 15:56 hours. I think on the 13th, I reviewed the cell phone. Subsequently, at 0900, I responded to evidence. At 0925, I went over to the crime scene section to process one of the items for blood in the presence of crime scene. I have been very specific, off memory, sir, of what occurred after the time frame that you've asked.
Detective Harrop, what was the first date you went to follow up on the surveillance footage located at the park?
I did not. I did not do that, sir. That was Detective Van Gilder.
Surely, though, at some point you followed up or tasked somebody with getting that surveillance footage.
I believe a supervisor did, but I did not go over there and do that personally, sir.
Please tell the jury the exact date, the first date that you followed up on the surveillance footage across the street.
Well, specifically for 4546 West Jean, I believe the conversation took place on February 20th, I believe at 8:30 a.m. Regarding that, there was two other surveillance cameras, sir, that I looked at. One at 4546. It would have been Hannah Avenue, and then 4546 as well, sir. I believe February 20th at 0830, sir.
If you had gone to your sergeant on February 3rd and say, "Hey, Sarge, I've got a report here from Deputy Laval that I'm reviewing because I'm the lead detective. And Deputy Laval on February 2nd, while I was interviewing Mr. Radford, notated in his report that at 4546 West Jean Street, I observed a surveillance camera attached to the residence which pointed toward the crime scene." If you had gone to your sergeant and said, "Sergeant, I got Mr. Radford telling me this was self-defense. He's got injuries to his face, significant injuries, I would submit, but the jury can decide that. I've got a tragic loss of life. Mr. Lay is deceased as a result of this shooting. We need all hands on deck to get that surveillance." What would your sergeant have told you? Would he have said, "No, we don't have the resources"?
I don't imagine he would have said that, sir.
In fact, I imagine, and I think you'd agree, that if you had done that, if you, as the lead detective, had read...
Speculation.
Sustained.
Detective, on February 3rd, well, let me rephrase. You compile all of the reports and supplements submitted to you by the other deputies on scene, yes?
I don't compile those.
Do they get sent to you?
Not necessarily.
Help me and the jury understand then what a lead detective actually does. How do we, as a society, trust law enforcement to do the job of investigating a crime or to do the job of lawfully and justly exonerating an innocent man if we don't have the faith and ability to trust that they're going to actually follow up on these things? How do we do that? Please explain that to the jury.
Well, you guys have heard an extensive amount of follow-up was conducted on this case, which is why the decision wasn't made overnight. So I think that's been made pretty clear, sir.
Well, let's talk about that extensive follow-up. On February 2nd, Deputy Sheriff Laval writes in a report that there was...
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you aware, Detective, that one of your fellow deputies on a case that you were the lead detective on advised in a report
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Approach the bench.
right?
Within
on February. Okay. So if a report had been authored on February 2nd and you searched for fellow deputies' reports, you would have been able to read those reports.
If it was approved and gone through the system, yes, that could potentially happen, sir.
Either way, your testimony is within a couple of days. And just for clarity, because these details matter, we're talking 1 to 3 days?
I would say within the first week, maybe.
So on February 3rd, did you task anybody to go across the street to make contact with the resident of that home?
I did not personally task anybody with that. That would be correct.
You departed the scene of the shooting and went with Mr. Radford to the station, right?
Correct, sir.
And at that point, you didn't... Is that something that you typically do in your cases? You know, look around for surveillance footage on your own as the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't do that here?
Well, not regarding this particular home. I responded to the dog park and then ultimately went to the District 3 office. I'm not even certain if I passed the home, sir.
Okay. On February 4th, did you go to 4546 West Jean to try to make contact with the homeowner?
No, sir.
Can you advise to the jury if anybody within your agency did?
I don't know that, sir.
On February 5th, did you or anyone in your agency go to 4546 West Jean to obtain surveillance footage?
I did not, sir.
You, having the benefit of hindsight after the search warrant was executed, became aware that the surveillance had overwritten back to February 19th, correct?
I was advised that historical video surveillance from the 2nd was not located on it. I don't know anything other than it wasn't on that NVR.
Did you ask the individual within your agency tasked why?
The individual that accessed that data just stated that it was not captured. There was no video from February 2nd, sir.
Forgive me, Detective Harrop. You are investigating a shooting that ultimately resulted in the arrest and charges against Gerald Declan Radford for second-degree murder. And you did not inquire or follow up with the forensic witness as to why in any capacity. You just accepted that there was no video footage.
There wasn't video.
If I told you that the surveillance footage only went back to the 19th because the data had been overwritten, would you agree or disagree with that?
I don't know, why it started on the 19th. It was overriding, inoperable. I don't have that information, sir.
Detective, you've been doing this for a really long time. You know that at 7-Elevens and DVRs and NVRs have the ability to store a finite amount of data. Yes?
What do you mean by finite, sir?
Well, it's limited by the capacity of the locally stored hard drive, if it's not cloud-based storage. Yes?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I can say with almost certainty, correct me if I'm wrong, that you have investigated cases where there has been surveillance and you've obtained that surveillance, be it from a 7-Eleven or a Walgreens or any kind of store.
Yes, sir, I have got video surveillance.
And there's been times where you have investigated cases and tried to obtain surveillance and have been advised that that surveillance didn't exist anymore because it had been overwritten. Yes?
Yes, maybe by the owner of it, of the surveillance equipment. Correct, sir.
And so you, as a detective in a homicide case, know that the data itself, time is of the essence. Yes?
Yes, sir, it is.
And your testimony to the jury is, at this point, up through February 5th, you personally did no individual surveillance of that neighborhood or approach that residence to see if you could make contact with the owner.
I did not personally do that, sir.
How about February 6th?
I didn't have contact regarding that residence, I believe, until it was via telephone on February 20th, sir.
Why did you call that individual on February 20th?
In an attempt to continue to follow up leads on tracking that down.
Okay, so let's work backwards now. So we know that on February 20th, you were following up to track that down and follow up on leads. When did you receive the leads that there might be surveillance footage pointed directly at the crime scene at that residence?
Like mentioned before, maybe within like a week, sir.
So on the day you learned of it, surely you went to your sergeant and said, Sarge, we've got to put somebody outside of this house to make contact with that homeowner. Yes?
Another detective was assigned to do follow-up on both, I believe, the park surveillance at the park to include the residence on Jean Street, sir.
Detective Harrop, what better evidence could you obtain to incriminate or exonerate an individual in a shooting than video surveillance pointed directly at the scene?
The truth.
Would the video show the truth if it captured the incident?
Potentially.
Potentially. And so, you learned that there was potential surveillance, your words, 7 days after the shooting, yes?
Roughly, sir.
And it wasn't until 11 days after that that you personally tried to make contact with that homeowner.
Personally, yes, sir.
Do you understand how that could be troubling to not just myself, but to the citizens of Hillsborough County?
I mean, there's other detectives involved with trying to track that down. Me in particular, yeah, that's when I attempted to make contact with that person. There were other attempts, sir.
There were other attempts. Were they lead detectives?
There's one lead detective on this case, sir.
And that was you?
It is me.
Okay. Now please tell the jury the first time you followed up on the video surveillance signs at the park.
Sir, I've already told you that the video surveillance was followed up by somebody else regarding the park and Jean Street.
Detective, I'm asking you a direct question.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury the first time you followed up with the video surveillance that you've just told them a short time ago you saw the sign for the day you did the walkthrough. Please tell the jury the first time you followed up on that video surveillance.
Outside of being provided with an update from the individuals that were following up with it, I did not personally follow up with that video surveillance.
Why?
Because it wasn't my task, sir.
You were the lead detective, and there was potential video at day. And we know now that those cameras at the park weren't working. We do know also that the cameras at the home were working. But explain to the jury, as the lead detective, how it is not your responsibility to acquire and preserve that evidence.
So I believe initially, day of, we were advised, because Hillsborough County did send, I believe, park staff out. I was advised that the video cameras were inoperable. There was a follow-up to that I was not involved with. I was subsequently advised yet again that those video cameras were inoperable. So yes, it's important, and yes, it was followed up with.
So the first time you attempt to make contact with the homeowner, now how did you learn of who the homeowner was, Eduardo? How did you get his contact information?
From the detective that was following up with it, sir.
And when did Detective Van Gilder tell you that information?
Specifically the phone number?
When did Detective Van Gilder say to you, hey, I got an update on the surveillance across the street?
I suppose the day that he did it. I don't know exactly when he informed me of it, but I wasn't there for that.
If I told you that was February 14th, would you agree or disagree?
I don't know the exact date, so.
Surely the day he told you, hey, I made contact, here's the information, you followed up on it immediately?
He was following up with the information, sir. He was tasked with that.
Who was he tasked with that by?
He was the one completing the task. I don't know who told him to do it. It wasn't me.
What would be more important? Surveillance footage pointed directly at the crime scene or the forensic cell phone dump?
I mean, just, it depends.
Explain to me and the jury how it depends.
Well, it depends on what the surveillance captured, if anything. So, I don't have the luxury of determining that, sir.
And we don't have that luxury because the video no longer exists, right?
I was informed that it wasn't on the item that we collected, sir.
The day you received word that the digital forensic download was available, you reviewed it the same day?
I believe it was reviewed the same day, sir.
By you?
No, the technician that does that.
When did you follow up on that?
The day of, I was informed later that evening.
And so did you personally review it that day?
I did not, sir. He did.
Let's talk about the photographs that you and Mr. Diaz reviewed. Reference Mr. Radford's appearance at the walkthrough. We kind of jumped around a little bit, but we were discussing that these photographs were taken several hours, 3, maybe 4 hours after the incident occurred, right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Mr. Radford had been given the opportunity to go to the bathroom, yes?
I don't know. I wasn't present for that.
Okay, had been given water at the station, yes?
I did give him a bottle of water when we got to District 3, sir.
You don't know if he was given water or opportunities to use the restroom prior to your arrival?
I do not know that. No, sir.
You could know if you had reviewed the body cam footage, right?
Well, in its entirety, possibly, if that did happen, sir.
As lead detective, do you think that's important?
That he used the restroom?
No, that you review the body cam footage of the responding officers to see what they observed immediately preceding a shooting where somebody perished or died.
Yes, sir, I did review that.
You reviewed every minute of the body cam footage?
I reviewed a portion of it. I reviewed the every minute that they got there right after somebody got shot and killed, sir.
As part of your investigation, it would be important to also review Mr. Radford's interactions with those deputies and statements that he would make, right?
Yes, sir.
So did you review those portions of the body cam, detective?
I reviewed portions of the body cam on both Deputy Hoffman and Deputy Lowe's body cam, sir.
And you, I'm sure, noted that Mr. Radford, in addition to having some blood on his face and some apparent injuries, actually had a leaf embedded in the blood on his nose, right?
I did see a photograph. There's a portion of a leaf on his face, sir, I think near the bridge of his nose.
For the record, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. So you can see actually debris of some sort on his face, correct?
Yes, sir. There's appears to be a leaf underneath his eye, sir, by the bridge of his nose.
And of course, we'd be speculating as exactly how it got there, but that leaf is consistent with the type of debris that was located on the ground, yes?
There were oak leaves and dead leaves in the park.
Now, you and Mr. Diaz discussed the photographs of Mr. Radford's jeans and you said that there was no dirt except for the speck on the front. So I'm going to ask you to look at this photograph here, Detective. Does this appear to be dirt or some type of stain of some kind? These marks on the bottom end of his jeans?
That could be, sir.
Okay, the back of his boots look like they could be covered in that gray sandy type substance? Yes?
No, sir.
No? You don't think that that's some type of shaded or just a discoloration?
Well, they're both completely similar, so it looks like that's just the coloring of the actual.
What about this here? Could this be dirt?
It could be, sir.
Now, I understand the point Mr. Diaz was trying to make. However, we're talking 3 or 4 hours after the event, right?
If that's when that picture was taken, yes, sir.
Well, you took the photograph, yes?
No, sir. Like mentioned before, I did not take it.
You were present when they were taken?
I was probably at the park, but I was not the one that took those photographs, sir. This
is after Mr. Radford's interview with you that we watched, yes?
I believe so, yes, sir.
When you arrived on scene at 9:30, surely you, as lead detective, directed somebody or yourself took photographs of this same material? The jeans, the clothes, the hands, the face.
I did not take any photographs, sir.
Why not?
Because that wasn't my task.
I'm hearing a lot of, from the lead detective, that was not my task. So, and I know we've touched on this earlier, but this all funnels up to you as the lead detective. This investigation you are in charge of, yes?
Yes, sir.
And so, as the lead detective, a homicide detective for a year, but a detective investigating homicides for 6, you know the importance of evidence retention, yes?
Yes, sir.
And so now, a year later, we're looking at photographs taken 4 hours after a shooting when evidence could have been preserved much closer in time, right?
Evidence was preserved closer in time.
Well, and the inference being made by the questions to you on direct examination is that surely Mr. Radford didn't get attacked and roll around in the sand because these pictures taken 4 hours later don't show dirt. But you, as the lead detective at 9:30, could say, hey, I know it's been an hour and a half, I just got here. Let's get a picture of his clothes. Let's get him off. Let's get him changed. Let's put him in an evidence bag. Yes?
I did not say that specifically, sir. That wasn't part of my task, sir.
Wasn't part of your task as lead detective. Sir, with all due respect, you could have said to any of the deputies on scene, hey, this is what I need you to do. Go ask Mr. Radford for consent to get his clothes right now. You could have done that, yes?
Yes, sir.
You did not.
I did not, sir.
You could have directed somebody or yourself said, hey, I need to take all the photographs I can of Mr. Radford right now because I know this type of evidence is easily destroyed. Yes?
I could have, sir.
And you did not?
No, sir. Crime scene was responding, and they're the ones that deal with that.
Is crime scene the lead detective on a homicide case, sir?
They're responsible for preserving the crime scene,
Is
sir.
crime scene the lead detective on a homicide case, sir? Yes or no?
No, sir, they are not.
Let's talk about the stovepipe. You were asked by Mr. Diaz to kind of walk the jury through the stovepiping and what that is. Yes?
Yes, sir, I was.
And as part of that discussion and explanation to the jury, you explained that when you cleared the stovepipe, the next round would be chambered. Yes?
If there's another round located in the magazine and you clear it properly, it would be chambered, sir.
But there are other ways that a round would not be chambered, right?
Could happen, yes, sir.
Well, not could happen. I mean, there are reasonable ways that a round would not be chambered. Yes?
Yes, sir.
For example, if somebody who is rendering a firearm safe locks the slide back before they clear the stovepipe and the slide does not actually go back forward, a round wouldn't be chambered. Yes?
If it's locked back, it would not be chambered, sir.
So now, when Mr. Diaz was asking you those questions, implying that Mr. Radford cleared it, it would have rechambered into the firearm, and then he would have had to take that bullet out and put it back in the magazine. The reality is that had Mr. Radford, a former Marine who just had to do one of the most traumatic things he had to do in his life, take a life to save his own, is rendering a firearm safe and locks the slide back to clear the stovepipe, a new round would not be chambered.
If the slide is locked back, a new round would not be chambered, sir.
Or if Mr. Radford took the magazine out before he cleared the stovepipe, a new round would not be chambered.
That is correct, sir.
And there is no way for anybody to know which of those happened, right?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. So there are reasonable explanations for why the magazine would still have full 6 rounds in the magazine.
There could be, yes, sir.
Beyond Mr. Radford had a round rechambered, took it out, and put it back in the magazine. Yes?
That could have happened as well, sir.
How long did y'all look for the spent shell casing?
I wasn't there for that, sir.
And you're not implying to the jury that the fact that you couldn't find it means that there was some effort by Mr. Radford to get rid of evidence, correct?
The shell casing wasn't located. That's what I was made aware of, sir.
And you make no inference from that, right?
Simply, it was not located, is what I know. There was no shell casing located regarding this. They weren't able to locate it.
Then, on direct, Mr. Diaz played the video of the interview, and throughout that interview, he paused at times to kind of have you explain what your interpretations were, or to clarify some things that maybe were troublesome with audio. Here we go. What was being said in the interview, correct?
We discussed the interview, sir.
Thank you. Now, one of the first questions Mr. Diaz asked you was, did he appear out of it? Do you recall that?
I don't know if out of it was the term, but we discussed his emotional state on multiple occasions when I was watching the video.
And I put it in quotes because it was important for me to ask you. I wrote that Mr. Diaz said, did he appear out of it? But do you recall Mr. Diaz asking you something along those lines?
Well, yeah, we talked about the emotional state of the defendant
and then
on multiple occasions.
Then he asked you, did he ever say his head really hurts? And your response to the jury was, no, sir. Do you remember that?
There was discussion about his head. Yes, sir.
Well, about an hour and a half ago, and I wrote this down in quotes because it was very important for me to flesh this out with the jury.
Yes,
Mr. Diaz said, question, did he ever say his head really hurts? And your answer was, no, sir.
But I don't know if it was specifically my head really hurts. I know he stated there was something maybe on the back of his head, and then said later that he thinks maybe he pulled a muscle or something.
I'm not talking about the walkthrough.
I'm talking about this interview, sir.
So your testimony now to the jury is that he did in fact indicate his head hurts.
I think when he asked me the question was, does his head really hurt, or however it was worded, I don't believe that's what he said. I know that he states something to Detective Mullen regarding his head because she looks at it, and it's talked again during this interview about him maybe pulling a muscle. But that specifically, no. I do. When he asked that question, I do not believe that was what he stated.
To be clear, prior to you entering the room, Mr. Radford indicated to Detective Mullen that his head hurt. It was starting to hurt.
I don't know the exact words, sir, but he did indicate that there was something that he wanted her, or she volunteered to look at for him, sir. I wasn't there. You have to click the
speaker.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, I'm playing what is labeled as interview 1, and the timestamp is 10:22:09 a.m. on the video.
Eyes pass for your eyes, for your face, anything? The eyes pass for your face, anything? No? Okay.
And we'll get to this in terms of watching the footage, but on the walkthrough, I don't know if you caught it or if you're aware of it, and if you are, please acknowledge it. Do you recall how many times Mr. Radford was grabbing his neck and indicating that it was really starting to hurt him?
I don't recall the number of that.
But you do recall him doing that?
He did, yes, grab his upper body or neck during the walkthrough, yes, sir.
Which could be consistent with somebody being struck over the head with a mug and attacked, yes?
Overruled.
That potentially, if somebody was struck, they could be feeling that way, sir.
Now, Mr. Diaz asked you, did he appear out of it while you were watching this video? Do you recall at one point Mr. Radford saying, "But I won't be able to remember their names right now"?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do remember that.
And that, too, would be consistent with somebody that suffered a head injury. No?
Calls for a medical opinion.
Overruled.
We were talking, I believe at that point, he was talking about other people that would attend the park. It seemed as if he just didn't have their names committed to memory.
You, as a detective, have interacted with what I'm assuming to be a large number of potential victims or suspects throughout your career, yes?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, you've interacted with individuals that have been subject to some form of significant trauma, yes?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair of me to say that there is not one way that that human beings all react to trauma in the same way, right?
I believe that's true. I believe we're different in how we react.
In fact, to some extent, there's a sliding scale here, but for all intents and purposes, it's kind of like DNA and fingerprints. Everybody reacts to traumas differently, yes?
I think that's fair to state.
And so, we know from your review of snippets of Deputy Lowe and Deputy Hoffman's body cams that Mr. Radford exhibited wild swings and emotions immediately following the shooting. Yes?
He did have, again, kind of like an ebb and flow of how, he was emoting, if you will.
We heard the 911 call where he had fluctuations in emotions, crying and not crying. Yes?
We did hear that, sir.
And we saw in this interview, Mr. Radford, throughout the entire interview, have ups and downs that would be consistent with somebody that just went through a significant trauma. Yes?
He did have ups and downs in his emotions, sir.
That traumatic reaction, so to speak, continued through the walkthrough. Yes?
There was portions of the walkthrough where that also was present, sir.
In your experience as a detective, that is normal behavior for somebody that went through a trauma, yes?
Yeah, a wide array of emotions is pretty common when interviewing people regarding some of these crimes, for sure.
And admittedly, you are not a doctor, right?
I am not, sir.
I am not a doctor. Do you know if Mr. Radford suffered a concussion?
No, sir.
You know what a concussion is?
Not the medical definition. I wouldn't do it any justice. I know what a concussion is. I just don't know the medical term, or I don't know anything about that.
Concussions are caused by head trauma, yes?
Correct.
They can cause memory problems, yes?
I would imagine, yes, sir.
If he knows, he can answer. If he doesn't,
I don't know for certain.
Have you ever had a concussion?
I've never been diagnosed with one. I feel like I've probably had one before, but I've never been diagnosed with one by a doctor.
When you had what you thought might have been a concussion, did you have memory issues?
I was water skiing and puked and just didn't feel great. So
you didn't feel good. You were out of it. You were foggy. Cobwebs, yes?
I puked and my head hurt.
There was some back and forth between Mr. Diaz and direct examination discussing Mr. Radford's recitation of events. Things like he had a mouthful of dirt at one point. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Diaz then showed you one of those photographs that I published. I think it's in Exhibit 14 that was taken 4 hours later of Mr. Radford just prior to the walkthrough. Yes?
That is correct, sir. Well, yes, I don't know the timestamp again, but it was after, sir.
Have you ever gotten dirt or sand from the beach in your mouth?
Yes, sir.
Is it comfortable?
No, sir.
Do you leave it there and store it away like a squirrel hoarding acorns for the winter?
I've never done that, sir.
Probably spit it out, right?
Yes, sir.
Rinse your mouth out.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bradford had been given the opportunity to use the restroom, yes?
Again, I wasn't present for that, potentially.
Would you expect anybody to have a mouthful of dirt 4 hours later based on the photographs the state showed you when discussing this?
Would I expect what, sir?
Would you expect somebody to still have a mouthful of dirt?
No.
You asked Mr. Radford during the interview, at some point you did pull it, referring to the firearm. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. We discussed this firearm.
And Mr. Radford's response was, I had to. Right?
I believe at one point that's what he stated. I believe it was like I had to, and followed up by something to the effect of it wasn't in my hand previously. Or it wasn't in my hand before I went to the ground.
Mr. Diaz asked you on direct examination, why did you ask how he was feeling in that moment? And your response was, and I'm paraphrasing here, because you were looking into whether or not this was justifiable self-defense, right?
I mean, yeah, it's an array of things, just trying to figure out what's going on, right? The full scope of how the person was feeling, that type of thing.
Do you remember what Mr. Radford's response was?
It was touched on multiple occasions. I don't know what one you're referring to, sir.
Under your hat. Okay. All right. What were you feeling during this struggle? Like, what was going through your mind when you know?
It's pretty direct, no?
Yes, sir.
You were asked by Mr. Diaz, did he ever tell you at this point that he hammer-fisted him or had the safety on his firearm, things like that? Things essentially asking you negative questions, but did he do these things to you? Do you recall that question from Mr. Diaz?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have touched on the fact that Mr. Radford may or may not have had some type of head trauma. In your experience, are you familiar with trauma therapy in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the medical concept that individuals after a significant head injury or trauma can actually have memories come back down the road?
I'm not familiar with the science behind that, sir.
You would agree, though, that if somebody does have a significant head injury, that their memory may suffer in that moment?
Potentially, sir.
Now, I can't remember exactly how many times, but Mr. Radford, on multiple occasions in this interview, some while breaking down crying and others just before or just after, asked you how Walt was doing, right?
Not the exact words, but yes, that was asked in some version of that at least once to me, I think, during this interview, sir.
I think the exact way he framed it was, any way you could find out how he is.
Possibly, I don't have the direct quote, but in essence, that was the... Yes, he did ask that. I just don't know the verbatim account of that.
Did you understand what he meant when he asked you that?
I did, sir.
That he was concerned for how Walt was?
He wanted an update.
Have you dealt with alleged victims or actual victims in cases that were in a state of shock after a trauma?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, I don't know, again, medically, if it would be considered like I don't know, but people that have experienced, a bad day for sure.
As a deputy sheriff that's had I believe you said a 14-year career at this point?
Yes, sir.
Have you encountered citizens of Hillsborough County that have been in a state of shock as a result of something traumatic, be it a death, a car accident, a blow to the head, anything like that?
Yes, I would imagine it would be considered shock medically, but yes, people that were very shooken up, for sure.
Memories can be affected by that, yes?
I'm not a doctor, sir. I don't know. I would imagine.
Well, have you personally encountered civilians that you've interacted with that had memory issues as a result of that shock?
I don't know, sir. I don't know if I have.
Mr. Diaz went on to ask you about you inquiring of Mr. Radford, were you in fear for your life? You remember that?
I did ask him that question, sir.
And Mr. Diaz then followed up with, did he ever say to you that he was in fear for his life? And your response was no. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Then he asked you, did he ever say he had no choice? And your response was no. Do you recall that?
I believe, sir.
He then asked you, did he ever say that he thought he was going to die? And when I say he, we're referring to Mr. Radford, and your answer was no. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fear for your life? Did you think you was gonna?
Well, I thought I was kind of scared, yeah.
Did you think?
I just needed to stop beating you up.
Okay.
That's what I needed.
Okay.
I don't know if he was going to stop or not.
Okay.
Were you afraid of not something?
Yeah. But the truth is, I was fucking helpless.
Yeah.
I couldn't find one. I was fucking helpless. I guess I'm just down on my own ass or something because I couldn't stop him from getting me down.
Yeah.
I was fucking helpless. I couldn't fight him off. I was fucking helpless. A little bit more discourse about losing muscle mass. I couldn't stop him. You as the lead detective, what did you take that to mean?
I mean, I'm taking things at face value when I'm having the conversation with him regarding what his emotions or how he was feeling.
Mr. Diaz asked you, did he tell you that he was in fear for his life? Your response is no, correct?
Correct, sir.
What do you take I was fucking helpless to mean?
I don't know. I mean, at face value, he felt helpless at that moment. I don't think one has anything to do with the other necessarily.
He had told you previous to this statement that he was overpowered by a much stronger, younger, taller individual, right?
No, sir.
Did he tell you how much stronger he was than him?
He did state he was strong. Again, we're kind of mincing like what was said, but he did state he was surprised how strong he was, something to that effect during that interview, sir.
Did you learn during your investigation Mr. Lay's age?
Yes, sir.
How old was he?
52 years old, sir.
How old was Mr. Radford?
65, sir.
In your reports, did you at any point designate height and weight for Mr. Radford?
I'm not certain if I typed it in or not, sir.
At any point, did you review whether it be driver's license records or medical examiner's reports to learn that Mr. Lay weighed upwards of 40 pounds more than Mr. Radford?
I don't know his exact weight, sir.
13 years his junior, yes?
Yes, sir.
Taller?
I believe by an inch, maybe.
And throughout the investigation, you learned and saw photographs, I assume, of Mr. Lay's knees after the autopsy, yes?
I did see photographs of his body, sir.
You see the abrasions and cuts, deep cuts in his knee subsequent to the autopsy?
Yes, sir. I've reviewed those photographs, sir.
And Mr. Radford had told you that Mr. Lay was on top of him during this struggle, yes?
He did state that, sir.
And if somebody is on top of somebody, it follows and it tracks that their knees would be on the ground, yes?
Potentially, sir.
You and Mr. Diaz discussed in fair detail that there were pebbles and rocks mixed in with the sand and the leaves and the sticks, yes?
In that area, yes, sir.
And if Mr. Radford is attacked and hit over the head with a steel Bubba mug, knocked to the ground, and Mr. Lay gets on top of him with his knees on the ground, that evidence would be consistent with what Mr. Radford told you in this interview room and in subsequent interviews, yes?
The photographs I observed, there were injuries to his knees, sir.
I'm showing you what has been entered as States Exhibit 12A through H. Document camera, got it.
Send it up. Send it up with that.
With the
little
that.
arrow up.
Sorry, I got it.
Bring it back with this.
At the time of the walkthrough, I know you said you didn't take these photos. These are the injuries to Mr. Lay's or Mr. Radford's face, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what would be, I guess, B of States Exhibit 12. We see a side profile view. We can kind of see some of the injury to his nose, yes?
Yes, sir.
This would be C. We see some type of injury under his eye, yes?
Yes, sir.
This would be D. We see measurements of that injury, yes?
Yes, sir.
E. We see what appears to be a deeper cut and an abrasion to his forehead.
Yes, sir.
F. We see a closer view of that cut. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then in G, we see some type of abrasion to Mr. Radford's neck.
Possibly, yes, sir.
All of these could be consistent with the versions Mr. Radford told you. Yes.
I mean, possibly, sir.
And again, you don't know, right?
I wasn't there.
There's only again tragically, the only living witness to what took place is Mr. Radford, yes?
That is correct, sir.
And in discussing all of the evidence we've just discussed, you've admitted that this evidence is consistent with what he's told you, yes?
I mean, I have acknowledged the fact that he does in fact have injuries that were photographed, sir.
If somebody says to you, I was helpless, that's not indicative to you that they think everything's going to be okay and that it's just going to stop, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Speculation.
If Mr. Radford told you I couldn't fight him off, does that lead you to believe that he thinks that he has an adequate way of physically defending himself with his fist or his feet or his arms? Or does that indicate to you, if true, mind you, I'll acknowledge that, if true, does that indicate to you that there was no way in his mind in that moment that he could fight off Mr. Lay?
That could have been what his mindset was. I'm not certain, sir.
I couldn't stop him means, if true, that he did not believe in that moment, after being struck in the head with a mug, that he could stop Mr. Lay, correct?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what he was thinking. I know what he said.
There we go.
All right.
I'm sorry, what exhibit is this?
I apologize. This is, for the record, I'm playing the walkthrough in State's Exhibit 16. And it's the file labeled walkthrough. And I am going to fast forward it to the 3-minute and 45-second mark.
You know what I'm saying? So, it's different for us, just because when we talk about it in a room, it's hard to visual a lot of times. And that's why if I being out here, my jogging memory a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, just take a deep breath.
You were asked by Mr. Diaz during the interview, during your viewing of the interview, did he appear out of it? What was your answer? Do you remember?
I believe during that portion of the video or what we were looking at, I said no.
Okay. Here we are at the walkthrough, and I think from the little snippet we just watched, it's clear that Mr. Radford is at least exhibiting signs that he is struggling with memory. Yes?
I mean, there are some vague answers. Yes, sir.
In fact, at one point you're trying to ascertain where exactly the struggle occurs, and you say, as opposed to allowing the information to come out organically, the struggle occurs here, and Mr. Radford's response is, it must be. Do you remember that?
I think that was subsequent to him asking where his glasses were as a point of his reference, sir.
Approximately are you when you guys get close enough to here somewhere? And that's why if I being out here, like, I know, hey,
Nobody likes you, nobody we start saying walking over and listen, he's fed up with your shit. I just think you all, I didn't ask for your shit. And he just started crazy. Now he's walking at me. And just saying, you're no help. Nobody likes me. I'm not here for you. I'm here for my dogs. Okay? Deep breath. I know, hey, listen, brother, I know it's not. I know it's not.
He's violently shaking right now. Yes?
He's shaking, yes, sir.
Okay. What are you thinking? What do you think he's going through right now?
Objection, call for speculation.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge. Is it clear that to you that Mr. Radford is struggling to some extent, Mr. Harrop, or Detective Harrop?
Yeah, he is shaking, sir.
And I want to be clear. Are you in any way implying that throughout all of this that Mr. Radford is acting in any way or feigning a traumatic event?
I'm just presenting what happened, sir.
So to be clear, you are not implying or saying to this jury that you believe Mr. Radford is acting or faking, correct?
I'm just letting you guys know what was said and what I said.
It's helpful though for us just because when we talk about it in a room, it's hard to visualize.
Do you remember what he said to you there when he's grabbing his head and looking confused? What is he saying?
I'm not exactly sure what he said in that moment. Maybe something like, I can't see it, or something. I don't know.
On February 8th, you conducted a second interview, yes, of Mr. Radford?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, in some capacity, he says to you that he's troubled by the portrayal of this case in the media, yes?
He advised what was, I guess, told to him by a potential, like someone from news media during that conversation.
Were you aware of the media coverage that this case was getting in the week following the shooting?
I know a lot of people were reaching out, but I don't pay attention to the news, sir.
When you say a lot of people were reaching out, what do you mean?
People were reaching out to me. Like several people were reaching out to me, and I believe some of them had stated that they were wanting something done. Obviously, he sends the email that the news media had contact with him at 11:20 that morning, which was a few hours before I went over there. But personally watching news stories or anything about that, reading articles, I wasn't a part of that, sir.
Detective Harrop, are you aware that in the weeks subsequent to the shooting, that a petition was created that could be edited, that was sent to the sheriff's office and the state attorney's office from members of the LGBTQ community outraged over their perception of this case and how law enforcement was handling it?
I have never seen that document, sir.
How many people from the community reached out to you?
Multiple, sir.
More than 10?
Yes, sir.
More than 20?
Possibly.
More than 30?
I don't know. I think 20-ish maybe is a fair number going off of what I can remember, maybe more, sir.
And did you receive emails and phone calls from individuals that weren't actual witnesses to this crime?
That is correct.
Urging or asking, what are you going to do with this case? Are you going to file charges? Or are you going to make an arrest?
I mean, there was quite a bit of substance to the one amount of people that reached out, to include, quite a bit of past interactions, personal experiences, things of that nature.
Now, Mr. Diaz asked you, why didn't you tell Mr. Radford about the snippet that you had obtained purporting to be Mr. Lay recounting a threat? Do you recall that?
I do remember that.
And I think your response was something along the lines of, you obviously with an active investigation, you kind of decide strategically what to share and what not to share. But you made the strategic choice to not share that information at that point in time.
I did not show him the video at that point.
And I think one of your responses, because I put it in quotes to Mr. Diaz, was, we were still working on stuff, right?
We were, sir.
On February 8th, just to clarify, some of the stuff that you were not working on actively was the surveillance footage we previously discussed, yes?
I did not have any involvement with that on February 8th at all, sir.
All right,
Now,
approach the bench for a minute, please.
I guess that's it for today. Because the next clip is from day 2. So I think they're done for the day. All right. Well, with that, we'll call it a day here as well. So let me recap for those that are joining us later or are asking questions. Oh, first let me show you. I gotta show you the squeakers. Oh, it's a good girl. Yes, she gives them. Okay. She's settling in. She just had a bath. Now she's in the sun. It's a good girl. Okay. All right. So let me recap what has happened. I'm trying to find out when they stopped. When was that? All right, I'm going to pick it up for Cross. Sorry, I don't mean to. The detective was kind of annoying. All right, so with Cross. So this is Mr. Hold on a sec. Let me get his name right. Where's your name? Mr. Futch, F-U-T-C-H, Matthew Futch. F-U-T-C-H. Not sure what we're going to do with that. We'll go with Futch. Futch. All right, so who was he comes flying right out of the gate. He was rough, man. Well, let me put it this way. If he was representing me, I'd want him on my side for sure. The general gist of it was law enforcement was incompetent. Right? That's what he just kept hammering. He just kept hammering that over and over and over again. Effectively, I might add. So, who was in charge of this investigation? There were sergeants and lieutenants. Were your actions reviewed and approved by your supervisor? They keep a pretty close eye, but don't look at everything. Lead means lead, and that was your role. Yes, sir. I was assigned the lead detective. On certain things, I assigned tasks to other detectives. Discussion about your agency and the state attorney, specifically your agreement that you don't make an arrest without their approval. What dates did you talk to the state? I don't have every meeting committed to memory, but the day before the arrest. So I called that when he was first talking. I'm like, wow, this guy's he's talking about times and, times and dates and down to the second. I mean, this guy, and he didn't have any notes. You guys caught that as well. He didn't have any notes. I mean, everything was up in this guy's mind. But at one point, Mr. Futch said, well, on direct, you were able to give precise seconds, down to the second. But when I'm asking you, you don't recall. I think he scored some points. Are you able to give the jury an exact number of meetings? He says, I'm not. What are you discussing? Information that's being newly obtained as we discover new stuff. And then Mr. Futch says, as we discover new stuff. As soon as a lawyer says that, you know you're screwed. So how many times did you go in and out of that gate? He says maybe once. Did you know that there was park is under surveillance sign. He's like, yep, I know it was posted. So you cannot give an exact number of the times you spoke to the state. He said, correct. You do have authority to make arrests, right? But he says, well, that's not correct, but not regarding homicide investigations. Self-defense case requires presentation to a homicide committee. Didn't know that. So 34 days after the shooting, roughly, they presented that information to the homicide committee. Please enlighten the jury as to what evidence you and your fellow law enforcement obtained. I don't know the list. This is where I was like, I do like this lawyer, this defense lawyer, but some of his wording got a little, for me, I was just like, yeah, you were really, yeah. Well, again, if he was defending me, I would say I want him on my side. Maybe just put it that way. Let's see. I lost my way. Okay. Tell them one piece of evidence that was, that you found that was after the fact. He's like, well, there were multiple interviews. People were reaching out. Is it fair and accurate for me to say within 1 week, the majority of civilians reached out? And, Mr. Detective says, I don't think that's accurate. February 9th to date of arrest, there were some items that you can't articulate. He says, yes, multiple items. He does end up saying cell phone, crime scene evidence processed. Was there anything new from the cell phone? And then the video of Mr. Lay purportedly says he was threatened the day before. Didn't like that word, but I mean, that's digging a little too deep in my opinion. Didn't appreciate that, but that's what he said. The defense discovered the text, those texts that they played, the defense discovered that, not law enforcement. But the defense did say that. Speaking of documentation, you are trained and taught it's important to document facts that have a bearing on the case. I mean, things like that. It's just like, why did you not include on March 6th that you personally were reviewing the camera while the laser thing was happening? And he says that's inaccurate. Today is the first time we're hearing about this. So he's talking about when he was looking through, when somebody was out in the field or out in the dog park, and he's actually looking at the live camera, and he's estimating it that it's 80 yards. Why didn't he put that in a report? And then he asked, Mr. Futch asks a detective, we've had conversations before. He says, yep, never once did you say you laid eyes on the view the camera showed. He says, well, that was never discussed. That sounds like somebody we know in the Monica Cementili. Didn't Baker say that? Well, I didn't say anything because it wasn't discussed. You didn't ask me that, so I didn't say it. He was not wearing body cam for this investigation. You understand why body cam is important, right? See, things like that. I'm like, oh, that's a dig. He's like, yes. Did you review the body cam as being the lead detective? He said that a lot. Did you review the body cam as being lead detective as to Radford's demeanor? He said yes. And he said there was an ebb and a flow. So his demeanor was, sometimes he was crying, sometimes he wasn't. There was, and we witnessed it, we saw it. As lead detective, your review of the body cam can show the same behavior. So he says he took off a layer or two, then they jump over to winter clothing. Are you aware that law enforcement took his clothing and put it in the back seat? He said yes, not in an evidence bag. He says not sure about that. And here's where he said, you were able to recall on direct, exact, precise numbers, but now you can't articulate. He definitely got him. Why is that? He says, I don't think that was important. And then he's like, no, I'm referring to that additional information. Why can't you articulate that? And then he says, then detective does go into exact dates and times, and he says, I have been very specific. So he was holding his own, I thought, but he was definitely getting put up against the ropes quite a lot. He's asked, when was the first date you went to follow up surveillance? He said, I did not. That was another person. Please tell the jury the exact date that you followed up. He says that took place on February 20th at 8:30. Help me understand what you as a lead detective do. Help me understand what you as a lead detective does. I mean, he was just hammering that point. And then he gets it. You have never heard about extensive follow-up. I'm not sure why I wrote that. You just accepted that there was no video. He says there was no video. So he's talking about that surveillance. There was, as soon as you walk in the park, it's posted park under surveillance. Why didn't you go out and talk to the people, the houses that were around? Why didn't you follow that up? And he kept saying, well, I wasn't tasked with that. It was somebody else. That was somebody else. That was somebody else. So another detective was assigned to follow up with the video evidence. What better evidence could you obtain? Detective comes back with the truth. Mr. Futch says, what video would video show the truth? He says potentially. Made some good points. Mr. Futch made some good points. Or Futch. Do you see how that would be troubling to not only me but to the citizens of Hillsborough County? Tell the jury when you followed up with the video. He says, I did not personally follow up. He's like, why? Because it wasn't my task. So this is a running theme between these two. Defense is saying law enforcement's incompetent. Law enforcement saying it wasn't my task. It was a big investigation, and people are doing a lot of different things. So, who are you going to believe? Law enforcement's incompetent, or everybody's doing their part? How is it not your responsibility to acquire that info? Well, detective comes back and says the park staff was sent out and was advised that they weren't working. So yes, it's important, and yes, it was followed up with. So again, not a bad response, right? When did you find out about the house video? He doesn't know the exact date, but was told by another person. And then they jump over to the photos of Radford were taken 3 hours or so later. As lead detective, is it important to review body cam? He says, I reviewed a portion of it. Radford had a leaf embedded on his nose. And they show the photo of the leaf underneath his left eye by the bridge of his nose. Shows the back of his jeans. There's some slight dirt, but if these guys are rolling around, I don't know. That's a tough one. Would there be more dirt? He didn't have hair, right? So there wouldn't be any stuff in his hair. Plus, it'd been a couple hours. He would have shaken he would have dusted himself off, I guess. I'm hearing a lot from the, and then defense lawyer Futch says, I'm hearing a lot from the lead detective. This wasn't my task. Again, I mean, that's like, he just kept hammering that. You know the importance of evidence retention, don't you? Of course, he says yes. He said, crime scene was on the way. So is crime scene the lead detective? Yes or no? And he's like, no, sir. So he didn't retain that evidence because the crime scene was on the way. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think? Do you think that the lead detective should know everything and all, or do you think it's up to other people have to do their part? So how long did you take to look for the shell casings? He says I wasn't there. And then no shell casings were located, which is interesting. They found another caliber, but they didn't find the 9mm. There's no inference that Radford got rid of that, so they both agree that's like kind of a nothing burger there. They couldn't find it, but there's no reason that Radford got rid of it. Okay, then they go to Radford and in the back of his head saying, he indicated he pulled a muscle in his head, so he recalls Radford grabbing the back of his head during the walkthrough. He was also like during the first interview, which was about 3 hours later, and then the walkthrough was later that day. I don't know when, maybe another couple hours after that. He was talking about the back of his head hurting, and could that be consistent with somebody getting struck with an object? He says it could be. Everyone acts, then he goes to, everybody reacts to trauma differently. He says, yeah, that's fair to say. Do you know if Radford suffered a concussion? He says, I don't know. Then he tried this tactic a couple times where he was saying, have you ever had this experience? Have you ever had this experience? So here's one time where he says, have you ever had a concussion? And he kind of hemmed and hawed a little bit, and he finally came out. He said, yeah, I was skiing and I puked. And he kind of went with that. He's like, you were dazed, you were confused. He's like, I don't know, I just puked. So, have you ever gotten sand? Then he goes with, have you ever gotten sand in your mouth? Have you ever gone to the beach, gotten sand in your mouth? He says yes. Defense attorneys, Futch says, you wouldn't leave that. He wouldn't leave it in your mouth like a squirrel. I got to give him points. I mean, he was pretty clever in that. You wouldn't leave it in your mouth like a squirrel. And he's like, no. Would you expect someone with a mouthful of dirt? Would you expect someone to have a mouthful of dirt 4 hours after? And he's like, no, of course not. Radford may or may not have had head trauma. You just don't know. Have you encountered people who have experienced shock? So he was really hammering that. Yes. Have you personally encountered people that have experienced shock? They were kind of talking around that for a little bit, and he's like, he's not a medical doctor. He's like, I don't know if they were in shock or not, but yeah, I've dealt with people who were in a car accident. I've dealt with people who have been in a shooting incident. I've dealt with people, yes, I have dealt with people like that. Then he goes, they play a couple clips, and Radford's saying, he was effing helpless. I couldn't fight him off. What do you think about that? The defense Futch asked detective. He's like, I don't know. I just took it at face value. Then they talked about the heights and weights. Remember, I was asking about this. I was wondering what are their heights and weights. So Mr. Lay weighs upwards of 40 pounds more, and he's taller than an inch. So he's not really that much bigger, slightly. I mean, 40 pounds is fair. 40 pounds is fair. But I'm looking at pictures of Walt. He doesn't look like he's buff. Let me put it that way. Lay had deep cuts and abrasions on his knees, so that would be consistent with him being on top of Mr. Radford there. Then they showed Radford's injuries. What do you guys think about those? I thought those were pretty interesting, right? Let me pull up some of those. Let's pull up some of now let's pull up this one. Oops, hold on. All right, so yeah, I mean, something happened, I guess. Those aren't self-inflicted. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'll leave it up here. So I couldn't fight him off. Does that indicate in his mind at that moment he couldn't stop? He couldn't stop Lay. He says, I don't know what he was thinking. I know what he said. Then they go through the walkthrough, and Radford was violently shaking. I remember the first time we saw that. He does. He's literally shaking. And we looked at the temperature. It was like a high of 68. Wasn't that cold. This happened at 8 o'clock in the morning. They get him to the the station to interview him. They said about 3 hours later. So it's 11 o'clock. Then they do the walkthrough, maybe another hour or two after that. So it's 1 o'clock. 68 degrees. He really shouldn't be shaking because he's cold. So, yeah, maybe he was really, truly affected by this, I can see that. Then they get into the media coverage. Were you aware of the media coverage? He says, several people were reaching out to me and wanted something to be done, but I don't watch the news. Was he aware of the LGBTQ community? Had sent a note to both the state attorney and to the detectives. And he says he wasn't aware of that. He did say that he talked to some people, and he was asked how many more than 10, more than 20, more than 30. He said 20-ish was fair. So people were coming out afterwards saying, this isn't right. This wasn't self-defense. I'm sure we'll hear from some witnesses, or we have to hear from somebody. We have to hear from some of those witnesses. We'll see. Even though they weren't there, we'll have to see, because they witnessed past interactions between these two. So I'm thinking we will hear from some people. Then they ended with there was quite a bit of substance about past interaction from these people reaching out. So that's where that was. So, and then it just kind of ended abruptly. So. What do you guys think? Pam says he was shaking. I'm thinking you're responding to that. Well, he did just delete somebody. Brad says, I'm curious why he chose to switch to that wild beard. Yeah, that's a good question. Why did he go with the beard? Does he look more or less threatening with the beard? What do you guys think? Little Miss says he could be a hunter. They start growing a beard for hunting season and usually keep it for several months afterwards. He was arrested 40 days later. So that is not his arrest. You know what? Let's go find his arrest. I can show you his arrest. Gerald Radford arrest. So he did not have a beard during his arrest. He grew the beard while he was in jail. So Aaron thinks to make him look older and more frail. So here's his arrest. He is not, let me show you his arrest. There's his arrest photo. So he definitely looks older and frail with the beard. Absolutely. I will go with that. Yeah. So, to look like Santa. Yeah. Frail, you think he looks more frail now? Wanted to look older, Krista? Yep. Or Santa, a softer look. Only fan, good point. Kathy Smith, almost nobody is afraid of Santa. Shirley says he looks older with the beard. Dwayne, you hate the beard, but I don't want to wear it. Lily Wayne says, I think both shock of what he did and repercussions of what will happen as a result. He was a Marine, let's not forget. So I don't know if he actually saw action. If he was, how old is he? 60, he's 66, 65. So would he have seen action in the 80s? That's pretty much when he was, if he went in when he was 18. Would he have seen action in the 80s? He could have been in Beirut. Could have been, could have been could have seen action. The only reason I'm saying that is that would have toughened him up. He would have seen people die, I guess, ultimately is what I'm saying. So would he be shaking after shooting somebody? I don't know. Brad says, growing out the white beard emphasizes age, but the shape makes him look nuts to me. Yeah, I mean, he could have very easily just had a, white beard like this. He didn't have to go full on. But that's us. Yes, Beirut, Lebanon, Grenada, Panama. Yep, absolutely. El Salvador, right? What was the, well, we're not going to get into that. But yes, thank you, Brad. There was plenty of action in the 80s. So, yeah, he was born in 60? If he was born in 61, if he's 66 now, he was born in 59. That sound about right? He was born in, let's just say he was born in 60. So 70, 80, he was 20 in 80. He was in his 20s through the 80s. There was plenty of, America was definitely involved where he could possibly have gone to kill somebody in a war if he was a Marine. So it's possible. Don't ask, don't tell, Pam. Yep. Kathy says his face looks much harder without the beard. I agree. 100%. I agree. So, well, they have women dress, in like school marms, to make them look, less threatening. But Gordon says he stopped shaving his head, just naturally bald, so looks less like a thug. Agreed. Ken says, yeah, no way you could send him to trial looking like he does on the left. He grew it fast. I mean, this was a year, basically a year. He grew it fast. We'll say that much. Lily Wayne says he looks very mean and like a serial killer without the beard. I agree. All right. Let's see. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. About 6 hours tomorrow. All right, so we'll start around 9, you guys. Oh, you know what? No. Tomorrow we have to start after 11. I forgot. I have something. No, we have to start tomorrow after 11. 11:15. We have to start at 11:15. All right, so we're going to start tomorrow at 11:15. That's Eastern. So thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you guys joining us. Have a great night, Missy. Yep, have a great night, Missy Russell. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our fantastic mods. You guys are great. You did a great job today. Thank you to our chat. You guys were pretty cool. I know this could be a touchy subject. There's a lot going on with this, so I appreciate you guys being adults about it and being cool. And on that, I will let you guys go. Let me see. Let me come to here. I'll leave you with Super Bowl. I'll leave you with something nice to look at and think about, and not just all the anger and hate in the world. So have a good night, guys. And I'm going to go outside, get some fresh air, walk in the grass, look up at the sky. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow at 11:15 Eastern Time, and we'll go through day 2. Okay, have a good night. Bye.